Strap in, folks. We got, four and a half hours to go. The NFL draft is 5 minutes away from starting. Ian McMillan here to take you through it. I'll be here for all four and a half hours. Hey, if it takes 5 hours, I'll be here for all of that. I will have a rotating crew of fantastic guests throughout, starting with Adam Weinrib, MLB director with Fansided, Yanks Go Yard, Baseball Insiders, but also noted Giants fan. So he's going to be with me here up until the Giants pick. Adam, how's it going?
It's good, Ian. For now, the early chatter this morning made it seem like the Giants were making a last-second push to trade up for a quarterback. The chatter now makes it seem like that is not happening, but everyone will find out when we find out. I'm excited to be on the show live with you, and hopefully the Giants make a Andrew Thomas pick and not a DeAndre Baker pick. That'd be great.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to ask you. I mean, we can just quickly touch on the Giants. We'll talk about the Giants more when they get on the clock, but really quick, if you were to have your pick of who the Giants go with, who would you pick, or would you trade down?
I would take a wide receiver. I'm Romo Dunze over Malik Neighbors. I think a lot of people probably go in the opposite direction there, but I'm an Odunze guy. I would not take JJ McCarthy at this spot. And I would not entertain trading out so that somebody else could go get JJ McCarthy. It feels to me like the Chargers might entertain that, and the Vikings might end up at 5 exploring that pick, right? So I guess we'll all learn. You'll learn along with me. I foresee the Giants staying right where they are, but I do think they pushed this morning. I don't think that was a smokescreen.
Yeah, it seems like generally the top, can we say the top 4 picks are basically locked in? Obviously, Caleb Williams is going to go number 1. This is going to happen in just a few minutes. It would be, the biggest shock in draft history if he's not taking number 1. Number 2, we think Jaden Daniels, and then number 3, Drake May, and then number 4, Marvin Harrison. Is it just going to be just that easy 1, 2, 3, 4, or is something going to surprise us in the first 4 picks?
I agree with the chalk thought so far, though I will obviously throw my Giants flag in the middle here and say that those do feel pretty set in stone, but they wouldn't have been if the New York Giants had not mounted a valiant Daniel Jones-led comeback in the desert in Arizona week 2, which briefly saved the season, quote unquote, and has now potentially ruined the season, leaving them behind this large swath of locked-in teams with elite draft picks.
Yeah, that was, it's funny. It did kind of seem at the time they were like, okay, Giants got off to a bad start, but they're all right here. No, they were not all right.
No.
Yeah, like I said earlier, we're gonna have a rotating crew of guests here, from some fans of some teams, some site experts for Fansided. Sarah Marshall from Musket Fire is going to be joining us here first, after the Commanders pick at number 2. What do you think, Adam, if you were to say, what would be the biggest surprise in your opinion that we're going to see in the first round?
I think that Vikings Chargers link up is the thing I've got my eyes on the most right now. There were also late rumors about the Rams attempting to get into the top 10 for someone. And that's a team that not only never drafts in the top 10, but never drafts in the first round. So keep an eye on that second Bears pick, maybe a surprising Sean McVay splash. That's sort of what I'm eyeing.
Now, obviously, me being a degenerate, the NFL draft is one of my favorite events of the year because you're not betting on a sport. You're betting on what general managers are going to do of NFL teams. Adam, do you have any bets placed by any chance?
I do not. I personally clear my account after the Super Bowl. I use whatever's in there on props, money lines, and then whatever happens. I take that money and I go home. But I have a feeling that you have placed bets on this event, if I had to guess.
I have. So while we have a moment before this first pick happens, and by the way, my stream is going to be a little bit delayed. I use Hulu as how I stream all my sports. All-time delay. Like, it's like a minute and a half delay from the rest of the world. So I'm going to be way behind schedule in terms of what I'm seeing on my screen behind the camera here. But yeah, I'm going to quickly just go through some of my bets. I tried to keep it to a low amount this year, at least fewer than I've had in the past. My first one is Latu to be the first defensive player drafted, plus 195. It's not looking good because now it's at plus 330. So that has moved against me. This might be my favorite bet of the entire draft. My Atlanta Falcons, I think they might take a wide receiver with their first pick. I think if Rome Odunze is there for the Falcons, I think they take him. They've been very vocal, their general manager, ever since he's taken over, that they don't draft for need. They draft the best player available, regardless of position. We saw that last year with Bijan Robinson. Tyler Algier was coming off, 1,000-yard season as a rookie, and they still took a running back number 8 overall. A couple of years before that, Kyle Pitts at tight end, number 4 overall. They don't care what position. They say they're going to, attack their needs in free agency and use the draft to get the best player available. I think if Rome Odunze is available for them at 8, I think they take him. I bet them 8-1 to draft a wide receiver. And by the way, and I was telling you, Adam, before I went live, the amount of names that I'm going to be mispronouncing tonight is going to be off the chart. If you want to bet on that, I'll set the over under at 13.5. Because here's the first one: Olumuyiwa Fashanu. Mm-hmm. I think I got the last name, the first name probably not. Bet him to be a top 10 pick at 3-1. I got the Packers to draft a cornerback with their first pick of the draft. I got that at plus 260. That's down to plus 150. So we've seen some movement towards my bet for that one. Then I have Xavier Worthy under 28.5 draft position. There's nothing GMs love more than a fast 40 time. If Al Davis was still alive, the Raiders would be taking him with his first pick based on 40 time alone.
My little mental prop that I have going is you got a fast rising helium alert Duke center Graham Barton. Will Duke center Graham Barton get drafted higher in the NFL draft than Duke center Kyle Filipowski in the NBA draft?
Ooh, I like that. Okay, there you go.
I don't know. That's the joy of draft night is we get to find out. We actually don't. We have to wait until the NBA draft, but theoretically, at some point, we would get to find out.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever had 2 Duke centers for 2 different sports be this highly touted heading in the same offseason. What a world.
And if we have, it was probably a 5-star backup. It was 2 basketball players.
Case in the chat says, how many UC Irvine Anteaters are being taken tonight? Zot, heartbreaker. We didn't make March Madness. Adam, I don't know if you know, but I'm a big UC Irvine fan. Do they even have a football team? If they do, it's not Division I. If they don't, I would encourage them to hire me as their head coach, and I will take over as the head coach of the brand new UC Irvine Anteaters football team, and I'll lead them to a national championship.
You heard it here first from a big fan. I'm not sure if they have a football team, which is okay, but yes.
I don't think they do.
I don't know if they do, unfortunately.
This is our year to go on a Cinderella run in March Madness, and we fell short in the Big West. That Big West tournament, man, nothing like it. Upsets happen. All right, yeah, we're getting ready. Does the draft do? I forget. I feel like even though the Bears are at number 1 and the draft starts at 8 p.m. Eastern, which is now 8:03. At what time are the Bears actually on the clock? Are they on the clock right now?
It's a fantastic question.
Or are they not going to be on the clock until like 8:15?
I'm being told that they are not on the clock.
Not on the clock. So once again, draft's supposed to start at 8. It is 8:04. Draft technically is not. It doesn't start until the Bears are on the clock. Now, are they going to milk their 10 minutes on the clock? Or you would hope that they would make the pick right away.
Well, I'm not watching. Yeah, I don't have the feed on. I'm relying on our producers who've been great to us. But I assume that right now they're going through an emotional montage about the rise of the city of Detroit. Sort of like Detroit's built by workers. This wasn't always here. It wasn't always steel. It wasn't always rocks or whatever. I'm not tuned in, but I assume that's what's on the clock right now.
Yeah. It's a blue-collar city.
Yeah.
Built by hard workers.
And if you're not blue collar, we hate you. Okay, so you're biased? That's interesting. Yeah.
So we are going to have a guest at one point during tonight, my friend DGen, who was going to be my boots on the ground live reporter at the NFL draft for the show. He went to go to the draft, too busy, too crowded, not there, turned around and went to a casino instead. So we'll be chiming in from a casino instead. But I even saw, and he sent me a screenshot of a notification he got that the NFL closed their doors. They were not allowing anyone else into the draft. If you've seen like the sky cam view of the draft, it looks more like a music festival than it does an NFL draft, which is wild compared to what it used to be at Radio City Music Hall.
Yeah, the photos I saw looked absurd, and it did feel, somebody gave the tip of just like, hey, if you're in Detroit and you were thinking about going to the draft and you're not there already,
Right.
Try Saturday. Try, take in the chaos of the first round from home, watch the trade downs so you can follow it a little bit better, and then go when there are not 180,000 people clogging downtown Detroit.
Yeah. And Case said, honestly, how fun could that be to be there in person? I actually don't think that fun based on how crowded it is.
No.
Especially, it is kind of ironic that the draft is in Detroit, and this is, when have they picked? Where do they pick again? 29th overall? Have they ever picked that late in the first round unless there was a trade? No. So it's finally in Detroit. Usually they would have a top 10 pick, not this year.
Yeah, and usually there would be some sort of like, okay, should we pair Aiden Hutchinson with JJ McCarthy in Detroit? Because the Lions would be so behind the eight ball. But again, this year, nope, it's an NFC championship participant. It's a good roster. Amon-Ra St. Brown got the bag. Optimism is quite high, but not for this particular event.
Yeah, I do have 3 other bets I really want to shout out really quick just because there are 3 long shot bets. If they hit, I'm going to look like a genius. So I'll rip those off and then maybe we'll get to our first guest here because most likely the first, I think, interesting pick is probably going to be the Patriots. Mm-hmm. So we're going to get to that in a moment. But my 3 long shot picks. First running back drafted, Blake Corum. Jim Harbaugh is going to take him for the Chargers at some point, I think, even if the other running backs are still available. He wants his Michigan guy. 12-1 Blake Corum to be the first running back drafted. Cowboys first position drafted, wide receiver, 11-1. Jerry Jones loves just drafting skill position guys with the first pick. Nothing gets his juices flowing more. And what would be more fitting than a guy I talked about earlier, Xavier Worthy, who a Texas guy, just broke the record for the 40-yard dash. Did the Cowboys take him with their first pick? Wouldn't shock me. 11-1 for the Cowboys to draft wide receiver. And this kind of relates to my other point about my Falcons, where they're going to take the best player available. Technically, some might say at number 8, the best player available is going to be Brock Bowers. Do they draft another tight end? I don't know. Maybe if they do, maybe they push Kyle Pitts out to the slot because Kyle Pitts can't block. Maybe they run a 2 tight end set. Who knows? But you can bet on that at 66-1. So that would be crazy, but I would not put it past the Falcons.
That does feel like the one skill position that I can almost rule out for the Falcons, but again, almost, not quite.
Right. I mean, if they truly stick to their strategy, to the word of we don't care what position it is, we'll take the best player available. I mean, Brock Bowers might be, a top 3, top 4, just best football player in this draft. I mean, they took Kyle Pitts at 4, so could they take Brock Bowers at 8? Certainly possible.
Agree. And I guess it is more likely they take Bowers and take another running back high. So I will.
Yes, I think that's, that would show. Yeah, number 8 overall, a running back who probably wasn't going to be drafted until mid-second round.
Yes.
We have now Eminem coming out on stage.
Mm-hmm.
Are you an Eminem fan, Adam?
I enjoy Eminem. It's been a while since it's been probably post 2012 since we've had a new Eminem song that I've really put in a heavy rotation. At one point there was, do you think Eminem believes that Detroit's a city of hard workers and that they want it more than other cities and you have to be tough to be raised here? Is that something you think he believes?
I would say so. No,
mm-hmm. I feel similarly. Yeah, I feel similarly.
All right, let's get to our first guest here because we don't know when the Bears are going to be on the clock. We're now 9 minutes into the broadcast. We're just listening to Eminem talk, apparently. So let's bring in our first guest because I do think that the first interesting pick is the New England Patriots at number 3. We have Sarah Marshall, editor over at Musket Fire. She has done a ton of work over there talking Patriots draft. Sarah, thank you for joining us. How are you doing tonight?
I am on edge. I'm freaking out. I'm so excited, but I'm very nervous. So I can't wait until they finally get this started because I just want to know what the Patriots pick is. That's all. And then I'm fine. I'll be good,
Well, and that's the first point that I kind of want to bring up to you. And is that as a Patriots fan, this is not really familiar territory. You went, 2 decades picking late. I mean, you've had a couple of early picks the past couple of years, but this is not draft day. Like nervousness is something that's, relatively new to Patriots fans.
Yes. And they haven't had a pick this high since they took Drew Bledsoe in 93 first overall.
Wow.
So, I mean, I was alive, but I was not a football fan, as a toddler. So, it's been a while, and it's not even just being so high. It's like, this could be the future of the franchise. You know what I mean? So it's like, we're really going into this completely blind because we have a new head coach. So we probably aren't going to risk trading out of the first round like Belichick probably would if he had number 3. So there's just a lot of questions to be answered, and it's going to be interesting to see how they kick this new era off.
Yeah, that is one thing about the NFL draft, that it is the best part of the NFL season for fans of bad teams. Because we don't get excited for very many things, but if your team has a top 10 pick, it's like, okay, this is our day. It's time to be excited for something.
Yeah.
Because it gives you hope.
Yeah, I love it and I hate it at the same time. Like, I miss being like pick 32 and being like, if we pick, we pick. Who cares? You know,
Right.
But now it's like, we have this and we could pick this guy and this guy and this guy. Maybe they're going to trade out. I'm just like, I just want it to be over. I just want to know who it is and then move on with my life and figure it out from there.
Well, the only thing that might be obviously there are some complications with that first pick, but you, I believe, saw the Gerard Mayo quote from the draft party where he said, implied they were going to stick at 3, but then also hinted, hey, maybe don't leave because maybe we have some other stuff working. So your night might be a little bit longer than you anticipated.
Yeah, but I'm okay with that, honestly. Because I said if they were going to trade out of the number 3 pick, which I wasn't completely on board for, but the only way I was on board with it was if it was the Vikings, because they would give the extra first rounder and then maybe throw in Jefferson, but that's like fantasy booking, you know what I mean? So like I would want that, but I'm all for them trading back into the first round if it's for a receiver, because they need a receiver really badly. And fortunately the tackle class is pretty deep. So if they need to move up from their 3rd rounder, maybe just a little bit higher to get a good left tackle, that's fine with me. That's exciting, actually.
What do you think the Patriots are going to do
With number 3?
Yeah.
I think it's got to be quarterback. I mean, Mayo, I know he just came out and said, we're going to pick at number 3 and blah, blah, blah. And it could be a bunch of smoke. But I feel like it's hard because there's pressure from Kraft, and it's not necessarily like, okay, they have to do what the owner says. Obviously there's people put in place for a reason, but I do think that has been a huge issue over the last 4 years since Brady left. And so there's a lot of pressure on Mayo and Elliott Wolf to get it right. And the only way I think that it would be okay if they traded out of 3 is if they got like a huge trade, like blockbuster, unbelievable package in return, and then maybe picked up a Penix or something like that. But otherwise, I think it has to be a quarterback, and probably May, unless, again, that's a bunch of smoke and they actually like somebody else.
I will say, breaking news, the Bears are on the clock.
Yes.
We're 13 minutes into the broadcast. The Bears are on the clock. How long do they take to announce that it's Caleb Williams? Hopefully not too long. But they are now.
Usually they take the entire 10 minutes, at least the past couple of years they do. And I'm like, guys, you've known for 6 months who you were going to pick. Why do you need an extra 10 minutes?
I wonder if it's like the networks, like, let them know. They're like, listen, we got so many commercials we got to play during this broadcast. We got highlights we got to show. Just milk out the first 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I feel like we need at least 10 minutes on the clock. We need at least 8 more minutes for Bill Simmons to peddle conspiracy theories that Caleb Williams doesn't like Chicago. And then once he finishes the wording on those, I think we can move on to the pick. Let's check if the hat fits, right? We got to see if we have the right size. Yeah.
We also have more breaking news, not draft related, but producer Joanne's letting me know the Eagles are signing all-pro wide receiver AJ Brown to a massive 3-year extension, $96 million. So that is a signing. So it is news. It's interesting that they would announce this the moment that the draft starts, though. A non-draft related move. Is there a strategy for that? I don't know, by the Eagles. But AJ Brown extension to the Eagles. Sarah, I will say I come from the betting world, and there were whispers. I was receiving texts from people that sharp bettors, so professional bettors out there, starting midday yesterday and into today, we're betting on J.J. McCarthy to go to number 3 to the Patriots. And we saw in terms of the betting odds, Drake May was still the favorite, but J.J. McCarthy's odds skyrocketed to the point where it almost got to like a 30% chance they're going to take J.J. McCarthy. Do you think that's possible or no?
I can't say it's not possible because anything is possible, right? They could do that, but it feels like there was a reason for the spike in JJ McCarthy's, stock recently. It feels like it was smoke. Like, I mean, I understand why people like him. He did just win a national championship, so you shouldn't completely disregard him. But the connection of the Patriots to him felt a little weird. I mean, there was even a report saying Kraft likes him because he also went to Michigan like Tom Brady. And I'm like, we're not doing that.
Right.
That has nothing. There's no connection there, other than a school 24 years different, So I think that would be pretty risky, especially if a guy like Drake May is still on the board. I don't know why you would forfeit that and go a different way.
Yeah, I put stock into draft odds movements for pretty much anything related to sports betting except for the NFL draft, because last year was the perfect example of it. A guy made a Reddit post saying that he heard from a friend of a friend that Will Levis was going to go number 1 overall, I think it was, and the odds reacted, and Will Levis like almost became like a 50-50 chance based on the betting odds that he was going to be number 1 overall, or it might have been number 2. I don't remember which one. But then, of course, Will Levis dropped all the way to the second round. And that Reddit post was made like the morning of the draft or like the day before, and bettors reacted to it. So based on that alone, I'm not putting too much stock into this recent movement for JJ McCarthy. But like you said, Sarah, anything could happen. Crazier things have happened on NFL draft night.
Yeah. Well, and like I said, with Elliott Wolf kind of leading the charge, we have Gerard Mayo having input, then allegedly Jonathan Kraft is also involved in all of this. It's like anything could really happen, but when all signs are pointing to Drake May and the JJ McCarthy stuff has kind of been put on the back burner, I'm tending to believe that a little bit more, at least now. JJ McCarthy maybe like 2 weeks ago when that was really like the hot topic in New England.
Now that we have about, I mean, who knows when they're going to announce a pick. We basically already know what the pick is going to be. So we're going to show a quick video clip, actually, because the Bears picked number 1, but they also picked number 9. And one of the players that might be going to them at number 9 is Rome Odunze. So we interviewed him, and he talked about how he was rooting for the Chicago Bears growing up. So I think it's fitting we run this clip now with the Bears likely taking Caleb Williams, and maybe they either trade up, or maybe if Rome Odunze falls to them at number 9, because I think he was in Chicago throwing things around, throwing the ball with Caleb Williams this past week. So if we have that quick clip, let's run that, and then we'll see if the Bears have made their selection by the time we come back.
Growing up, did you have a favorite team that you envisioned yourself donning their jersey on Sundays or anything like that?
I wouldn't say as far as, envision myself in their jersey. I was a fan of football, but, I played the game. So I guess in the back of my mind, I always figured like I would be putting on some jersey, you know what I mean? So, but I always was a fan of the Bears growing up, Chicago. I was a big Devin Hester fan. So I was a fan of him, which kind of translated into being a Bear fan. But yeah, I mean, I think their jersey combo is cool. So what am I?
So there you go. And my strategy worked. The Chicago Bears pick is in. Caleb Williams, number 1 overall, just like everyone predicted. The 2024 number 1 overall pick, Caleb Williams from USC. And you just saw a clip from just maybe, a future receiver that'll be thrown to in Rome Odunze. We'll see how the next handful of picks play out. Caleb Williams, we all saw this coming. Adam, I will ask you first. What are your thoughts on Caleb Williams as a whole? Do you think he's going to be? Do you think he is the best quarterback in the rookie class? And what do you think? How do you think his NFL career is going to go?
Yeah, I think we had so much time to analyze Caleb Williams that we all talked ourselves out of him and back into him several times over the course of this nearly guaranteed decision. I believe him to be the best quarterback in this class. I hesitate to put him in the Mahomes class that some have put him in. It just feels like an easy comparison to make now that we have a mobile thrower with a cannon arm and somebody in an air raid type offense, and it's easy to say, okay, I can easily map those skills, but I would hesitate before saying there will be any second Mahomes over the course of the next 20 years of drafting. Right. That said, the comparison, it makes perfect sense. I spoke to Matt Leinart a little bit last year about Williams' mindset heading into the season with those expectations. He assured me that it wouldn't affect him at all. And ultimately, we did watch the emotions boil over a little bit and have some the only knocks on Williams this year really were things that he can't control, like the USC defense's performance, as well as occasional moments of fragility, whether it be in the stands or whether it be on social media where he's very outspoken. I think these are correctable things that a college student might get into. And I also have no issue with him showing passion in the stands or discussing, how, expressing how much a loss means to him at the collegiate level with everything on the line. None of those were disqualifying for me. I think it was fair to nitpick them while we had months to agonize over this seemingly obvious decision. So I would say best QB in the class. I'm not prepared to say generational home run yet, but I think the obvious pick for the Bears, and no need to entertain trading out of it or getting creative.
Now, of course, the degenerate part of me is looking to see what color nail polish he's wearing, because there were odds offered on what color nail polish Caleb Williams would be wearing. So I did not bet on that personally, but I know people who did. And I can't see his nails. I don't know if he's even wearing nail polish, but that was the biggest degenerate bet of the night that I saw out there. Is it pink or is it orange? Can't tell. Silver?
Producer is telling us silver. Yeah, Joanne, who's on the nail polish feed, is feeding us silver, which, again, I told you earlier, I cleared out my entire account after this. $7,000 on silver, so I'm going to be walking away a happy man.
Perfect. Sarah, I know obviously you probably didn't expect Caleb Williams to fall to the Patriots. Yeah. But do you have any thoughts on Caleb Williams as a whole? I'm sure you at least looked at him just in case, something crazy happened. Maybe the Patriots trade up, but any thoughts on Caleb Williams now that he's with the Bears?
I mean, I think we all accepted this, months ago. So I never got my hopes up with those crazy trade scenarios that people were talking about, how he might somehow fall. But no, I think this is great. I always, I get a little sappy during the draft because I'm just one of those people. I just love to see their dreams come true. So it's like, you could tell he was a little emotional. It's like, even though he knew forever, it's like, it's really cool to see this. So I'm just happy for him because he's dealt with a lot, especially the negativity surrounding, as Adam was saying, like his emotions and whatnot. And it's like, I think you kind of want that in a player. You want them to care that much. I mean, Tom Brady was super emotional. So, I mean, I'm okay with that. But I mean, he seems to be loved by Chicago fans already. So it seems like a good fit to me.
Yeah, it was kind of an interesting conversation that happened during the college football season this year when he was showing emotion on the sidelines, because, 20 years ago, I think the consensus would be, oh, you don't want that guy because he's showing emotions, but obviously the conversation about that and about, traditional masculinity and the new look of that has changed over the past 20 years. So it was kind of interesting to see that conversation take place during the college football season. So
yeah, they're showing he was crying.
Yeah.
I just think it's awesome because it's like, it's, I think people can kind of relate, or like you can dream about being able to be in that type of position. And they're so young. I mean, I'm older now. So like, when I was younger and I was around their age, it was like, yeah, okay. But now I'm older. So I'm like, I think it's sweet. I think it's cool, especially if it's a player coming to your team, I would like to see them be emotional and excited to be not just drafted to the NFL, and that was their childhood dream, but to the team that drafted them. I think that's pretty cool. So
it's always so funny to hear fans throw venom someone's way for getting emotional over a big loss, as if they're not extremely emotional over a big loss, and they were nowhere near the field. You weren't near the hash marks, and you're crying. So
yeah, I'm like, you go on a Twitter rant for 20 minutes after the game talking about how this person sucks and whatever, and yet he's supposed to just be like stoic and just be like, it's fine. We'll learn from this. It's okay. It's like, no, they actually felt it. Or maybe it was, a bad call. Like they're the ones who were affected by it, not you. So I agree completely.
Absolutely. So obviously next on the clock, the Washington Commanders. But before they make their selection here, I do want to quickly do an ad read here. BetMGM Sportsbook. They are running a special promo for the draft that you will not want to miss. New users who sign up through our link can get up to $1,500 in bonus bets paid back if their first bet doesn't win. That means if you place a $50 first bet, maybe you tailed one of my crap bets, and that bet loses, don't worry, because you'll get credited with a $50 bonus bet on your next wager, up to $1,500. This offer is only available if you sign up through our link, which is bit.ly.com/fansidedmgm. You can find that link in the description below our stream, as well as scan the QR code on screen, which is up there on the top left-hand corner right now, to start signing up. So the link, bit.ly/fansided MGM. This offer is only available to new customers who are 21 plus and physically present in legal gambling states. Please remember to always gamble responsibly. Check the episode description for the full terms of the offer to see if you qualify. Caleb Williams now taking pictures with Bears fans. What a moment. And now we have the... I was expecting to see the clock on my screen.
2.5 minutes on mine.
Okay, so maybe I got to change. I'm watching this on NFL Network. Maybe I got to change because I didn't even know that they officially put the Commanders on the clock, but they obviously did, and the pick is in. And it is, despite a lot of rumors going back and forth about who it could possibly be. At the end of the day, it is Jayden Daniels, which is, for the most part, is who people expected for the majority of the offseason. So Jayden Daniels with the Washington Commanders. Initial reaction, Adam.
Spectacular athlete, spectacular season, a classic, name who was not on the lips of many entering the year and dominated the conversation this year for good reason. The worries on Jayden Daniels, he is a contact-seeking missile. He is somebody who's slender. You wonder if the build plays in the NFL, but at the same time, I don't believe at this juncture that you can go wrong with either Daniels or May if they're your preferred number 2 overall QB in this class. I think there's a lot to like about either, and the Commanders have staked their claim here with a truly electric player who most of the concerns are just, I don't know how long he can do this because of how spectacular it looks.
Yeah, I think at the very start of the offseason, Drake May was the betting favorite, but it quickly switched to Jayden Daniels, and I think the number one sign that they're going to go with Jayden Daniels is when they signed Marcus Mariota to be their backup quarterback. Generally, you want both your starter and your backup to have a similar style of play, so that if the starter goes down, you don't have to completely change your offensive scheme. So Jayden Daniels, I mean, there were rumors at times. There's the J.J. McCarthy rumors, obviously, but Jayden Daniels is going to be the new quarterback for the Washington Commanders. Sarah, that means that your New England Patriots are officially on the clock. How are you feeling?
I'm nervous. I'm excited, but I'm nervous. I mean, I really liked Jayden Daniels. I was partial to Lamar Jackson 5 years ago, so I was really hoping the Patriots were going to do that. Instead, they double dipped on 2 players who didn't even last their rookie contracts. So it is what it is. We've kind of accepted it now, but he'll be a fun guy to watch. So I'm excited that, he's in the NFL. We didn't have a chance at him, but I feel like this is a little bit more of an ideal scenario for the Patriots, because I think having to try and choose between Jayden and Drake May would have been a little bit more of a predicament that you don't want to be in.
Yeah, because then that sets you up for, what many teams have done in the past where they choose wrong and then you become a laughing stock. I mean, throwback to the Bears taking Mitch Trubisky over Patrick Mahomes. So at least now, I mean, I guess it is possible, like, let's say the Patriots take Drake May and then J.J. McCarthy ends up being, the stud of the quarterbacks. But at the very least, if Jayden Daniels or Caleb Williams become Hall of Famers, Patriots fans don't have to, worry about the fact that they didn't have a chance to draft either of those 2 players.
Right. Yeah, and that was kind of the situation that they found themselves in with Mac Jones. He was the last guy. But then, of course, that whole draft class outside of Trevor Lawrence was a hot mess. So and
jury's still out on Trevor Lawrence. Yeah,
potentially a larger hot mess than you're implying.
Yeah, well, and I was trying to be PC, right? But I had an article drafted ready to say that Mac Jones was just part of a bad draft class. Didn't send it because I was like, I'm not trying to get that heat on me. And then the second that they traded Fields, I was like, am I wrong? I don't think so, but we'll see.
Listen, we've seen, I mean, and not to completely shift the conversation to Jaguars quarterbacks right now, but Trevor Lawrence, we've seen the ceiling, the best version of Trevor Lawrence is elite, but the issue is we see that, 3-4 times a season, and that's just not good enough. We got to see that best version of Trevor Lawrence more than 3, 4, 5 times a season.
And they could find themselves in a situation where they get desperate. Like if we're going to talk about like the Giants, they gave that big contract to Daniel Jones, and then they might be, I mean, there's talks of them wanting to move up to get a quarterback this year. And it's like, but you just ran this dude to the bank, So hopefully the Jaguars figure it out sooner than later, because you don't want to fall into that trap with Lawrence either if he ends up not being the guy.
Yeah. So Patriots on the clock. I mean, we have not seen word of any type of trade. So, I mean, at this point, you would think the Patriots are probably going to be making their pick here. Is it Drake May?
May and Mayo. I feel like that fits, right?
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Adam
Um,
Schefter has tweeted, one source said there is, quote, 0 chance the Patriots trade the number 3 overall pick. They will stick and take their QB of the future. That is from Adam Schefter. So if you
There
buy
we go.
him,
So
yeah.
it is going to be interesting to see if there was some validity to, professional bettors. And this wasn't just like casual bettors who were betting JJ McCarthy to the Patriots. This was, respected professional sports bettors that were placing these bets and placing a lot of money on it yesterday and today. But once again, it's the NFL draft. They're not trying to set a spread in an actual game. I don't even know what they're necessarily basing it off of. Is it enough? We'll find out shortly. Heisman quarterback selected. I'm just looking at a graphic here. Heisman quarterback selected in the top 2 of the same draft. I hadn't really connected those dots, but yeah, both Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels, 1 and 2. The only other time it happened was Jameis Winston and Marcus Mariota. Ooh, those
rough.
didn't exactly work out.
Apparently, the Patriots pick is in.
Yes, Patriots pick is in. It is Drake May. These sports bettors are wrong. Drake May, which is who we did kind of expect all along. Sarah, we're going to let you go here in a minute, but I obviously want to get your initial reaction as the Patriots expert. The pick is official. How do you feel?
I am more than happy. I'm glad that they addressed their biggest issue first. I'm glad that they stayed, because I think moving back would have been great to acquire more picks, but a quarterback is, the basis of success in the NFL. So now that they have this, they can deal with the other roster holes, a left tackle and receiver. And as I said earlier, both are said to be deep classes, which is great news for them. Curious to see what they do if they want to try and move back into the first. So that'll be exciting. But yeah, very happy, very pleased.
I will be happy if the Patriots just take a few years to rebuild. I'm okay if Drake May is your guy. Take a few years to rebuild. We had, 2+ decades of Patriots dominance. The last thing I personally want is Drake May to immediately be a Hall of Famer. But I'm happy for you, Sarah. I guess I'm happy for Patriots fans, even though I have gone on record as a Patriots hater for the 28-3 game.
I mean, I don't blame you, honestly. And did you see Matt Ryan's retirement announcement that they were literally 1 minute away from posting it at 3:28?
Ooh.
I know. I was like, all Patriots fans were so disappointed. They were like, 1 minute early. You did it 1 minute early.
He basically retired that day, so it would make sense.
I mean, I didn't say it.
All right. And yeah, you're right. I brought up the problem myself. It's on me, to be completely honest. But Sarah, thank you so much for joining me. I know you're going to get some stuff up over on Musket Fire, so I encourage everyone to go check out her work there. And best of luck to your Patriots this season.
And I might see you later. We'll see.
Yeah. True. There you go, Adam.
Good stuff. Good stuff from Sarah. Yeah, I'm a Drake May fan. I'm a Carolina football rooter, so I followed a lot of Drake May. I'm glad now that Sarah has ducked off the stream. It is worth mentioning that earlier on the broadcast with Bill Belichick, he apparently crushed Drake May's footwork. He took him to task.
Ooh.
So it sounds like Coach Belichick is happy that he is not the one responsible for Drake May's development. And I think fans in New England are probably also happy about the same thing. Weird.
Right. I mean, he did draft Mac Jones. So, yeah, it is what it is. So, yeah, the first 3 picks have gone exactly how the large majority of people expected. Now, the next expected pick is for the Arizona Cardinals to be selecting Marvin Harrison Jr., one of the best receiver prospects in a while. I guess probably the next closest would have been Jamar Chase. Cardinals obviously need a receiver. They have their quarterback. There were some whispers that they might go Malik Neighbors instead. I don't know necessarily if that's going to happen, but what do you think about the Cardinals here, Adam? Is it as easy as we all knew exactly what the first 4 picks were going to be?
I'm beginning to waffle on Harrison Jr. just a little bit, only because this is let's say that they're enamored with several wide receivers equally. Let's say that, the Odunze and Neighbors buzz is getting to them a little bit. The Vikings are increasingly desperate. There were plenty of reports about how they were getting anxious, that the Patriots were not willing to volley back and forth with them today. There's a chance to move down if you believe, let's say, the MHJ is a 92 on a scale of 100, and Neighbors is an 88. You're probably worth moving down a couple of spots here. And the Arizona, also, I believe I read that Harrison Jr. did not sign his pre-draft letter allowing them to license his name and likeness. So you can't buy a Marvin Harrison Jr. jersey today after the draft, but basically every other prospect you can. That set off my alarms a little bit. I don't know why.
Yeah, that is interesting. So yeah, we have the Cardinals coming up, and then we have the Chargers, which I think more than anything else, people expect them to trade down, potentially. And then we have your New York Giants at number 6, Adam. Are you nervous yet for your Giants?
You know what? I feel oddly disconnected to this current Giants roster because it's been a 2-year roller coaster. The hiring of Shane and Dable, I'm immediately all in. I don't know if they could have done better. This is a home run duo for a roster that feels decrepit at this point in time. Bring in Wink Martindale again, feels like a home run coordinator hire. Kafka, same deal. And lo and behold, they have basically the perfect year one. Not because they were an exceptional team. They were probably the worst playoff team or second worst behind the Vikings, who they beat in the first round. But I don't know how you could have expected them to perform better with that roster being carried over year. Worst playoff team was their ceiling, especially because they were a 3-4 win team previously and didn't make any major additions. They win their first playoff game. They get pasted by the Eagles, but that still feels like progress. It's very silly that we're celebrating this, but we are. Last year, I've never been more wrong about a team. I had full faith in the front office. I believe that Daniel Jones could be – our definitions of the guy might vary, but I believed him to be competent enough and dangerous enough on the ground to lead this team back to a similar spot. Hey, let's add a win. Let's go 10-7. Let's be a slightly more imposing playoff team. And they could not have slid backwards further. It was the worst O-line play I've ever seen from a Giants team, which is dangerous to say considering this line has been, diminished and basically unusable for nigh on 2 decades. Right now, the blind spots have been, placed prominently in front of my eyes. I know exactly how many flaws this team has, and I'm willing to, accept whatever direction they go.
Breaking news, the 4th official pick is in. The Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver, Ohio State. So yeah, sometimes it is just easy as that. You could have bet on this exact 4 players to be drafted in this exact order, like -200. And it was, if you did, it was easy. Not every time do we get a draft like last year where it is a wild first 5 picks. Marvin Harrison, the player that we all generally expected, outside of reports here or there, has gone number 4, the best wide receiver in the class, to the Cardinals to give Kyler Murray a weapon after the Cardinals went 4-13 last season. Adam, is Marvin Harrison the best receiver in this draft, and how much does he improve this Cardinals team? And do you believe in Kyler Murray as well, who looked decent in the second half once he got back from injury, but how much is Marvin Harrison going to really improve this offense and help Kyler Murray take another step forward?
That's why it's a tough one. I mean, I think ultimately I would have stuck here and done exactly what they did, but you could have made a pretty solid argument that this wasn't exactly gold falling into their lap. We saw Kyler and DeAndre Hopkins have a lot of success a few years ago, and I think the hope would be that maybe they can replicate that here. You're right, Kyler did look pretty good down the stretch after coming back from injury. Personally, I would have continued to put faith in Kyler. I wouldn't have pivoted there. Ultimately, it makes him a little bit better, but not good enough to really pique my attention, which is why I guess you could have made the argument to collect a few more picks.
So now things get interesting. First of all, I think Marvin Harrison was the clear number 1 receiver in this draft. I think he does make the Cardinals significantly better offensively as well. And I mean, he obviously has a pedigree. I mean, he's the son of one of the greatest receivers of my generation.
Yeah, anytime you can take Reggie Wayne's son, you got to do it.
Right. Yeah. Great point. So now things get interesting for the draft, because now if the Chargers stay, they could go, a couple different directions. Most likely, if they do stay, it's going to be either receiver and offensive line. Joe Alt, probably the offensive lineman if they go that direction. Malik Neighbors if they go receiver. The Chargers offense is, they have a quarterback, and that's pretty much it. So there's a lot of different directions they could go, especially under new head coach Jim Harbaugh. Or what they could do is trade down and try to get even more picks and try to fill as many holes as possible. So what do you think the Chargers do here? I don't think we've seen a trade yet, so they may end up just making that pick.
I would trade if I were them. Although I haven't, like you said, I haven't seen the motion yet, so it's starting to feel more and more like they're willing to stick. In this instance, I would trade again. They are in it. We expected Herbert Mahomes to sort of be a duo that could lock horns, but one of those two people has distanced themselves from the field significantly, and Herbert's supporting cast is nowhere close. And Mahomes was also elevated to supporting cast last year that I think many would say was less than impressive. So we've seen Mahomes do it with a loaded room. We've seen Mahomes do it with a limited room. We haven't really seen Herbert do it at all. So I think the Chargers are further away than any of us expected at this point.
Yes, I agree. There was some talk that Joe Alt might not be the first offensive lineman to go in the draft. That is going to be J.C. Latham, I believe his name is. That wouldn't work well for my bet, which is I guess now the third of those offensive linemen to be taken in the top 10, Fashanu. Mm-hmm. So if they do go offensive lineman, maybe the surprise is they don't go with Joe Alt, who has been the consensus number one offensive lineman the entire time since the end of the college football season. So I'm fascinated to see what the Chargers do here to kick off the Jim Harbaugh era. I would think, being a big fan of how you have to win games in the trenches, and it's kind of what led Michigan to a national championship, I would personally think that he would go offensive line, whether it's here at number 5 or whether you trade back and take, maybe one of the other offensive line. If Joe Alt probably wouldn't follow them because he's not getting past the Titans at number 7. I would think in Harbaugh fashion, they go offensive line here.
That's why it's funny too. I mean, when I'm trying to describe the Giants season last year, one of the dominant factors is that Daniel Jones or whoever was under center seemed constantly swarmed. It's very funny that for the first time in a long time, we're not talking about the Giants with any of these linemen. And I know why, but it's not like the line was a strength for New York either. It does seem like they're probably going to look a different direction.
Yeah, absolutely. I need to switch my broadcast because my broadcast isn't giving me any graphics. Like I need to know how much time they have left on the clock. And it's this NFL Network broadcast is very much, I feel like I need audio on. So I think I'm going to switch. Did you say you have a broadcast going on in the background or no?
I do not.
Raw dogging it.
Staring out a window. I mean, do you have the Eminem cast? Is that the problem? Or are you just watching Eminem stalk around in the green room?
Yeah, that's exactly what I have. I need to know how much time they have left on the clock so I can kind of run this show a little bit more smoothly, and I know how much time I have left in between them. What is the good broadcast? Is it ESPN?
I'm usually an ESPN guy, but I wouldn't call any of these broadcasts good.
No, the best broadcast is the one you're watching, even though I guess we're not kind of live showing what's happening. But 4 minutes. There we go. I'm on ESPN. They at least have a clock. The Chargers have 4 minutes left on the clock. You would think at this point that a trade would have happened. So maybe they go ahead and make their pick. The Chargers win total next season is 8.5, Adam.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't that seem high for a team that has nothing other than a quarterback?
It certainly does.
And it playing in a division, I mean, of the Broncos and Raiders aren't anything, but you're going to lose 2 games to the Chiefs.
And it's not to be unfair to Justin Herbert, who, I do think is a good quarterback. I'm not going to be like a social media quarterback, but
right.
We have a lot of years now banked of Justin Herbert. He hasn't exactly reversed the Chargers, like Chargersing guiding ethos, right? They're still a franchise known for almost reaching great heights and fumbling it tremendously or losing unlosable games. So keep that in mind as well. You're going to have a significant pivot before they're thought of as anything more than a footnote.
It has been announced the Chargers, I've just received word, are not trading their pick. So they will be picking at number 5, which I think goes against what a lot of people expected, I believe, or at least a portion of people expected the Chargers to trade back, potentially to the Vikings. There was word maybe the Vikings were going to trade up from number 11 to number 5 to take their quarterback. Doesn't seem to be the case there. So if they actually take an offensive lineman here, my bet, which I'm going to try not to mention my bets too often tonight, but Fashanu to be a top 10 pick at 3-1 would be looking pretty good if the Chargers do go offensive line here, because then you have the Titans who are most likely going to take an offensive line at 7. You have maybe the Bears do it at number 9, but then also number 10, the Jets. I mean, a lot of people talking Brock Bowers to the Jets as a tight end, but actually they're favored to take an offensive lineman to be their first pick. So you might see a kind of a mini run of offensive tackles here in the top 10 if that is the direction they go to. But obviously, if they want to take the next best receiver on the board, that would obviously be Malik Neighbors, or maybe a huge curveball gets thrown and Rome Odunze is the number 2 receiver taken off the board, which it's only a matter of time until we see a curveball in this NFL draft. It is not going to be the expected pick for all 32 picks tonight. I can guarantee you that.
And we used to call a curveball a Gettleman here in these parts, but now I'm actually not sure what he's up to, but I guarantee he's not running anybody's draft room.
Do you think he's watching?
I actually don't think he's watching. It's 8:45 on the East Coast. I think he saw the graphic for how long it was between picks on pick 2, and he went, I'm not doing this.
Yeah, makes sense. How do you feel about your Yankees tonight?
I
mean, it's nice that they kind of have an easy matchup on draft night.
No, they're getting stomped. They're putting 2 or 3 guys on base every inning and losing 3-1 to the A's right now. It's been remarkable.
Are they actually losing right now?
They went down in they loaded the bases with no outs in the first, didn't score. Every time I've checked, they've had 2 guys on and they have no additional runs. So yes, they're playing quite poorly.
So you do have a tab up of the Yankees game you're switching?
I have Twitter alerts, so my wrist is buzzing every time they do not pick up any runs, and I'm looking and I'm going, oh yeah, great, that's awesome.
The pick is in for the Los Angeles Chargers, and they are selecting offensive tackle Joe Alt, Notre Dame. So we are now 5 picks into the draft, and it's basically gone how a lot of people expected. There's a lot of mock drafters out there who are 5 for 5 right now, unless you expected the Chargers to be trading back. If you had the Chargers holding on to this pick, you may have correctly predicted the top 5 picks in the draft. I know that there's minus 200 odds for the top 4 to be what ended up being the top 4. This top 5 probably wasn't too far off that. So Joe Alt, offensive lineman, you got to protect Justin Herbert. You can find weapons other ways and free agency, maybe later on in the draft. The Chargers do have some of the best, the highest draft capital in this draft, so they are going to have other opportunities. But I agree with this pick, and I think it lines up with Jim Harbaugh's philosophy. Games are won and lost in the trenches, and you just got yourselves the best offensive tackle in the NFL draft.
Yeah, here's Justin Herbert and Joe Alt's first conversation. Hey, Joe. Oh, what's going on, Justin? No, nothing much. This is my clavicle. Can you just make sure that my clavicle look at what it's doing right now and how it's positioned. Make sure it stays that way for the duration of your career. Yeah, no problem. I've protected clavicles before. I could do that.
Now, I might be speaking out of turn because I'm not an NFL draft expert or even a college football expert. But I feel like Joe Alt might be the safest pick in the NFL draft this year. Yeah. Am I crazy for saying that?
No, I think you're right. And I think Notre Dame has earned that privilege, right? If a Notre Dame offensive lineman zips up the board, I think we can all sort of agree, okay, they've gotten that development process right. And if you're looking for a rock, you found one.
Especially an offensive tackle named Joe. Has there ever been a bad offensive tackle with the first name Joe? Joe Alt sounds and looks like a Pro Bowl eventual Hall of Famer tackle.
Yeah, and Control Alt Delete is a fun headline for when he wipes out people on blocks.
That's fantastic. I love that. Chargers media has to be excited about that. Oh, I didn't know I did not know, and maybe I should have. He's the son of John Alt, so he's the son of an NFLer as well. So you got more pedigree. Maybe not Marvin Harrison pedigree. But John Alt was a offensive lineman for the Chiefs, it looked like.
Which name do you prefer, John or Joe? Which goes better with Alt?
Joe Alt.
I think so, too.
I think the N on John breaks it up a little bit too much. Joe Alt just kind of just sounds like all one word.
Yeah.
6'8", 321 pounds. He's a big boy.
A little bit bigger than me. I just did the
little
math.
Bit. It might be 2 of us. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, can't go wrong with Joe Alt, offensive lineman from Notre Dame. So now your New York Giants, Adam, are on the clock. Here 6 minutes to go until time is up. Thoughts?
I think I would have said if I I think they are going to take the full duration still. I would have said they'd be hustling to try to trade up at some point, but obviously that didn't occur. That's no longer on the table for them. I think Neighbors falling to them. I prefer Odunze, but I think Neighbors falling to them gives them a clear path to probably just take chalk here. Again, if you take a quarterback, if it's JJ McCarthy for you, you are staking your reputation on it. You're looking at that out in Daniel Jones's contract. You are saying, I live and die by this pick. And Giants fans, if they do make that selection, you either have to say, you look at it, it's two ways on the same street. Either you found your QB, or Joe Shane had so much conviction behind this QB that he staked his whole reputation on it. And if he fails, he's gone. There will be very little middle ground after tonight if they do take McCarthy. He buys himself a little wiggle room if he takes a top wide receiver.
It's interesting that you like Rome Odunze better.
I do.
Why?
I think I enjoyed watching that high octane offense in Washington. I feel like I've heard Tyreek Hill buzz around Neighbors, and I've sort of seen Odunze be sort of a straight line, just the most comfortable target you could give a QB who needs comfortable targets. I mean, whether it's Daniel Jones or whether it's a backup, I think having a guy streaking down the field for the Giants, it's been Darius Slayton for several years, and he has sort of been hit or miss, 50-50 ball. You throw it up, he'll get there, but he might not bring it down. I would prefer to have that security downfield rather than another chess piece underneath like Neighbors.
Well, the pick is in. The 6th overall pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select wide receiver Malik Neighbors, LSU.
I'm not going to throw a fit. Look, this is another. I would call this chalk, right? I think the chaos in the draft would be if they'd reached for McCarthy or traded out of the selection. You're going to get a lot of the draft graders are going to give this one high marks because it's the guy they expected to see, and he's obviously a difference maker type. Wouldn't have been my choice, but again, I would have chosen one of those two wideouts, and I would have been relatively satisfied with either one. I'm happy here.
There are certainly mock drafters who are 6 for 6 through the first 6 picks, which does not happen. And not everyone, because a lot of people, thought the Chargers might have traded down, and some crazy people had some other possibilities. But for the most part, a lot of people, I think, would be 6 for 6 so far with their NFL mock drafts. No more excuses for Daniel Jones. It's now or never, right? Unless the Giants... when's their next pick? Do you know that off the top of your head? Not to put you on the spot, but do they have a chance to get like a Bo Nix or a Michael Penix?
At the tail end, I mean, I believe they have their high second round pick. So I think they could find their way towards the tail end of the first if they had the gumption to do so. Penix would be an interesting pick. I'd prefer him to Bo Nix for sure.
The Giants pick 47 next, so more middle of the second round. So they would probably have to trade up unless Penix or Nix completely falls off. So
yes, that's what you call in this business. My answer is what you call being wrong. They do not have the top of the second round pick.
It's my fault for putting you on the spot. I should have been ready with the answer myself.
I should have known. I should have known. Yeah.
To be fair, I don't know when the Falcons pick next. So to me, it's first round. I'll worry about the second round tomorrow. For today's all about the first round anyways.
Yeah.
All right, Adam, thank you so much for joining me for the first 6 picks of the draft. Let the people know where they can find your work, including the Yankee stuff, because it's also baseball season.
Yeah, if you are watching the Yankees tonight against the A's instead of the Knicks-Sixers Game 3 or the NFL Draft's first round, you might want to join us on yanksgoyard.com or the Yanks Go Yard podcast. We stream twice a week, double live episodes, and they go up on all podcast feeds. The Baseball Insiders, I'm live twice a week as well with Fansiders MLB insider Robert Murray. And check out Fansiders network of MLB sites. I am on Twitter at Adam Weinrib.
All right, love it. Have a good night. If you're still awake and the Giants somehow trade back into the first round, I'd love to have you back on. But also wouldn't blame you if you fall asleep because it's late.
Well, let's see. Flag me if they do, and if you're still floating around here, I would be happy to rejoin.
All right, sounds good. All right, thank you so much, Adam. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's coming up to my time of the draft. I'm wearing my brand new Kirk Cousins jersey. The Atlanta Falcons, Titans on the clock now. Atlanta Falcons come in at number 8. But I will not be here by myself to talk the Atlanta Falcons. I'll be joined by a fellow Falcons fan, which is nice because being a Falcons fan who is from Canada but lives in New York City, I don't get to talk to Falcons fans very often, so I'm very excited to bring on my next guest, John Bueller, staff writer with Fansided. He's got a jersey on too. What jersey you got on, John?
Deion Sanders, 92. The only way to go.
Love it. Deion Sanders, you got the past, I got the present. Kirk Cousins is their quarterback, John. We got the number 8 overall pick coming up. Let's start right there. Obviously, we'll talk about the Titans when they make their selection here in 6 minutes. I think they go offensive line. I would hope, based on my bet, that is Fashanu. That would be a great start to my betting day for the NFL draft. But John, I have a very specific opinion about what the Falcons do at number 8. But I'm curious your take first. What do you think the Dirty Birds do in that spot?
I thought a lot about this. I think the most logical thing they need to do is they got to get the best pass rusher available. I think it's Dallas Turner. I watched him in the SEC championship in Atlanta, just wreck my Georgia Bulldogs. He's fantastic, but I've also seen Laiatu Latu out of UCLA be very popular as well. Jared Verse out of Florida State. And I've also seen, some ties to Quinyon Mitchell, the cornerback out of Toledo, Tyrion Arnold out of Alabama. Honestly, if we want to get Romadunze and get Kirk Cousins another weapon, that's great. Just basically all I care about is don't draft J.J. McCarthy or Michael Penix here at all. That's the only thing I care about. No, we don't need more pain, dude.
So I agree in the fact that what the Falcons need is a pass rusher. The Falcons are like the Bears have been with the quarterback, where the Bears are cursed to never have a good quarterback. It feels like the Falcons are cursed to just never get a good pass rusher. So we absolutely need a pass rusher. We have not been able to pressure the quarterback at all in the past handful of years. But why I actually don't think they'll do that is because they've been very vocal the past few years about not drafting for need and just taking the best player available. We saw that with Bijan Robinson last year, despite Tyler Algier coming off a 1,000-yard rookie season. I mean, they took a tight end in Kyle Pitts at number 4 overall a couple years ago. So that's why I think they go Rome Odunze, because I'm going to assume the Titans don't pick him here, but I mean, maybe they do. If Rome Odunze is there in number 8, I think he's the best player available. And if the Falcons stick to their strategy that they've been very vocal about, I think they would take him.
I don't hate that. That would really thwart the Bears' plans at 9, because we know that's a guy that Caleb Williams had a lot of, he knew pretty well from their Pac-12 days. And obviously Rome Odunze would kind of fill that wide receiver 2 role that we've been needing in Atlanta for a while. I mean, we know what Drake London can do. We got Darnell Mooney and then Cadell Hodges back. The offensive line's good. We're really just missing that other 1A wide receiver, and Rome Odunze could be plug and play right away.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't complain about getting Kirk Cousins another weapon as I'm wearing my Kirk Cousins jersey. And then the Titans pick is in. And they did go offensive line. Unfortunately, not the guy that I was hoping in terms of my bets, but the official pick is in. The Titans select number 7 overall, J.C. Latham. Once again, one of the many names I've probably mispronounced tonight, from Alabama, offensive tackle. Or did I nail that name? John, is it Latham?
Yeah, it's J.C. Latham, blue chip prospect coming out, your quintessential 5-star.
Yep.
Goes to Alabama, a little bit more kind of, my neck of the woods there down in Atlanta. Certainly had a really good Alabama career. Did make Caden Proctor there, who transferred to Iowa and came back, made him kind of look bad. But I thought Latham was kind of going to go to the Chargers. I know we saw so many mocks with the Chargers possibly moving back to get J.J. McCarthy. But yeah, Latham's a good safe pick there. I mean, probably, offensive tackle 2 to 4. I kind of agree with you and Adam Weinrib here. Where clearly Joe Alt was number 1. I thought Alt was kind of going to go more to the Titans at 7, but because I think that highly of Malik Neighbors there for sure. But it's like you said, it's pretty much been chalk up to this point. No real trades here. Maybe you think Atlanta could move back from 8, possibly.
That is also possible. I mean, you could certainly, especially if they want to get an edge rusher, why not move back a few spots? Maybe the Vikings come up from 11 and take a quarterback, move back a few spots, and you're still going to have, one of the top 3 guys at edge. So that's certainly possible. You can probably definitely take a corner at that spot. So yeah, it is this might be the first pick that's going to be a curveball to the draft, because, like we've been saying, it's been pretty straightforward through the first 7 picks, no trades at all so far, which is interesting. I wonder if the Titans were hoping the Chargers traded back so Joe Alt would fall to number 7. I know Joe Alt, in terms of the betting odds, minus 105, I think he was, to go number 7 overall, which is obviously to the Titans. So it was about a 50% chance. That did not happen with the Chargers staying put at 5 and taking an offensive lineman. So, I just became nervous for the first time. I don't know what the Falcons are going to do. Matthew in the chat says Falcons picking another running back. That's hilarious, Matthew. Very funny. I think we can say I think it's safe to say they're not taking a running back.
No, I mean, at this point, I kind of trust Terry Fontenot to do whatever he's done. His first 3 first-round picks have all been outstanding. Really has given the Falcons I don't know. I think this team can win the division or something like that. We'll see kind of what the Jaguars have been probably the last couple of years, kind of make that precipitously leap up. But I'm pretty excited here. We can't take a quarterback here. That's the only thing I care about.
That would be shocking.
I know.
But he did say in his press conference he would take anyone, and he didn't rule out a quarterback. But I mean, I don't think he would go that far. H says closed. Joe Walt closed at minus 250 to go 7. So I guess based on the odds, it was a curveball for him to go a little bit earlier to the Chargers. But yeah, we'll see what the Falcons do here. I want to ask you, John, about Kyle Pitts.
Okay.
Very good rookie season. Not great since then, but he hasn't had, great quarterbacks to throw him the ball. But even if you think he's a good pass catcher, who's throwing the ball does not affect your blocking ability. And that is something Kyle Pitts cannot do. What do we do with Kyle Pitts? Is there any chance that we take Brock Bowers here and maybe even move Kyle Pitts out to slot? Is that possible at all? What's the answer? Because Kyle Pitts, I still think, is a very, very good pass-catching tight end, but he simply can't block.
That's not really his thing. I mean, if the Falcons took Brock Bowers here, I might ascend to heaven. You may not see me on this podcast anymore. I'd lose my mind. That guy, we're talking about my alma mater. We're talking about like the best tight end in college football history, 2-time Mackey Award winner. I think in pretty much every other draft, this would be a top 5 pick. So I don't think he's going to make it past maybe the Colts at 15. I think the Jets are pretty high on Bowers here. But I guess to bring it back home with Pitts, he's still on his rookie contract. Give him the 5th-year option. I think Cousins can get him the ball, kind of use him more as a receiver. He wasn't really asked to block a lot there in a Dan Mullen's offense there in Florida. It'll be interesting, but I think there's just too much receiving talent there. And I think Zach Robinson's going to put him in a position to succeed. And I mean, it's going to be a little more passing centric here in Atlanta, probably looking more at like 11 personnel, not basically running something that was derived from the wishbone under Arthur Smith. Thank God.
Oh, thank God Arthur Smith is no longer here. Before the Falcons make their pick here, John, because we haven't talked about Kirk Cousins. Do you like the Kirk Cousins signing for the Falcons? Because it seems to be a polarizing move for Atlanta.
I think it's great. I think you're basically getting a top 8 to 12 quarterback. You're basically kind of getting a younger version of Matt Ryan, one of the most accurate passers of his generation. I've been a Cousins fan since his Michigan State days. He always tends to plays with a chip on his shoulder. I think the fact that his wife is a UGA grad from Alpharetta, I think people seem to kind of think like he's kind of like an Atlanta transplant that lives down here.
Yep, got married in Atlanta.
Yeah, people seem to like him and they know what he can do. Still kind of find it weird that okay. Yes, look at this.
Oh my God. Producer Joanne, please tell me you're pranking us right now.
This is okay, cool. All right, yeah.
The Atlanta Falcons have selected Michael Penix from Washington. That's a quarterback.
Look, Why
are we taking a quarterback at number 8? I knew the Falcons take the best player available. I didn't think the best player available was Michael Penix. John, what are we doing?
We're the Falcons. This is what we do, man. I will say though, I do like Penix as a person. I loved watching him at UW and everything like that. I'll try to talk you off the ledge. I know I'm not going to be able to do that. This is probably going to
ruin. You said a couple minutes ago anything but a quarterback. I laughed. I said that's not possible. Maybe trade up back into the first round late to take Penix. Maybe if Penix falls to us in the second round, we take him. What are we doing? What are we doing taking Penix, John?
It's the thing that I have an issue with is like he's 24 or he's about to be 24. He tore his ACL twice. I think once at Indiana, maybe in high school or something like that. Has a lot of variance here. But I mean, I never had him higher than like QB 5 on my board. Yes, you're just going to give up, aren't you, man? I'm so sorry. This is Falcons football here. This is what we're all about, just finding ways to just completely just be more snake bitten than humanly possible. This is going to make for great content. I can vamp as long as humanly possible while you try to get your grips here. But look, Penix probably throws the best deep ball of anybody in this draft class. I do like his mental makeup as a leader far more than Caleb Williams, who I kind of think honestly has some Jeff George energy in him. Drake May has probably the biggest variance of any quarterback in there as well. But I mean, I do like Penix more than McCarthy. I'm trying to be more optimistic about this. I mean, granted, I hated the Drake London pick 2 years ago. Like, I did not think that was what I would do at all. But
John, we just signed Kirk Cousins.
I know
This guy can't even take a snap for us for 5 seasons. What are we doing? Why not trade down? He wasn't going to go the top 10. He wasn't going to go top 15.
No, that's why I would have.
Why do we at least trade
that's
down?
Why I would have traded down. Like, I don't understand. Like, you have the need for Dallas Turner there. You have Jared Verse. You could satisfy. You get Quinyon Mitchell. You can get Terry Arnold. I just think that this is the type of stuff that gets GMs drafted. I think Terry Fontenot's built up a lot of equity in the last 3 years to do what he wants. But honestly, this is probably the worst pick and the biggest shock. Nobody saw this coming. I knew Atlanta was tight on Michael Penix Jr., but this is ruined your night.
As soon as they pull me back in, the Falcons do the opposite to me. As soon as I'm in, they push me back out. This is unbelievable.
I know.
This might be the worst draft pick of all time, and I'm not even. I like Michael Penix Jr. to be honest. So it pains me to even trash this pick this much. But you just threw money at Kirk Cousins, and then you have a number 8 pick, and you take Michael Penix Jr., a guy who you could even trade back and get, a guy you probably could have traded back into the first round, late in the first round to pick. You have so many holes. Even if you didn't want to fill one of the holes, at least take a playmaker. Take a Roma Dunze who's still available. What are they doing, John? What are they doing to us? Why? We can't even see this guy on the field for 5 years. What are we doing? He's going to be 30 years old by the time he takes a snap for the Falcons.
I know, man. There probably won't be the Atlanta Falcons anymore. We'll probably be playing in San Antonio. I like the player. I hate where he went and trying to basically make the best of this. But hey, the Jets did use a second-round pick on Christian Hackenberg like 5 years ago. So yeah, my phone's blowing up. I'm sure yours are too.
Mine.
It is a time, There are no bandwagon Falcons fans. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. I became a Falcons fan because when I was like 12 years old, I bought Madden 2005, and I made a player and put him in the draft, and he got drafted by the Falcons. And I said, whatever team picks my fake player on Madden will be the team I cheer for the rest of my life. And it's been nothing but heartbreak and pain since, John. This is unbelievable.
Yeah.
All right, I'll let you go. I now have to sit through another 3 hours of this. I got another guest coming on soon to talk to New York Jets. So I don't know how I can continue doing this show after that pick, but life goes on, the draft goes on. John, any final thoughts?
I'll kind of be around. I may not be as sober later, but if they draft like another defensive tackle or something else, I don't know. I guess I'll be around. I'll pour one out for you later, man. God bless.
I appreciate that. And if for some reason they trade back into the first round, I'll have you on. And hey, maybe they make a good selection with their next pick. Who knows?
It's fine, man. Okay. Have a great rest of your draft.
All right. Take care, John. Thanks for coming on. I'm speechless, my friends. I thought my prediction of them going receiver was like me being like, okay, I know the Falcons, they're not going to draft for need. The past couple of years, I thought they were going to draft for need. They fooled me. They just took the best player available. This year, I'm going to be smart, and I'm going to predict that they're going to take a receiver, especially if Roma Dunze is available. Played out exactly how I figured they would, And then they shocked me even more. I didn't go far. I actually said they might take Brock Bowers because that would be the best player available. I didn't go far enough. I should have taken it another step further and say, but even if they went quarterback, isn't JJ McCarthy the number 4 quarterback? We took the number 5, maybe the number 6 quarterback in the draft at 8 overall. I'm speechless. The last 5 minutes have been a blur. Who picks next? The Bears? We just gifted them Rome Odunze. And the pick is in. Official pick, 9th overall, the Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze because of course they do. Wide receiver, Washington. Well, congratulations, Bears fans. You got your guy. I thought we were about to steal him from you. Adam was on earlier. He thought Rome Odunze was the second best. Ooh, the shot of the crowd there is unbelievable. Adam thought Rome Odunze was the number 2 quarterback in the draft, or number 2 receiver. I can't even get my thoughts together right now. Like, I need the draft to I need the draft to pause. Can we pause so I can process my feelings about this pick? He's good. You don't know talent. Alex in the chat says he's good. You don't know talent. I have no issue with Michael Penix as a quarterback. I actually think he's going to be a good quarterback in the NFL. That's not my issue. I'm not saying he's a bad quarterback. Alex in the chat. My issue is the fact that the Falcons selected him 8 overall. And when they just gave a ton of money, they just backed up the Brinks truck to Kirk Cousins. For what, a 4-year contract? 3-year contract? All right. The Bears have selected. I'm sorry, I don't really have too much to say. Rome Odunze to the Bears. I mean, great for them. Great for him. It makes a lot of sense. So we are going to move on to our next guest. And I'm going to apologize in advance to him because my brain is jumbled right now. Or maybe we won't, because maybe the Jets have made a trade. And which is what I'm hearing, that the Jets have made a trade. Yeah, good backup. Yeah, 8 overall, good backup, Alex. Yeah, 8 overall, great. That's the position you want when you select 8 overall, is you want to take a backup quarterback. You know what? If we didn't sign Kirk Cousins, I would be jumping for joy about this pick, because I actually like Penix Jr. better than JJ McCarthy. I'd be ecstatic if we didn't sign Cousins. But why did I buy a Kirk Cousins jersey? I should have waited and bought a Michael Penix Jr. jersey. So they're just swapping picks with the Vikings here. It is what I'm hearing. If we can get that official, Joanne, if you can just let me know if that's official. And once again, I apologize. My brain is scrambled. I'll try to pull myself together here. If it's just a swap of a pick, I think we can just bring Justin in. Going to bring in Justin Freed to talk some New York Jets. If it is just a swap, if we can get confirmation on that. Because then they just move right back. It'd be the Jets at 11 and the Vikings at 10. If the Vikings do pick 10, I would assume that JJ McCarthy, I guess. But then why would you trade up? Is it that just to prevent someone else because the Jets aren't taking JJ McCarthy? Or maybe they would. I don't know what to believe anymore. My entire life has been a lie, apparently. Burn the Cousins jersey. Maybe I have to. No, I can't do that. All right, yes, it looks like it is a swap, so I'll bring in our next guest, Justin Freed, editor for Fansided. He writes for the Jet Press. Justin, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing, buddy? It's been a rough time the last few minutes.
Not good, Justin. As a fan of teams that generally stink and break my heart, I thought at least an NFL draft would be a safe space, but apparently not. Apparently they can find new ways to break my heart. But
believe me, as a Jets fan, I've found many ways where the Jets have broken my heart in the draft over the years. It is a regular occurrence, I would say.
Yeah, the Jets would be one of the few fan bases I can certainly relate to from a football perspective. So let's talk Jets. If you just want to talk to me about this trade and about what you think they're going to go at number 11, because I need 30 seconds here to collect my thoughts. So just talk to me about what the Jets are doing here.
It's going to be Brock Bowers. I'd be stunned if it was not Brock Bowers. I believe that Rome Odunze was the number 1 guy on the Jets board. They're hoping that he would fall to 10. He did not. They were probably considering trading up. There was some rumors that they might move up to 8 or 9. Obviously, the Falcons were not listening to trade offers, or at least they wanted to stay put and draft Michael Penix, which, hey, man, good for you. And the Bears were not going to pass on Roma Dunze. So the Jets are moving down with the Vikings. The Vikings, I imagine, and it is official, I believe they're drafting J.J. McCarthy, which is expected. I imagine preventing a team like the Broncos from potentially jumping up, or the Raiders. And the Jets, I imagine all signs would point to them drafting Brock Bowers here. They wanted a pass catcher. It seems to be that is their preference over offensive line. It's still possible that they draft an offensive lineman here, but I'd be very surprised if it was not Brock Bowers.
Yeah, so the next official pick is in. We'll just cover that while we have you here, Justin, before the Jets do make their pick. It is Vikings 10th overall quarterback, J.J. McCarthy, Michigan. Not many people would have expected that he'd be the 5th quarterback off the board. Not many people would have expected that we would have 5 quarterbacks off the board in the first 10 picks. I wonder if that has ever happened in the NFL draft. Makes a lot of sense. I guess they just wanted to trade for the pick to make sure nobody else could trade up with the Jets to take the pick. I would assume that's their thought process, because Justin, there's no way the Jets were going to take J.J. McCarthy in that spot, correct?
No, the Jets were not considering a quarterback at all. Look, no one thought the Falcons would take a quarterback, right? So I can say that with as much certainty as I could have said it about the Falcons. But it would be as much of a stunner if the Jets took a quarterback at any point. This definitely feels like the Vikings just kind of being proactive, jumping ahead of the Jets so that no other team can do it first. And for the Jets' perspective, obviously it's a no-brainer. They're going to move back. The Vikings are not going to draft the player that they want. The Jets picked up an extra 4th and a 5th round pick. The Jets also gave up number 203, which is what they got in the Zach Wilson trade. No-brainer for the Jets. They recoup some extra draft capital, and yeah, man, they're probably going to end up with the player they wanted anyway.
Yeah, no brainer. Unless they were going to take McCarthy, and like you said, that very, very, very little chance they were going to. And I guess if they were going to, they wouldn't have made the trade, because why would you? Nothing but upside there for the Jets. And now they are on the clock, and you think they'd take Brock Bowers. I will say, just to put a cap on J.J. McCarthy, you're obviously coming off a national championship with Michigan. The Vikings desperately needed a quarterback. A lot of people predicted that they were going to move up to get him at some point. Most people thought they were going to trade up with the Chargers to take J.J. McCarthy. But Justin, in general, do you have any thoughts on J.J. McCarthy as a quarterback? Because a lot of people thought that maybe he was only as good as he was because he played for such a good team and he didn't have to throw the ball a ton. Just really quick, do you have any, feel about J.J. McCarthy as an NFL quarterback?
I definitely thought that the NFL is a lot higher on him than they probably should have been, or at least that's what it seemed like. I mean, he fell to 10, so who knows how high they actually were on him. But the pre-draft hype was definitely getting a little bit much. Anybody that was putting him over Drake May, I thought that was pretty crazy. Honestly, even over Jaden Daniels. I mean, not many people said that, but seems wild to me. I think it's telling that when you're talking about a quarterback prospect, the first 2 things you say are he's a winner and a leader. Generally, there's that's a pretty telltale sign that he may not be, the quarterback that you might want to draft in the top 10. Because, I feel like in the NFL nowadays, you're drafting for upside. If you're drafting a quarterback in the top 10, if you are using a premium asset on a QB, you want to make sure that guy can compete with the best of the best and has a chance to be a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. I don't think I see that ceiling with J.J. McCarthy. I see kind of more of a cross between like a Baker Mayfield type and, something along those lines. I just, whether it's the lack of size, the physical traits, I think he can be a good quarterback in the NFL. I just don't think I see that top 5, top 10 ceiling. So using a top 10 pick on him seems like a bit much to me, but I get why the Vikings did it. Also a couple things I'm seeing here. The Jets might not draft Bowers. They might not draft Bowers. That's a separate point, but throwing that out there. There's a little Connor Hughes of SNY saying the Jets might take Ola Fashanu here from Penn State, offensive tackle.
My next actual question to you, Justin, or maybe it was even a comment, is that, and I saw a ton of people say if Brock Bowers is there for the Jets, they will be drafting Brock Bowers. But when you look at the betting odds, and obviously I'm, a betting guy, the odds were actually favored for the Jets to select offensive linemen, was the betting favorite. Now, it wasn't an odds-on favorite. It was plus 110, which is like a 47% chance, 45% chance. But the betting odds in the overall opinion of media differed a little bit with what the Jets were going to do. So it's interesting that you say that report says the Jets may be going offensive line here, because like I said, that's the direction the betting odds specifically indicated the Jets may go.
It's interesting because I saw that like the betting odds favored them taking O-line, but if it was like specific individual favorite players, Bowers was like far and away above anyone else. Obviously, that's because people don't know which offensive lineman, one, would be available, and two, that they would take. So that those kind of odds kind of just, ate into each other. If they did take an offensive lineman, Fashanu also surprises me, because I would have expected that they would have Troy Fautanu from Washington a little bit higher on their board, even maybe Taliesin Fuaga. But O-line does make sense if they do go that route, and I would prefer it probably slightly to Bowers. Of course, the Jets did remake their O-line this offseason. They signed Tyron Smith. They signed John Simpson. They traded for Morgan Moses. But there are some genuine injury concerns with that O-line. Tyron Smith has not played more than 13 games in the season in almost a decade, so expecting him to play 17 games, it's not going to happen. Morgan Moses, while he's been really durable throughout his career, is coming off of off-season shoulder surgery, so that's something else you got to consider. And then the other part of it is that Elijah Vera Tucker has missed significant time in each of the last 2 seasons with major injuries. So we'll see if they go O-line here. I don't think I think it's very possible that they do. And I think we're probably going to get the pick announced momentarily.
And also, you obviously have to keep Aaron Rodgers healthy. That should be their number one concern this season. So that makes a lot of sense as well. Not that anybody cares about my bets, but I did mention earlier that I have a bet at 3-1 for Fashanu to be a top 10 pick. And my belief was that if he was there for the Jets at number 10, the Jets would go that route. So this is going to be the first bad beat of the draft for my bets. Once again, nobody cares, obviously, but for the Jets now to just trade back one spot and then to take the guy I expect them to take hurts. It's a little salt on the wound after the Falcons take Penix Jr., which I'm still trying to process, to be completely honest. It's hard for me to think about anything else other than why in the hell the Falcons drafted Penix Jr. at 8 overall. But I will have more time to talk about that later on in the draft. It is the Jets' turn, so I don't want to take away from that. But full disclosure, I'm a bottle of emotions right now.
I don't blame you. That was a stunning pick. I saw the message come across my phone, and I was like, that's insane. Definitely the stunner of the draft so far. Probably going to be a stunner of the entire draft, I imagine. Real quick on Bowers. Bowers also makes sense for the Jets. Like, whatever direction they go here, as long as it's pass catcher or an offensive lineman, it makes sense. Of course, they do have a pretty good tight end in Tyler Conklin, who's a solid player, but Bowers is a lot more than a tight end. He's an offensive weapon, and I know that term gets overused a lot, but it's what he is. They are still looking for kind of an extra offensive playmaker, specifically, more of like a third wide receiver type, because they have Allen Lazard, but he was very bad last year. And he's currently penciled in as their wide receiver 3. So if they were to draft Brock Bowers, run a lot of 12 personnel, your skill group could be Garrett Wilson, Mike Williams if he's healthy, Brock Bowers, Tyler Conklin, Breece Hall. I think that rivals a lot of skill position groups in the NFL. So that makes sense as well. And then they could always go receiver later, maybe day 2, day 3, because it is such a loaded wide receiver class. And I think that's also the thinking if they go Bowers. All right, the pick is in. The pick, I've seen the pick if you'd like. Would you like to
just give it 1 second? Let's wait for producer Joanne to get everything all teed up here.
All good.
I'm just seeing on my screen JJ McCarthy for some reason. My brain is so scrambled. I thought that was to the Jets, but obviously to the Vikings. Okay, it is official here. The New York Jets have selected Olu Fashanu, offensive tackle, Penn State. So that report that you saw, Justin, did end up coming true. So there you go. A lot of people thought Brock Bowers, offensive line was the other option, and that is the way that they've gone with Fashanu. I know you've already given us your thoughts, but now that it is official, what's your initial reaction to the pick?
I'm happy. I'm very happy. I would have rather preferred Olu Fashanu or an offensive lineman over Brock Bowers. I think that the offensive line depth is definitely a genuine concern. They have a couple of guys that they drafted in the mid-round the last few years, Max Mitchell and Carter Warren, but neither has shown anything to believe that, make me believe that they can step in and play a significant role if injuries occur. Olu Fashanu is not only your left tackle of the future, because Tyron Smith is obviously not a long-term solution, but he is someone who is immediately your best offensive lineman on the bench, and he will play this year. Tyron Smith's not playing 17 games. I don't know if Elijah Vera Tucker is going to play 17 games. Again, Morgan Moses also has that injury that he's coming off of. So Jets needed to get offensive line depth. It was either going to happen now or later in the draft, and maybe they would, look at free agency, sign a guy like a Donovan Smith, David Bakhtiari, which look, Bakhtiari's, yeah, he has the relationship with Aaron Rodgers. That's still probably on the table, but I think it becomes a lot less likely now that they drafted Ola Fashanu. I'm very happy with this. My top pick was Roma Dunze. I would have loved that they were able to grab him. I would have been happy with them trading up. But, the Jets didn't have a ton of draft capital coming into this draft. They didn't have a second-round pick because of the Aaron Rodgers deal. So not only do they trade, they pick up extra draft picks because they picked up an extra 4 and a 5 by moving down, but they get Ola Fashanu. He is your left tackle of the future. He fills an immediate need as a crucial piece in that offensive line depth. I really like the pick.
All right, perfect. Glad to hear it. Yeah, that was kind of the ideal, the dream scenario for the Jets. You pick up a couple more picks and you get your guy anyways. So great stuff for the Jets. Justin, thank you so much for joining me. I'll let you go because I know you got to get some stuff up there on the Jet Press. So I encourage everyone watching, especially the Jets fans watching, to head over and check out Justin's work over at the Jet Press. Anything else that you want to plug here before we let you go?
Yeah, no, check us out. We got a YouTube channel going up. We had a few pre-draft interviews, had some pre-draft interviews going up here right on Stacking the Box as well. So check those out. And yeah, man, I'm praying for you. I'm hoping that that Michael Penix works out. He's a fun story. I'm rooting for Michael Penix. He's a good player. I think he's a good player. Yeah,
and like I've said a little bit earlier, I like Michael Penix Jr. So I don't like the fact that I'm trashing this pick because I would, if the Falcons took him later in the draft, it would have been ecstatic. But yeah. Anyways, all right, Justin, thanks so much for hopping on. I appreciate it. I'm sorry, friends. I'm going to be talking about the Falcons more. Do you guys know that meme of from the boys of Homelander, and he's in the theater and he can't hear anything? It's just like a high-pitched noise in his ear. That's how I feel right now. I can't really think about anything else. So to hopefully talk me through this, I need this man more than ever. He is my co-host on Green on the Greens. He is a Cowboys fan, and he's going to be joining me for the next handful of picks here for the next while, actually. Cody Williams.
Yeah, I'm just here to talk about the Zurich Classic with you, man.
Yeah, I would love to talk something else, Cody. Let's talk Zurich Classic. No, I mean, talk to me. I don't know. Joe Summers in the chat. I'm sorry, and my phone has been going off the. My fiance is out in the kitchen. I need to text her and get her to bring me a drink. I wasn't gonna drink tonight, Cody, but this is the last thing I expected. Alex in the chat at one point there a few minutes ago said Raheem Morris implementing a 2-quarterback system.
Oh my god,
that's what we need.
That's
Crow
the next evolution
Ian
of the Wildcat.
Yes. Crow asked Ian, jersey still on? Yes, my jersey's still on. I mean, this is a brand new jersey. Just came in the mail last week. Kirk Cousins was my guy. I interviewed him. I made my pitch. We gave him a lot of money, and then we used our number 8 overall pick on another quarterback. I will say next on the clock is the Denver Broncos, I believe, who I don't think have traded or anything. They're going to pick it. Is it Bo Nix? Do we go 6 quarterbacks here in the first 12 picks? I don't know, Cody. Just whatever you want to talk about, take it away for 30 seconds. I got to get a drink order in.
I will tell you this, that the Broncos taking Bo Nix at 12 would be exponentially more egregious than the Falcons taking Michael Penix at 8. Michael Penix is head and shoulders above Bo Nix, in my opinion, in terms of being an NFL prospect. So at least you didn't take Bo Nix. Let's look at that silver lining for you.
True. I would rather Penix than Bo Nix. That's a great point.
Yeah, we just got to build you back up just piece by piece, little by little at this point. I mean, it's tough because I definitely thought that the Falcons were going to go defense, but apparently this defensive class is just not valued. Albert Breer tweeted out right before I came on that this is the first class ever that a defensive player has not been taken in the top 10. It's the first time that's ever happened.
Didn't even realize, but that's true.
Yeah, so I mean, I think it's surprising, but at the same time, we'd heard a lot of rumors that Michael Penix was going to go, could go top 10, could go 13 to the Raiders. It seemed like the league valued him a lot more than the general, analyst community, the draft community did. And I guess
pick is in, Cody.
Not
to interrupt you. The 12th pick overall in the 2024 NFL entry draft, the Denver Broncos select quarterback Bo Nix from Oregon. 6 quarterbacks in 12 picks. The over-under for quarterbacks in the first round, I believe, was 5.5. The over has hit 12 picks in. 50% of the picks so far in this draft have been quarterbacks. So maybe if Michael Penix Jr. was the Falcons guy and they got an inkling that everyone else was going to be gone by midway through the first round, maybe that's why they had to do it. But Bo Nix to the Broncos. Who's feeling worse right now? Falcons fans or Broncos fans? The difference is the Broncos did need a quarterback. Now, I would prefer Penix over Bo Nix, but the Broncos did need a quarterback. The Falcons didn't.
I would prefer Jarrett Stidham over Bo Nix. Like that, honestly, Bo Nix is I have Bo Nix ranked behind Spencer Rattler. He is my 7th quarterback in this class. I think that the Oregon offense was set up to cater to everything Bo Nix does well. Perhaps Sean Payton is going to be able to do it. That's like the one silver lining if you're a Broncos fan. But at the same time, I just do not see it with him. I don't think he has the NFL. I just don't think he has the NFL traits that a lot of these guys do. I think he's a game manager, but I think his ceiling is so unbelievably low. Like your guy Kirk Cousins has been criticized for his entire career about how low his ceiling is, how low he makes a ceiling for a team. Bo Nix is that, but like times a billion.
You don't need to bring Kirk Cousins into this conversation.
Oh, I do not buy into this narrative. I'm just telling you what the predominant narrative is.
Sorry, I interrupted you. No, finish your thought.
I was just going to say, going back to Kirk Cousins, because I feel like we're just going to be Falcon-centric quite a lot of time to kill time. The way Kirk Cousins' contract is structured, there is an out after 2 years. And I don't necessarily like the fact of taking a 24-year-old quarterback to sit for 2 years behind Kirk Cousins, but I don't hate the idea of a contingency plan in place when there is an out in that contract. It's not the Vikings deal where it was fully guaranteed for every year of the deal.
Right. And just to put a cap on Bo Nix, 3 years at Auburn, 2 years at Oregon, felt like he played college football forever. Last season was obviously his best season. This is why he was taken so high in the draft, which, to be fair, I mean, even if you don't think he's an NFL caliber quarterback, you have to tip your cap to how good of a season he had. 4,500 yards, 9.6 yards per pass attempt, 45 touchdowns, and maybe what might be the most promising thing for Broncos fans is just 3 interceptions. And even in his 4 previous seasons, interceptions were never an issue for Bo Nix. 6, 7, 3, 7, 3. He did not turn the ball over, which I would say is got to be the most promising thing for Broncos fans now that you know Bo Nix is your quarterback.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's very careful. Like, he's going to take care of the ball. And I think Sean Payton will design the Broncos offense to look a lot like the Oregon offense, which was a lot of throws behind the line of scrimmage, a lot of, very short parts of the field. Sean Payton is a good offensive mind. He's a little bit aggressive, a little bit insane in my opinion, but I do think that he will design an offense that puts Bo Nix in the best position to be the best version of Bo Nix. I'm just not sure the best version of Bo Nix is someone you take in the first round, much less the top 15.
Okay, so next on the clock is the Raiders, the Las Vegas Raiders, who a lot of people thought Michael Penix Jr. I should have bet Michael Penix Jr. to the Falcons. He was like 50-1 to go to the Falcons, and I saw it today and I didn't bet it because I was like, he's not going to be around when they pick in the second round. I didn't think he was going to go 8 overall. Raiders obviously not going to go quarterback now, sign Gardner Minshew.
You say obviously, are we sure?
Who's next? Spencer Rattler, 13th overall?
Spencer Rattler or someone. I don't know, man. At this point, all bets are off at this point.
So before we figure out what that pick is going to be, producer Joanne, big Spencer Rattler fan, as a South Carolina alum. So
that's right.
There you go. Yeah, we'll see. I actually thought the Falcons might take Spencer Rattler in this second or third round. I actually didn't hate that, but regardless, we got an ad read to get through here, Cody.
Okay.
If I can somehow figure my brain out enough to be able to read this ad right now. FanDuel. If you haven't downloaded the FanDuel app yet, you will definitely want to take advantage of this offer. New users who sign up through our link must deposit $10 and place a first wager of $5 on any live bet. Once your first bet settles, you will receive $150 in bonus bets, even if that bet loses. This offer is only available if you sign up through our link, bit.ly/fansidedfd. You can find that link in the description below our stream, or what you can just do is scan the QR code up in the top left-hand corner of the screen there right now. But if you do want to type in the link, it is bit.ly/fansidedfd. This offer will end shortly after the game or draft, so make sure you don't miss out. Offer is only available to the new customers who are 21 plus and physically present in legal gambling states. Please remember to always gamble responsibly. Check the episode description for the full terms of the offer. So go sign up for FanDuel using our link, deposit at least $10, and no matter what happens with your first wager of $5, it doesn't have to be on any live bet. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets. I wasn't going to drink tonight, but I have been delivered. I've been hand delivered a beer. I need something to help me out a little bit here, Cody. I'm struggling. I'm drinking. This is it's a 7.9% stout.
Love that journey for you. That's what you need right now. Like, you couldn't go with the seltzer right now. That's too light.
I'm going to be honest. I'm a stout guy. Not good.
Okay. Oh no.
Not good.
Oh no.
Which it's just another cherry on top of my night, Cody. I decide to have a drink to help calm my nerves, and I take a sip, and it's disgusting.
Oh god, that means you just gotta chug it. Like, you should have just shotgunned a stout. That's the night. That's the vibes.
I love a good stout too, but this is not. It's a milk stout, and I don't think I'm a milk stout guy. The milk stout last week I didn't like either. All right, let's talk the NFL draft, Cody, because that's why we're here.
Yeah.
The Raiders, I guess they have 2.5 minutes left until they pick. Not going to go quarterback, you would assume. Gardner Minshew, they're going to roll with him, which, to be honest, I don't really blame. Gardner Minshew was a dropped pass away from leading the Colts to the AFC South title last year. And they have a lot of other positions that they could certainly draft. I believe the betting favorite was for them to go offensive line, and the pick is in. And we'll get it here in just a moment. But really quick, Cody, what is your prediction, unless you've already read it, which I haven't, but prediction for the Raiders?
So I have read it, but I will tell you what I was going to say. Otherwise, I would have said edge rusher. I thought they could have used someone to line up opposite of Max Crosby consistently for the future. Like someone like Dallas Turner, I think would have made a lot of sense for them because they've really been lacking that secondary pass rusher. And Max Crosby's played an ungodly number of snaps for this team.
Yeah, so still no defensive player based on what you said there, because you said they've already seen it based on your prediction. It sounds like we're still not going to have a defensive player taken now. 13 picks into the draft, which is fascinating. Do we have the pick in? No, not quite yet. Raiders have a lot of different holes that they could tackle. It is in now. 13th pick in the 2024 NFL entry draft. The Las Vegas Raiders select Brock Bowers, tight end, Georgia. Some would say, I guess the argument could be made he was like the best overall football player in the draft. He was an absolute beast at Georgia. It almost seemed unfair at times he was so good. Some would say, and maybe not as of a quarterback and receiver heavy draft, that he would have been a top 5 pick like Kyle Pitts was a few years ago. Dynamic weapon. Unlike Kyle Pitts, I believe he can block, which will be nice for the Raiders. So you got to like this pick as a Raiders fan. You have a lot of different ways you can go, but now you have a dynamic offensive weapon that you should be able to rely on for years to come. Cody, thoughts on the Raiders going with Brock Bowers, tight end from Georgia?
I mean, I think Brock Bowers, he could go anywhere. Like, I think he's just I think he's just that type of talent, like the kind of guy that can succeed no matter where he goes. I am a little dubious of the fact that it's either Gardner Minshew or Aiden O'Connell throwing him the football right now in the 2024 season. It feels like, the meme with the Lamborghini parked by the trailer under the covered garage.
Yes.
That's kind of what it feels like with Devontae Adams and Brock Bowers now as the weapons that Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell are going to be throwing the football to.
That is now 2 verbal memes on the show. So if you had the over on 1.5 verbal memes to be scribed during this show, it's hit pretty easy for you. But yeah, I kind of like Gardner Minshew. I know like he's not going to be like ever an elite quarterback or even a great quarterback. But I mean, like I said earlier, he was a drop pass away from, leading the Colts to an AFC South title. At the time, they didn't know they'd win the division, but obviously the Jaguars lost the next day. So would have that drop pass of his caught, Gardner Minshew is an AFC South champion. So he's obviously not going to be their quarterback of the future, but you could be a lot worse. You could have a lot worse in terms of a transition quarterback, a guy that will give you a chance to at least be in the playoff conversation by the end of the year.
I mean, are we sure though? Because they're in the same division as the Chiefs. They're in the same division as the Chargers, who I think are much better set up to succeed. I'm not going to say the Broncos. I think that might be 2 wins for the Raiders, or maybe they split. I'm not sure, but like at the same time, like I don't know. It feels like Gardner Minshew is the quarterback you're starting with this team if you're going 8-9, going 9-8, missing the playoffs and picking in the relatively the same spot in a weaker quarterback class. Like if there was a team that I would have liked to see truly be aggressive to trade up to get that quarterback of the future, I would have liked to have seen it be the Raiders. Like trade up into that 9 spot, trade up into that 8 spot, alleviate the Falcons from doing what they did with Michael Penix Jr. and take a quarterback there.
Right. I mean, to be fair, we don't know. Maybe they tried. Maybe they gave the Falcons a call, and the Falcons were like, "No, hang on, wait to see what we're about to do. We're about to sewer every single Falcons fan in the world." I'm still. I just Cody. Why did the Falcons do that? Can you explain to me? I know we're going to talk about other teams. The Aints are up on the clock, so I would like to talk about them as little as possible. Do you have any idea why the Falcons did this?
I truly don't. I honestly can't. Like, it was the most shocking pick that could have come up there. Like, honestly, drafting it's not even drafting a quarterback. It's drafting Michael Penix Jr. specifically that really shocked me. If you draft JJ McCarthy in that spot, JJ McCarthy, the book on him is he needs the kid gloves when he's coming into the NFL. He has so little experience, needs to be developed. So sitting him behind Kirk Cousins for 2 years, if you're going to do that, that makes a ton of sense. Michael Penix has played 5 years of college football. Michael Penix is not that much younger than me, than like a lot of people. So like, what are we doing here? I'm with you. Like, I'm not a Falcons fan. I'm not like upset about it, but I am at a loss for words for the logic behind it because I don't think there is any. I'm
desperately trying to scroll Twitter right now to see if someone has an explanation for me. Is Kirk Cousins like not alive anymore? Did something happen? Did he get in a car accident today or something? Now they need a quarterback. I don't get it, Cody.
I mean, perhaps, and this is just me spitballing, have not seen anything. Perhaps there is a world where Kirk Cousins isn't going to be ready week 1 coming off the Achilles. Perhaps. And so you have a stopgap and then your quarterback of the future, a contingency plan in place with Michael Penix Jr. That's the only thing I can think of that would even like remotely not make me hate the pick.
6 quarterbacks have now been taken in the first 12 picks. That matches the total of quarterbacks in the first round in the famed 1983 quarterback draft class.
I don't think Bo Nix is going to be Dan Marino, who was the 6th quarterback in that draft class.
Probably not. Probably not. I am going to bring on, there's another guest I wanted to bring on. I'm going to text him and get him to jump on. But while I text him here, Cody, the Saints are on the clock next. Do you have any thoughts about the Saints? My mind's still in a knot right now, so I can't even think about the Saints, and I don't really want to. They're the Aints. So take it away for a couple seconds, if you can, about where the Saints might go with this pick, if you have a take.
No, absolutely. So, I mean, we've only seen 2 offensive tackles come off the board, or sorry, 3 with Ole Fashanu, excuse me. But we've seen 3 offensive tackles come off the board, but this is a high-end offensive tackle class. The Saints desperately need one. I think Talise Fuaga out of Oregon State, Amarius Mims out of Georgia, Troy Fatanu out of Washington, all these guys that make sense. The Saints are in a position. They drafted Trevor Penning high a couple years ago. He's been bad. He's been awful. So that's not really someone you were confident going into the season as starter. Ryan Ramczyk, his injuries might force him to retire. So like they have potential holes at both tackle spots. I think this has to be a tackle. I mean, the Saints roster is not in a good place. You're hitching your wagon to Derek Carr. That's not a good place. That's not where you really want to be if you're a fan of the Saints. So at least get the infrastructure, the cornerstones in place with a strong tackle and a very strong tackle class. I think is what they have to do.
Yeah, they could go tackle. Obviously, I mean, they could have gone quarterback if one of the top ones fell to them. But, I mean, the top elite guys and the second-tier guys did not fall to them. So they will not be going quarterback, likely tackle, maybe wide receiver. But I think I think we can all agree it's probably going to be a tackle. And the pick is in for the Saints.
I have not seen it.
The New Orleans Aints. Can the Saints challenge the Falcons in the NFC South next year, Cody?
No, I don't think so.
Thank you.
I do not think so at all.
I mean,
I think Dennis Allen's a horrendous head coach. So, I mean, we'll start there.
I'll tell you, I would have felt a lot more confident in my Falcons winning the division if they, drafted someone that could help them win the division next year. Any position, really, instead of a guy that won't touch the field, most likely.
But at the same time,
Ben in the chat says this would only happen to Ian. Correct. This I've chosen the worst sports teams of all time. The Bruins beat the Maple Leafs last night, and that rat Brad Marchand scored the game winner and the empty netter after stabbing our guy in the gut and not get penalized, which led to the tying goal. And now I have to sit here, hey, listen, the Falcons, we got Kirk Cousins, we're going to have a fun year, it's going to be a great season, and they take Michael Penix Jr. 8 overall. I can't escape it, Cody.
I just came up with another silver lining for you, Ian. So get ready. This is gonna make you happy, and by that I mean it might make you less angry. What I will say is that with the way these defensive players are falling down the board, there's probably going to be a good defender still on the board when the Falcons are back on the clock in the second round.
Or maybe you know what would actually make me really happy if the Falcons, if one of the top pass rushers fall to late first round and the Falcons trade up to get them. Because then really they get the top 2 guys that I would have liked just in reverse order. So you know what? That does make me feel better. That gives me something to cling on to, Cody. I appreciate that. Because now we are now pick 14 and still no defensive player taken. The pick is in, the 14th overall pick. The Saints select, oh boy, Talius Fuaga, offensive tackle, Oregon State. So you were correct, Cody. They did take an offensive lineman here. I believe, and maybe I'm incorrect in saying this, but I thought that the next best offensive tackle was the guy from Washington, Troy Fautanu. A lot of tackles with tough to pronounce names in this draft. But no, it is, I don't think too much separated these guys anyways, but Fuaga goes 14th overall to the New Orleans Saints. He has joined my enemy for the next handful of years. Oregon State. Offensive tackle to the Saints seems like a pretty straightforward and obvious pick for the Saints to make.
Absolutely, and I think you pretty much nailed it with saying Fautanu and Fuaga were pretty flip a coin, whichever you prefer. And I can see the Saints with Dennis Allen really preferring Fuaga. He's more of the mauler type, like he's more physical, really going to grade the road for you. And I think that really fits the Saints' identity more than Fautanu, who's kind of. He's not, weak or by any stretch of the imagination, but he's more of a finesse player. He moves better. He moves a little bit better. He's better getting out into space on the edge. So I think Fuaga really fits what the Saints, their MO as in the way they've drafted over the years. I think he fits that a little bit better.
I don't really have a ton of thoughts about the rest of the offensive. Offensive tackles are offensive tackles. I think anyone except for, the professional draft analysts, I think, or a fan of the college they came from, I think we'd be lying if we said we know much about these offensive tackles, because I don't know about you, Cody, but I'm not grinding film of offensive tackles in the offseason heading into the draft. So, and even if you watch Oregon State games, how often do you focus in on an offensive lineman unless they're pancaking guys left, right, and center? So, because of that, I generally don't have much thoughts about offensive linemen. I'm going to be completely honest. So it is what it is. It's a need. Is he going to be the guy that they want him to be? Time will tell.
I think so. I'm not I wouldn't consider myself a draft expert, but I do grind a little bit of film. Not as much as I used to when I had a lot of free time back in my day. Full-time jobs. Some oddly, cut into the time that I have to watch film in my free time. But I think, like I said, I think Fuaga is just the way he plays is much more physically minded. Like you can just see it. He wants to get into the defensive lineman's head or into the defensive lineman's chest and put them in the ground. Whereas Fautanu just wants to protect whoever he's doing. And it seems very, diminutive of what they do, but that's what you see on tape. Like, it's just a more physical player, and that mindset seems to show through just a little bit more with Fuaga, which I think fits the Saints' identity just a little bit more.
So the Indianapolis Colts are next on the clock. 6 minutes left until their pick has to be in. So, Cody, we do have some guests coming up a little bit later. I texted DGen to see if he can still hop on. He's at a casino in Detroit, so don't know if he's going to be available anymore, but we'll see if he can hop on. If not, we are still going to have a couple guests before the Cowboys pick. We're going to have one for the Steelers pick and one for the Eagles pick. So now that we have a moment here, what's your general thoughts about the Cowboys at number 24?
If they take a wide receiver, specifically if they take Xavier Worthy, I will just leave the stream and probably go run out into the road and try to play in traffic. Not looking forward to it. Don't want that. They need to take an offensive lineman. they need to do it. With Tyron Smith and Tyler Biotish leaving this offseason in free agency, I do not like, you cannot go into the offseason with the line they currently have in place. Someone like, if Amarius Mims were to follow them, I think that would be beautiful. I think Amarius Mims could slot in that left tackle spot, keep Tyler Smith, 2022 first round pick at guard, where he's really thrived, even though he was initially the plan to replace Tyron Smith at left tackle. So yeah, I think you have to go offensive lineman. I wouldn't be upset with Jackson Powers Johnson or Graham Barton, two of the top interior guys. I think they could come in and play center right away, be an upgrade over Tyler Biotish, who was middling at best, in my opinion. So yeah, anything other than offensive lineman, I think I'm probably going to be pretty pissed off.
So I do know the Colts are on the clock here, but as I mentioned, Cody, we're going to be a little bit pressed with guests leading up to the Cowboys pick. So I do want to stay on the Cowboys here. So I do want to actually see if we can play a quick clip. So it'll give me a minute to actually gather my thoughts and kind of move on here, because I'm supposed to be talking about all these teams, and still, once again, my mind is just locked on Penix Jr. If we could play the clip of Emmitt Smith, who is apparently stumped on how the Cowboys can do better, a team who really is the NFL equivalent of my Toronto Maple Leafs, Cody, in that they continuously do really well in the regular season and then fall apart in the playoffs and can't make any kind of noise in the playoffs, not even like they come close. So let's see if we can play that quick clip from Emmitt Smith.
What do the Cowboys need to do to find success in the playoffs?
Well, they need to do better. I mean, like, dang. I mean, that's a question. What they need to do is they need to get it between the ears. Mm-hmm. It's not about the Cowboys' talent.
Right.
It's not about that. Mm-hmm. Just like we talking about Narcan, the nasal spray, how people need to be ready instead of getting ready to stay.
Right.
You got to stay ready versus getting ready. Mm-hmm. They got to be ready.
Yeah.
They got to be ready to meet the challenge mentally, not physically.
Right.
Because they're very talented. But just having talent does not win the big games.
Right.
Just because you out-talent someone like the Commanders or the Panthers or someone like that,
right,
doesn't mean that you can go in and dominate against the Packers or the Niners.
Right, exactly.
When a bully hits you back in the mouth, do you have the will to hit them back? And right now, our team has not shown the will to hit a bully in the mouth. And so that's a problem.
Right.
And it's not about your talent.
Right.
It's about you mentally meeting the match that's before you. If that team challenges you at that level, you know what you need to aspire to.
I have two very quick comments about that.
Okay.
Number one, what a pro by Emmitt Smith to work in his sponsor that he was sponsoring into his answer to that question.
That's a man who's been doing that a while.
Yeah, what a pro. Number two is that his description of the Cowboys, to be honest, reminds me a lot about the Leafs. When they get bullied in the playoffs, can you punch them back in the mouth, or are you just going to allow yourself to get bullied? He says that's what happens with the Cowboys. That is definitely what happens with the Maple Leafs, and that's why that rat, Brad Marchand, gets to us every time we see him in the postseason. So, because he's a bully. That's what he is. So yeah,
the Green Bay Packers are the Dallas Cowboys bully. Like, the Green Bay Packers just have the Dallas Cowboys number and torture me to no end. And of course, they're doing it again with Jordan Love, obviously.
So the Colts pick is in. We're going to get it here in a moment. But my guest, my boots on, who he was supposed to be my boots on the ground reporter here, I believe he is in the waiting room. So if we can bring him in, the Degenerate is what he's known by. At the DGen Weekly. Are you there,
I can't
DJ?
hear you very well, so I'm going to leave. But this is live from the MGM Sportsbook in Detroit. Hold on. Let me move so I can hear you guys real quick.
He was supposed to be our boots on the ground reporter. He bailed from going to the draft because there's too many people, which I respect. He is now watching the draft at the Sportsbook in Detroit. DGen, can you hear us there any better now?
Yes, I can hear you much better. Here's a really famous cleat. I think this cleat was worn by Joey Harrington, Detroit Lion great, which we all know. I'm just kidding. I don't know what that is. Detroit has a lot of statues. I wasn't sure if that was one of them. Yes, I can hear you. And yes, this is one of the busiest draft turnouts per my sources, who are my friends that have been to the last 8 drafts. 650,000 people, not locals, traveled into Detroit. And here's the problem. 90% of the fans that I saw were wearing Detroit Lions gear. So you add all the Detroit Lions fans plus the 650 who traveled in, which is insane. I don't know if that many people want to go to Detroit in April, but it was 26 degrees this morning, apparently. It was too many people. At capacity at 640, we posted up at the sports book. Oh, UCLA, Colts look Latu. Damn it. So, oh wow, somebody's banging a table. I don't know if you guys heard that. It's a Colts fan that's really upset, apparently.
No.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a second. But Dejan, I believe that cleat is the one that Dan Orlovsky stepped out of bounds out of the back of the end zone with when he was on the line.
Yeah, it looks like it says, by the way, it's just decleated. It's an art installation. There's no relevance to football. So that's interesting. It's a very artsy city, from what I understand. I visited Detroit about 7 or 8 years ago, and at that time, they were actually incentivizing like creative people, graphic designers, artists, everything like that, to come to move to the city, and they were giving them like housing vouchers and like free rent and all this stuff. It was crazy. But when I was here in downtown at that time, there were cranes and construction everywhere. It is beautiful now. The downtown area is beautiful. And it's very close to Canada, which you're familiar with, I believe. So I did bring my passport. My friends told me to bring my passport because it's just a hop, skip, and a jump to go to Canada, although I don't know that we're going to make it. But yeah, it's a really lovely place. I'm going to the Tigers game tomorrow, but I would highly suggest or advise coming and visiting Detroit when it gets warmer.
Absolutely. I have some advice for you, DGen. Go to day 3 of the draft. I was in Vegas a couple years ago when the draft was there. Went to day 3. It's amazing. You don't know half the players that are being drafted, and that's even more opportunities for DGen behavior. Me and my friends, we were just betting beers, betting drinks, making a drinking game, trying to guess what position was going to be picked next. And it's a great time. Less people, it's wonderful. So that's my recommendation to you.
Yeah, well, you know what's funny is there's no lack or shortage of things to bet on with baseball, NHL playoffs, NBA playoffs. I mean, my friends who don't know a damn thing about hockey were sweating out the Panthers. And I was like, why did you guys bet the Panthers? They're like, because, man, the Lightning are down 2-0. They're going back home. Everyone thinks that the Lightning are going to win the game. I was like, all right, I actually kind of respect that. So I don't know that they've watched a hockey game in their life, but they were fist pumping every goal. That was fun. Yeah, so now once this dies down, I'm going to go play some table games. I'm not a blackjack guy. I know that's like the most go-to game. I hate it. Nothing takes your money quicker than blackjack. I'm going to find some craps.
That's the worst stake I've
maybe
ever
some
heard.
Wheel of Fortune.
That's a blackjack is by far the game to make your money last longer. But really quick, DJ, I do want to ask you a question, but we do quickly got to talk about the pick. It was Colts took Leatu Latu, the first defensive player selected in the draft, pass rusher from UCLA. So I did actually win that bet. First NFL draft bet that I won was him to be the first defensive player selected. Do you have any general thoughts, DJ, on Leatu Latu?
No, I can't tell you that I'm not familiar with him. I got to be honest. I mean, I'm a big college football fan. When it comes to the Pac-12, I don't necessarily watch a ton of them. I'm a Notre Dame fan, so I am familiar with USC because it's a big rival. I did invest in UCLA when they had Darian Thompson, DRT, the backup for the Browns, a year ago when they got Chip Kelly. That was kind of fun. They lost me this last year, so I wasn't that into it. But I got to tell you, never in a million years would I have said the first defensive player in 2024 is going to be drafted from a Pac-12 school. That blew me away. I did watch some Texas games. I started to come around to Byron Murphy. I thought Byron Murphy was awesome. The guy I took a long shot on was Jared Verse. I did watch a decent amount of FSU games this year, and I think if Jordan Travis never got hurt, they would have been a big problem in the playoffs. But he was a monster on the field. So hilariously, though, I took him 2 days ago to 6-1 to be the first defensive lineman drafted. I'm not kidding. 3 hours later, he moved to 40-1, and then today he was 75-1. I don't know what the hell happened, but it's almost like, you know, that like storm cloud that just pops over you.
Yep.
Oh, somebody said something. It was not good. So I don't know what the hell you saw that made you cap that, but that's a really good bet.
I got 2 last questions here for you, DJ, and then I'll let you get back to it. Number 1, I believe you are a Buccaneers fan. Correct me if I'm wrong. What's your take on what the Buccaneers do here in the first round?
I gotta tell you, you know, somebody next to my table asked me that because they were a Packers fan. I think the Packers picked before us. I am a diehard draft guy. I mean, it's like one of my favorite events, sporting events of the year. Been a diehard draft guy since I was a kid. This is like the least tapped in I've ever been into my favorite team's draft pick, because now that we've committed to Baker Mayfield, like I think going to the playoffs, winning a home playoff game, and then losing to the Lions is our ceiling. And that was awesome. I didn't see it coming. But what I'm getting at is I didn't really spend an ounce of energy putting any thought into who the Bucs were going to draft. So this is a really long-winded way of me telling you I have no idea. But at the same time, I don't mind. They could literally take any position. I'm not sold 100% on the running back, Roshan. That's Mike Evans is getting older. We can always use O linemen. We can always use defensive linemen. So I don't know what they're going to do. So as a Bucs fan, I'm sorry. That's a terrible answer, but it's just my honest answer.
Okay, last question for you. You are my boots on the ground reporter, even though you're not actually at the draft, or you're at the casino now, but I assume it is the draft that's on the television, and that's what everyone's watching there. What was the reaction there when my Falcons took Penix Jr. 8th overall in the NFL draft?
Shock and awe. So
are there any Falcons fans there? Are there any Falcons?
You've been busy. But if you get a second, you should go to my Twitter and see my video. I'm standing right next to one. A guy I've known a very long time. He's one of the only Falcons fans I know until I met you. He was at a loss for words. He really, really, really wanted this defensive end. I told him my Jared Verse bet. He was fine with it. He thought you guys were going to get Dallas Turner. He was okay with a defensive back. He was okay with a wide receiver. He was okay with Davis. He was literally okay with everything. You guys could have drafted a freaking kicker, and he would have been okay with it. He was numb. He was numb for about 15 seconds, and then he asked me to go smoke a cigarette outside, and he was very, very upset. And I think there's some legitimate reasoning behind it, and I don't understand it. Maybe you can find some reason to draft a quarterback, but you're paying Kirk Cousins. He's going to give you at least 3 years. I'm okay with grooming a quarterback, but not in the top 10. And right. I don't think Penix is necessarily a 21, 22-year-old prospect. Isn't he like 25?
24.
So,
he's 24.
He's 24. Okay. So, I mean, but like realistically, what if Kirk Cousins is actually really good? And he's not 40. What if he's got 4 years left in him?
Right.
So, I mean, Penix is going to come in at, I don't know. Like, I actually thought, I'm not high on any of these quarterbacks. Like, Caleb Williams, I think, is going to be really good. I'm not high on Drake May. I'm not high on anybody else. I thought Penix was the second best quarterback. I just think, given all the other circumstances, the Falcons probably should have traded back if they were going to take him, or, gone a little bit later. But to answer your question, everyone in the room, that was the best reaction of the night. It was just, everybody was jumping up, like, oh, looking at their friends next to him. Can you believe what just happened? It was definitely the biggest shock of the night. Sorry for you, Ian. Are you happy with it?
No. Okay. If you get a chance when you get back, watch the replay of my reaction to it. I thought I was being pranked by my producer. So. But,
funny, last thing, and then I'll let you go.
Yeah.
There is an account on Instagram that a guy in my group follows, and this guy's leaking all the draft picks. And when the first one that was kind of a surprise was J.C. Latham to the Titans. And when the guy said, he's been saying it, he's like, ooh, J.C. Latham, because I had Brock Bowers 16-1 to go there, and obviously that didn't hit. But I was like, no way. And it was right. And I was like, oh my gosh, this was legitimate. And he told us Penix at 8. And I was like, no, okay. I thought your source may have been legit. You're full of it. He's like, dude, he apparently came across this account last year, and the guy was 100%, 32 for 32. And so the Falcons fan heard this, and he was like, you're full of shit. So, I mean, we had like a little bit of a warning. Nobody believed it for a second. So, yeah.
I still don't believe it. It's unbelievable stuff. All right, D-Gen. I appreciate you hopping on. I appreciate you being our boots on the ground reporter. Have a good night. Let the people know where they can find your stuff.
Yes, at the DGen Weekly on Twitter. Thank you, Ian. Big fan. I can't even see who your guest is, but he seems like a nice guy with a beautiful mustache. Good luck on the Leafs, by the way. I can't stand them. I hate them. I hate that I have a soft spot for them. I need them to win Game 4. Have a great rest of the night, and I'll chat with you later.
Thanks, buddy. Play. Oh, he's gone. I was going to say play hand blackjack for me. All right, D-Gen. I appreciate you hopping on. I appreciate you being our boots on the ground reporter. Have a good night. All right, D-Gen. I appreciate you hopping on. I appreciate you being our boots on the ground reporter. Have a good night. we do have a pick to catch up on, so I guess let's go there next. The Seahawks picking 16th overall. The Seahawks have selected Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas. Byron Murphy, a lot of people, there's a lot of late steam on Byron Murphy being the first defensive player taken. He is the second defensive player taken all the way down at 16. Great pickup for the Seattle Seahawks, I think. If you told Seahawks fans before the draft that Byron Murphy would have fallen to you all the way down at 16, I think you would have been ecstatic. To Texas. Cody, what are your thoughts on Byron Murphy to the Seahawks?
Yeah, there was a report a couple of days ago that Byron Murphy basically said in some interview, I don't remember where exactly, but the Seahawks told him that he would not fall past 16 if he did fall. So kind of expected this when he was still on the board and saw the Seahawks coming up. Makes perfect sense, man. He's a absolutely disruptive player up in the interior, and that's something that the Seahawks have not had in quite a while, basically since like the Legion of Boom defense when they had Jaron Reed and guys like that who are really coming on strong there. And so I think Byron Murphy's going to have a really big immediate impact there, especially with Mike McDonald coming in as the new head coach. I mean, that's a home run pick. That's one of my favorite picks of the draft thus far, honestly.
Yeah, very good. And now we're probably going to see a run of defensive players because we're probably coming up on a bunch of teams who probably need defensive players, but did not think these guys were going to fall all to them. So the next player that I would guess would be taken off the board and with the Jaguars, Dallas Turner, who, he was actually the betting favorite to be the first defensive player taken. We are at, what pick is it? 16, 17 now, 17th pick, Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock. And not only was Dallas Turner not the first defensive player taken, he was not the second defensive player taken, and he is still available at 17th overall. So every single year we see, a top prospect drop. Maybe this year's version of it is Dallas Turner, the pass rusher from Alabama.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be Leatu Latu, honestly, because he had the medical history. Like he had to medically retire at one point in college when he was at Washington. The doctors wouldn't clear him to play, medically retired, and then transferred to UCLA because the doctors would clear him. And I mean, he's a good player, but I thought the medicals would just scare some teams away. So the fact that he was the first defensive player taken and Dallas Turner still on the board, a little bit shocking.
Yeah, so it is the Jaguars on the clock here now. Or was there a trade? There was a trade. Sorry that I missed that, unless it literally just happened. But the Minnesota Vikings have traded back to the number 17 pick. And that traded with 23. So the Vikings and Jaguars swap picks 17 and 23, and I'm sure the Jaguars got some more back. We'll confirm what that is when we get confirmation. But now it is the Minnesota Vikings on the clock. They took J.J. McCarthy with their previous pick, number 10 overall. And the Vikings, the pick is in. The Vikings, it is them that will be selecting Dallas Turner, pass rusher from Alabama. So once again, I mean, we just talked about him as a lot of people. He was the betting favorite to be the first defensive player taken. The Vikings must have seen him still around at 17 and made their move with the Jaguars to get what will hopefully be one of the pass rushers of the future for the Vikings, a position they need after losing Danielle Hunter this offseason. So a much needed position, a great pick for Vikings. If you're a Vikings fan, I think you're pretty happy that you're able to get both J.J. McCarthy and Dallas Turner within the first 17 picks of the draft.
Yeah, I mean, I think the general consensus coming into this was the Vikings are probably going to package 11 and 23 to move up into the top 5 to get a quarterback, maybe even J.J. McCarthy, who they got at 10. And now you get an edge rusher that comes in. They lost Danielle Hunter, but they signed Jonathan Grenard, who had a really good season with Houston last year. So now you have a relatively young, like this is Jonathan Grenard's first non-rookie contract, first contract that he's signing as a free agent. I mean, that's two young, under 30 pass rushers that you're going to have in there. They also signed Andrew Van Ginkel and Jihad Ward as like rotational guys. Like you got Brian Flores coaching that defense. The Vikings, if JJ McCarthy is any good, this team is going to be challenging in the NFC North, in my opinion.
Yeah, great pickup for the Vikings. I'm sorry, Cody, and I'm sorry to the viewers. I literally can't. I can't get past the Falcons pick. I know, like I have to, and I'm hosting a show, and I need to like be talking about these other teams, but my brain's not allowing me to. We've talked about it. There's nothing else to be said, but If you see me space out, that's why. Because like I've gone inside my brain and keep thinking about the apparently. And Joe Summers put this in the chat a while ago. I missed it. And this is the report I was just seeing. Kirk Cousins did not know they were taking Penix Jr. Like, how do you not at least let him know? The brand new quarterback you just signed, he's been going to like Atlanta sports games. He threw at the first pitch at a Braves game. He's wearing his chains. He moved his family to Atlanta, you got to assume. You're not even going to tell him that you're going to take Penix. Like, what are we doing? The Bengals are on the clock.
Yeah, it feels like we're making you like film like a hostage video right now. That seems like your frame of mind right now. Like you're just completely not there. We need to get you a script just to read off so you can just say the lines. Yeah, that's what you need right there is more stout. You need some more of the terrible stout that you're not actually enjoying.
Like it doesn't even have it's supposed to be coffee, hazelnut, cinnamon milk stout. It like doesn't. You know what it tastes like? It tastes like a fridge, and it's not because this was in my fridge. Like it was sealed in a can. The beer itself tastes like a fridge.
That's not what you want. That's not a flavor I would ever ask for in anything.
No. The Cincinnati Bengals are next on the clock. 5 minutes left on the clock. There we are officially. Actually, we're one pick past the halfway point of the first round of the NFL draft. Time flies when your team takes a quarterback 8 overall. It's 10 o'clock, 10 after 10 Eastern. And it still feels like it's 20 minutes into this draft. My everything's been a blur since that pick. And the Bengals pick is in, and we're seeing a little bit of I guess it's been a while since we've seen an offensive tackle, but we got another offensive tackle go. Bengals select Amarius Mims, offensive tackle, Georgia.
I like
it. The Bengals, obviously, they needed an offensive line. Joe Burrow gets banged up. This, I think, was a pretty straightforward pick for the Bengals. It was obviously one of their biggest needs. I don't have their odds in front of me in terms of what the betting favorite was for what position they were going to draft, but I believe offensive line was the favorite. Makes a lot of sense. Joe Burrow, of all the elite quarterbacks in the NFL, I would say Joe Burrow has probably had the worst offensive line. I think might be fair to say. So I think it's a great move for the Bengals. Cody, do you have any thoughts on this move or on Amarius Mims specifically?
I mean, I love this pick for them. I love Amarius Mims. He only started 8 games in his college career at Georgia, but that's because he was playing behind Broderick Jones, who the Steelers took in the first round last year, and then got hurt in his first year as like the full-time starter. But I mean, the dude's just a freak, and like you're betting on traits, you're betting on potential. He's 6'8", 340 pounds. Like, and when I say 6'8", 340, it's the best I've ever seen a human being carry 6'8", 340 pounds. Like he's just an absolute freak. Like freakishly long arms, freakishly strong. As long as he stays healthy, the Bengals have a franchise tackle that they just drafted.
And if you are in Cincinnati and you're excited about the Bengals drafting an offensive tackle and you want to bet on the Bengals in some form or fashion this season, then you should do so at Caesar Sportsbook because you got to take advantage of this promo from Caesar Sportsbook. New customers will get a second chance bet up to $1,000. And when you sign up with our promo code FSBETS1000, that is FSBETS1000. That means if your first bet loses, you'll get a full wager returned as a bonus bet up to $1,000. That means if you tail one of my crappy picks and it loses, you will get that bet back in bonus bets all the way up to $1,000. Caesars offers daily profit boosts as well as Caesars rewards credits on every wager, which can be redeemed for bonuses, sports tickets, and other VIP experiences. That's my personal favorite part about Caesars is the rewards. Signing up with code FSBETS1000 not only covers your first bet, but also gets you access to their fantastic rewards program. If you're looking to join Caesars, go download the app and register with our promo code FSBETS1000 to make sure your first bet is covered. This offer is only available to new customers who are 21 plus and physically present in legal gambling states. Please remember to always gamble responsibly. Check the episode description for the full terms of the offer to see if you qualify. FSBETS1000. Sign up at Caesars. Get your first bet back up to $1,000 if it loses. We march on. Who's on the clock? The LA Rams are on the clock. The first year since... Is it the first year since they drafted Jared Goff that they have a first-round pick? It's been a long time. Is that how long it's been?
Yep, been that long. That is a while.
Unbelievable. I hate to keep going back to this. I apologize, but Diana Rossini tweeted the Falcons called Kirk Cousins when they're on the clock to let him know. Oh, good, you let him know 30 seconds ahead of time. Perfect. From what I learned, Cousins understood a quarterback would be considered, but he did not believe his successor would be taken in the first round or 8th overall. I'm told he's a bit stunned. Yeah.
As is the entire city of Atlanta. Oh my God.
Yeah, so Rams on the clock. You know what? Let's take a quick moment to actually play a clip if we can, because a Georgia player was just taken, and I believe it was Sterling interviewed another Georgia player who we might see tonight, we might not. So because we might not, he might not be a first round. He's a borderline guy. Let's play this clip now because he was talking about why Georgia football translates to the NFL so well. This is Ladd McConkey, receiver for Georgia. Sterling talked to him about why Georgia football translates to the NFL. And once again, the latest pick was Georgia offensive tackle Amarius Mims. Let's play that clip.
I do want to point out, when you are playing with a team that has elite expectations like Georgia, how do you feel that translates to a team in the NFL, right? Where in college, sometimes, I'm not saying you particularly, but some guys are me first guys. When you get to the NFL, it's all team first, but you have that expectations already in college. How do you think that translates?
Yeah. I mean, at Georgia, I feel like we, kind of developed that, championship DNA. We want to go out there and win. We want to get the job done. We're going, whatever we do, we're going to put our best foot forward. So I feel like at Georgia, they develop us, and it will definitely translate in kind of every way possible to the NFL. So, Coach Smart had us ready along with all the other coaches. So hopefully I can bring, some of that with me to whatever team I end up with.
There you go. Georgia football translates to the NFL. Does Washington football translate to the NFL? The last NFL Washington quarterback was Jake Locker.
Did not translate to the NFL. Did not
translate well to the NFL.
Mark Brunell was pretty good with the Jaguars there for a while. That's a Washington quarterback. Last Washington quarterback to get him to the national championship game, which Michael Penix just did. So there we go. I'm just pouring silver linings for you, Ian. I am your motivational coach this evening.
I need to find out the best players left on the board. I thought I had a tab of that somewhere, and here it is. Quenyon Mitchell, the top corner, top two corners are still available. Quenyon Mitchell, I mean, we could see one taken now by the Rams. Terrion Arnold from Alabama. Is Troy Fatanu still available or no?
Still available.
Yeah. Jared Verse still available from Florida State. Graham Barton, the center from Duke, still available. Cooper DeJean still available from Iowa. Those are some of the, at least the list I'm looking at, the best players left available. So a lot of defense, a couple offensive linemen, a lot of defense. The next skill position in terms of offensive skill position, Brian Thomas Jr. from LSU. The list I'm looking at has him 10th left available. And there is a player that is a corner that is still left available that the moment he is drafted, he will instantly become the best, have the best name in NFL history, arguably, and that's Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Even if he didn't go by his nickname Kool-Aid, obviously that's not his God-given name.
I thought it was. Is it not?
No, it's I'm pretty sure it's pronounced JaQuincy, which is G-A'' So either way, he's an all-name team candidate.
Yes, absolutely. What do we got here so it's the Rams, and then we got the Steelers, and we will have a guest coming on here momentarily for the Steelers. I just want to see if the Rams pick is going to be in here momentarily because they do have just about 4 minutes left of their pick.
The Rams official Twitter account just tweeted out the Titanic meme. So we're going to add another video meme that we don't actually have with "It's been 84 years" because they're on the clock for the first time in so long.
Funny. Very funny. What are the top needs for the Rams?
Anything. I think it's carte blanche. Honestly, this roster, the fact that they made the playoffs last year is an ultimate testament to Sean McVay being very damn good at his job.
Yes. I mean, they do have a good quarterback, and, Puka Nacua being fantastic in his rookie year certainly helped. But I would say somewhere in the trenches. I don't know if it's offensive or defensive, but maybe even you go corner with, the top corner still available. as well. So you could go that route. So yeah, you could go just about anywhere. Maybe you just take the best player available, which according to the list that I'm looking at would be the top corner, Quenyon Mitchell out of Toledo. Has Toledo ever had a first-round draft pick? That'd be a good question.
That's a great question. I don't actually know the answer to it.
They will at some point tonight. It may not be this pick. If it's not this pick, Quenyon Mitchell is pretty generally the consensus as the number one corner. It's either him or Terrion Arnold from Alabama. You can say pretty safely Quenyon Mitchell is going to be selected at some point. Let's go ahead. I don't think the Rams have picked just quite yet, so let's go ahead and introduce our next guest really quick, because after the Rams pick, it'll be the Pittsburgh Steelers who will be on the clock. So we have the editor for Still Curtain, Fansided's Pittsburgh Steelers website, Tommy J. Guy. Hello, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing awesome. Ian, Cody, how are you doing?
Not good, to be honest, but that's okay. I've talked enough about my Falcons. I appreciate you coming on. Give me
That was something. That was something for sure.
It was something, and it did happen. I can confirm it did happen. I've started to accept that it's not a prank, that the entire world's playing on me. It did happen. Tommy, before we get the Rams pick here, just give me a quick breakdown of what you think the Steelers are going to do here at 20th overall.
Well, when I mocked the Steelers just yesterday, I had said Amarius Mims, and I feared all along that he would go to Cincinnati if Brock Bowers wasn't there. That proved to be the case. Now I'm not hitting the panic button. I think Graham Barton is the next option for them. It's so hard to find good, powerful, long tackles. You just don't get those in the pick 20s very often. I know that Mims lacks experience. I think Barton's going to be the pick. Interesting to see Troy Fautanu still on the board as well. I think it comes down between those guys. The Steelers have expressed more interest in Barton, so I'm going to go that route.
Yeah, and in terms of the betting odds, obviously I'm a betting guy. Offensive line was the overwhelming favorite. There was very few teams that had like an overwhelming favorite in terms of what position they would take with their first pick. Steelers are one of the few teams that it was an overwhelming betting favorite that they're going to go offensive line for their first pick. So we'll see what the Rams here do here, but you got to think it's got to be either Barton or Fautanu if those guys are still available. I'm just seeing here now the Rams pick is in, according to the broadcast I'm watching. So we'll take a quick second to see who they're going to pick. Obviously, the big news surrounding the Rams this offseason is Aaron Donald retiring. Do they try to replace him with this pick? That is a massive loss for him. One of the greatest defensive players of all time. I was going to say defensive tackles, but he may very well just be arguably the greatest defensive player of all time. They lost to retirement this offseason. Do they try to find a replacement right now? Don't know. Still hasn't announced.
And the pick is in right now.
Oh, there it is. And yes, maybe they will, because the Los Angeles Rams have selected a defensive lineman, and it's an edge rusher, Jared Verse from Florida State. We had D-Gen on earlier who predicted Verse was going to be the first defensive player taken. Obviously not the case, but there we go. The Rams do add to their defensive line. I did assume it was going to be on the trenches on either the offensive side of the ball or the defensive side. So they go Jared Verse. A very popular player in terms of edge rusher from Florida State. Cody, do you have any quick thoughts for Jared Verse?
Jared Verse is just a complete player, man. Like I would say he's not elite at any one thing, but he's above average at everything. And that's kind of, he's going to come in. I think he's an immediate double-digit sack candidate. Like, not going to guarantee that, but I think he's just going to come in and be an immediate impact player. I think he's polished. He spent a long time transferred to Florida State from Albany. There were questions about level of competition, obviously jumping up, and he didn't miss a beat, man. He's just that good. He's polished. He defends the run well too. He's not just a pass rusher, not just a pin his ears back guy. So yeah, I mean, I said it was carte blanche, and I think this is a good carte blanche pick. Like, this is somebody who's going to make an immediate impact on this defense.
Yeah, there was certainly a chance he was not going to be available at this point of the draft. So Rams, if they had edge rusher on their mind, they got to be happy with this pick. Tommy, is there any chance whatsoever the Steelers trade down at all, do you think?
I think they would entertain the idea. Just the problem is, now that the tackle they like is off the board, do they risk moving back and potentially losing out on a Graham Barton, who I think was their backup plan all along? I think it was going to come down to one of those two guys. And so now that one is off the board, I'm not sure if they entertain that idea. I know that Omar Khan in his pre-draft press conference said that they typically they aren't interested in trading away when there's a good player on the board. And I think that they're going to view Barton as that guy.
So that is, if you were to, predict which way the Steelers go, you think they go Graham Barton from Duke?
I do think they go that route. I've been hearing a lot of that over the last 24 hours. It's been mocked by all the major NFL draft experts recently. And so it just makes a lot of sense for their situation. They haven't had a true center since Marquise Pouncey. Their experiments with Kendrick Green, Mason Cole have both failed. Brian Thomas is a really interesting option. You don't have Deontay Johnson anymore. I'm a big Brian Thomas fan. I think you plug him in there with George Pickens. You just make things happen on offense. So I would consider going that route. He's the best player that I would have on my board for this selection. But I do think that the pick is going to be Graham Barton.
I would.
Go ahead, Cody. No, I've talked.
Yeah, I was just going to say that one point I saw brought up about Barton that I think makes a ton of sense is if you're going to run this 1-year experiment with Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, you need that middle of the pocket to be clear with both of those guys. Mm-hmm. And Barton is going to guarantee that because Barton also offers versatility. He played tackle, he played guard at Duke. So if you're looking to get your best 5 out there, which feels like a very Steelers type mentality, just get your best 5 out there. Barton's definitely a pick that fits everything that they would want to be doing this year.
Yeah, he's just a box checker. I mean, I think he can play maybe 4 or 5 positions across the line. I don't like that his arms came in short, but it doesn't make that big of a difference if you're playing interior. He kind of reminds me of a former Steeler, David DeCastro, a little bit. I think he actually profiles best as a guard. Steelers don't need that right now with Isaac Seumalo and James Daniels. But I can see a career path where if the Steelers draft him, he plays center this year, maybe transitions to guard later in his career, or if he's really good and just stick at center.
Mm-hmm.
Tommy, I want to get your thoughts. It's not necessarily draft related, but just the quarterback room for the Steelers as a whole, obviously with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields now. I was vocal. I did not like the moves. I did not think that 2 average quarterbacks equaled 1 good quarterback. I did get some Steelers fans who fought back against that a little bit. And I do understand that there, is obviously a little bit of a buy low on both of these guys. Hope one of them works out for you. So I am just generally curious your overall thoughts on the quarterback room for the Steelers heading into 2024.
I mean, in their minds, the price is right. You're getting a guy on a veteran minimum contract in Russell Wilson. I liked Justin Fields. I don't have much hope for him at this stage of his career entering year 4, but I was very high on him coming out of the 2021 draft. He was my 2nd overall player. I think the chances of him being a franchise quarterback at this point are slim. I would have liked it if it was just Fields as the guy, because I really don't care for that to have the competition. I think the best case scenario, if Russell Wilson wins out, you've got a 36-year-old quarterback that you don't know what to do with. And so I kind of hope that it's Fields who earns that job at the end of the day and proves himself that he is that dynamic playmaker that can do something. Ultimately, it's probably going to be a scenario where the Steelers are looking to draft a quarterback a year or 2 from now.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. It wasn't working with what you had, so you may as well invest pretty, not exactly expensive options on a couple of guys. And Justin Fields is obviously a very high upside that could work out for the Steelers.
And I did like this quarterback class a lot. It's just 6 quarterbacks go in the top 12. I mean, what can you do? Even if that had been the plan for the Steelers, unless you're trading up high into the draft, you're not getting one. So
sure, yeah. If one of them falls to maybe the mid-teens, the Steelers, I mean, you got a shot to trade up, but I don't think the Steelers had any plans on trading all the way up to 12. So the pick is in for the Steelers. We're just waiting on, the official word of who it's going to be. But Tommy, you're pretty confident, and the betting odds would agree with you that they're going to go with an offensive line here.
That has been the case so far. I mean, that's been my feeling from the beginning of the pre-draft process, really. And I kind of would be surprised if they decide to go a different route.
If they do go a different route, you think it would be Brian Thomas, a receiver from LSU?
I can see them having interest in him. Mike Tomlin and Omar Khan were not there at LSU's pro day, but assistant GM Andy Weidel was. And so that kind of checks that box for them. They obviously have a great need for a wide receiver. Van Jefferson is their number 2 receiver right now. So you know a little bit about Van Jefferson, I'm sure. And so they could absolutely use somebody next to George Pickens. Not the most stable in terms of game in, game out, to kind of keeping his emotions in check. I don't know if he's a guy that's going to get a second contract for the Steelers unless things kind of improve that way. And so absolutely wide receiver is a need, but they also have needs in the trenches.
Cody, you have any general thoughts on the Steelers?
I think Brian Thomas Jr. would make sense with this pick, but I do think end of the day, like I think the Steelers, just judging by their brass, I think they're overconfident in their ability to get a day 2 wide receiver and make him a star because they've done it so many times. And maybe they have a right to be overconfident at this point, but I just think that strategy's served them well for so long that they're probably going to keep going with that strategy until it's proven wrong.
And I like it. And I like it in a draft class like this one, especially where the wide receivers are so deep and you can get a wide receiver 2 on day 2.
Yep, absolutely. Steelers most likely going to go offensive line. The pick is in. I'm looking at it right now. Spoiler alert, it is an offensive line. So we'll just give a couple seconds here for us to get our graphics ready, but it makes a lot of sense. Like I said, of all the teams heading into the first round, there are betting odds because I'm a betting guy. There's only a handful of teams that had minus 200 or even shorter odds for what position they take with their first pick. And it was very rare to see a team picking as late as the Steelers still having an odds-on favorite position to draft a position to draft. And that was the case with the Steelers with offensive line. And with the 20th pick, they do select Troy Fautanu, offensive line from Washington. So, Tommy, you thought they were going to go with the Duke center. They did not. They went with Fautanu from Washington. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, and maybe this is one of those situations where they didn't quite know if Troy Fautanu would be here at this point in the draft. I kind of thought there was a chance he would, based on the teams that brought him in for top 30 visits. I know like the 49ers and the Ravens, I believe, were looking at him. So I thought there was a chance he could fall to their pick. They expressed probably more interest in Graham Barton in the pre-draft process, but Fautanu is a guy that they had a top 30 visit with as well. So I was going to say that could be a fallback option, and it proved to be the case. They did like Fautanu. I'm interested to see where they use him because I would like to be able to try him at right guard or right tackle. The Steelers have a huge need there. You move Broderick back over to the left side. I think that they may view him as a center. There were some whispers that they did as well. And so he kind of profiles best there. 6'3 3/4, 317 pounds. I think he's got the arm length, but just not an overly big player if he does play the tackle position. I like Fautanu. He was the 20th player on my board. So right on value for where the Steelers are picking. And he was this is a value pick if you actually look at the consensus board. The board that I saw put together, he was like 13th overall. And so I think that it's a fine pick. You're valuing the trenches. So it's a right team building mentality.
Yeah, going back to what I said about best 5, like he fits that bill too. Because like he could play guard, he could play center, he could play. I think I'd like him at tackle. Like I think he played ridiculously well at Washington at tackle. Like a big part of Michael Penix Jr.'s success. Sorry to bring that up again, Ian. But a big part of Michael Penix Jr.'s success. And so like I think this really fits. Like it gives the Steelers a lot of versatility as to what they can do, particularly moving forward in the draft. Like if you need to get another offensive lineman on day 2 or even early day 3, like it gives you a little bit of flexibility on best player available there.
Yeah, I'm probably a little bit more excited about this than I would have been with Barton. Barton, to me, it just feels like you are going to plug him in the middle of the offensive line for sure. This one, I'm intrigued to see if they would at least try him at right tackle. I know that that's the plan is to move Jones back to the left side where he's more comfortable. And if he could work out a right tackle, to me, a tackle of either side is more valuable than getting a guy in the interior. So I'm interested to see if they at least attempt that route.
Yeah, great stuff, Tommy. Thank you so much for jumping on here. You are the editor for Still Curtain. I'm sure you'll have some stuff up diving into this pick a little bit more here, as well as everything else that's going to go on with the Steelers draft. So I encourage everyone to go check out your work, especially, of course, Steelers fans, and let people know where else they can find your stuff.
I appreciate that. Stillcurtain.com, and you can find me on Twitter at TommyJagai.
Thank you so much, Tommy. Take care, and good luck to your Steelers this season. All right, we are next up on the clock. We got the Miami Dolphins, an intriguing team. Obviously, got off to a very hot start last season. Kind of imploded a little bit down the stretch. Did not even really show up to play in the playoffs. They got a couple different routes they could go in terms of a pick. I don't know who it was. Not to once again bring this back to Michael Penix. I don't know if it was a tweet or a Reddit post, but I saw someone say that if the Dolphins, I think it was a guy on a podcast, he said that if the Dolphins draft Michael Penix, they'll win the Super Bowl next year, which doesn't even make sense. But hey, if he loves Michael Penix that much, I guess maybe that's a good sign for me. Any quick thoughts on the Dolphins here?
I think this is probably the Graham Barton spot. I haven't seen the pick. Obviously, I don't think it's in yet, but I think this is the Graham Barton spot. We were talking with Tommy about the versatility of Barton. Like, you can move him to different spots. He might be center, like try him out first at center, but he's played tackle in college. He's got the guard versatility as well. And the Dolphins, we've seen them kind of just shuffle everybody around trying to figure out that best five mentality. And I think that for Tua to come close to reaching his ceiling, to see Mike McDaniel's offense really reach its full capacity, they have to figure out this offensive line. They have to get a passable unit of 5 men out there. And I think Graham Barton gives them the best chance of doing that.
Next on the clock will be the Philadelphia Eagles. Obviously, we're just waiting around for the Dolphins to pick. They have 2 minutes left on the clock here, but we do have a guest to talk about the Philadelphia Eagles. So why don't we bring him in now, if we can? Jeffrey Knox, how are you doing, my friend?
What's going on, fellas? I should be asking you that. How long have you guys been talking? Like, since 8 o'clock? I get to do this for 10 minutes. You guys been doing this for hours, I guess.
Yeah, I've been doing it for hours, and to be honest, it has been a complete blur since my Falcons taken Michael Penix Jr. So,
sounds about right.
Yeah. So, talk to us about the Eagles, Jeffrey. Where do you think they go? I mean, they've been very active in terms of trading in drafts past. We have not seen that, at least to this point. Obviously, they could still potentially trade down. But what are your general thoughts about the Eagles here coming up in one pick?
Oh, they weren't going to let you down this year either. They talked about trades. They actually tried to jump Pittsburgh.
Interesting.
But there was talk at the beginning of the week. The theory was they were going to try to move up into the top 10 or 15 to try to draft in the offensive lineman there. There was another theory that suggested they would try to swap picks with the Denver Broncos. Hopefully, Denver thought that they could move back to 22, still get the quarterback they were looking forward to getting. Obviously, see, that wasn't going to be an option. But there was a lot of rumors towards Monday, Tuesday that the theory was they were going to try to get up in the top 12 and try to get one of these elite defensive players. I tend to agree with that theory, but based on the way things have unfolded, we see that they're going to be able to do that at 22 without having to move. So get the best of both worlds, I guess.
Yeah, my final mock draft.
As far as what they're doing here, I would say that this would be the year, the first time in 22 years that we see a defensive back taken. They've taken 3 in their history since the 1930s. Ben Smith in 80, someone else in 1990, and the most recent being Lito Shepherd in 2002. So 22 years since taking a defensive back. As far as top 30 visits were concerned, I know they met with most of the elite. They talked to Terry and Arnold. They talked to Quinion Mitchell. And there was some theory if they were to move up to 12, Quinion Mitchell might have been the pick there. But with our desire to have a defensive back and maybe somebody to eventually take over for Darius Slay and James Bradbury, knowing the track record of Harry Roseman, that probably means we're going to go with an offensive lineman.
And actually, with us. Jeffrey, I did a bad job introducing you there at the start. Obviously, an editor with Inside the Eagles, so I encourage everyone to check out your workout over there. And really quick, before we get back to the Eagles, I do just need to let everyone know that the pick is in for the Dolphins. And they are picking, actually, surprise pick, in my opinion. The Dolphins have selected Chop Robinson, defensive end from Penn State. So we thought they were going to go offensive line. They go defensive line instead. Cody, what are your thoughts on this before we hop back into the Eagles?
I wouldn't take Chop Robinson in the first round. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. I think he is all tools. His polish just isn't there. His strategy right now as a pass rusher is I'm more athletic than you, and that's not going to play in the NFL right away. I understand why the Dolphins are intrigued by it. You know, they lost a lot on that defense side of the ball. They lost Christian Wilkins, most notably. They lost Andrew Van Ginkel. They lost pass rushers galore. And so I think, I understand the logic behind it. It's just not – I just don't think that's a first-round prospect, in my opinion, with how raw he is.
Yeah, it does seem like a little bit of a reach, maybe the first reach since my Falcons took Michael Penix. So I'm glad I'm not the only fan of a team that kind of potentially reached in the first round. But yeah, that one's surprising. I mean, when you looked at their needs, it was basically all of the offensive line. Now they still certainly, had a need on defensive line as well. So not necessarily shocking that they go defensive line. I think just maybe a little bit shocking that it's Chop Robinson who they opted for.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the right sentiment.
Producer Joanne just said, I hope someone is keeping a tally of how many times Ian's mentioned Penix. It's over under 100.5. I would say probably over at this point. I apologize. I did not think I'd be talking about Penix Jr. this much during the stream, but once again, my mind just can't escape it. All right, the Eagles are officially on the clock here. They got a few needs, I think: wide receiver, linebacker, corner, safety. They could go a lot of different routes. Their secondary kind of let them down. Actually, let me just go there with you, Jeffrey. Just give me your thoughts on the Eagles season last year. Got to be one of the more heartbreaking seasons you've watched as an Eagles fan, in terms of a team that looked like they could return to the Super Bowl halfway through the season, and then, just to be completely honest, imploded down the stretch. What are your thoughts on the Eagles from last season, and what do they need to continue to fix this offseason to kind of get back to their Super Bowl caliber?
It was disappointing, obviously. As you mentioned, secondary help would be necessary, and they cured that by getting C.J. Gardner-Johnson back in the building. Yeah. I think they have something special in Sidney Brown. I also think Reed Blankenship is decent, so none of those guys can really cover. So that might be something they need to invest in down the road, and you still have a few guys left in free agency. Howie also has a propensity to tend to add defensive backs late. So that's another theory there. But as far as the collapse is concerned, where do we begin?
Yeah.
Infighting. Stars who didn't want to talk to the defensive coordinator. A transformation from one defensive coordinator to another one in the middle of the season. Changes in defensive play calling. It was all kinds of stuff. But the long and the short of it was, this wasn't a team that was as good as the one we saw reach the Super Bowl. We saw chinks in the armor all season, despite the 10-1 start. And 10-1 is 10-1 in the NFL. We realized that. But all those things that we saw that could potentially be issues became issues later. And that ended up being what cost them. Then once you get to the point where there's a possibility that this team kind of lost faith in some of what Nick Sirianni was spewing, he remains as a CEO head coach, which is something that we can debate for the remainder of the offseason. But long story short, chinks in the armor, a lot of issues, all those things caught up with them, and we saw the results of that with the collapse down the stretch.
I just want to shout out Alan Ashby in the chat, says Dolphins 2025 Super Bowl champs. Big fan of the chop draft, hashtag chop chop. You mentioned, Jeffrey, earlier that Eagles don't exactly have a history of drafting corners, but I don't know if they would have expected that they would have their pick of corner at this point. I did see some mock drafts that had Cooper DeJean from Iowa going to them, but they would not take him now at this point because they have their pick of Quenyon Mitchell and Terrion Arnold. So, I mean, if the Eagles do go corner, you got to at least be happy that they potentially are going to get the best corner in the draft right now.
Absolutely, and it's looking like that might be the pick. So I'm very fortunate to see that. And it's not that they probably wouldn't have taken him; it just didn't work out that way. I know there was a huge interest in J.C. Horn a few years ago. There was also the interest in Sauce Gardner, but there was no way he was going to fall to us at our selection. But this could be the year. We're breaking the jinx. Won't be a linebacker, won't be a safety, but defensive back is in play, and the best ones on the board. And what we've also seen as far as like habitually with Howie Roseman's tenure is he'll typically go with guys he's had pre-draft visits with, all of which include Terrion Arnold and Quenyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. So all those guys are on the table.
Yeah, I mean, there was people who thought that my Falcons at number 8 were going to take a corner. I thought that was a little bit of a stretch. But I mean, to be able to get a guy at 22 overall that some people had going potentially number 8 overall, you got to be happy with that if that is the way that they go. I do still need to look up to see if Toledo's ever had a first-round draft pick in the NFL.
I have this up, Ian, because you mentioned it earlier, and I was looking. 1993, they took defensive end, or the Broncos took defensive end Dan Williams in the first round, number 11 overall. That is Toledo's only first-round pick in school history.
You related to Dan Williams?
Potentially, who knows? Yeah. We'll find out. I'll give him a call. Get the ancestry.com going, see what's up.
Jeffrey, let's assume the Eagles do go corner here with this pick. What do you think Howie's strategy is going to be for the rest of the draft?
If we don't go offensive line, defensive line here, that'll definitely be addressed with the next couple of picks. They still are eating off the Carson Wentz trade with the 50th overall selection via New Orleans there. So you get 50 and 53 right there in close proximity to one another. One of those guys will be a trench warrior. Hopefully the other guy will be an edge star because, Brandon Graham's aging. We're not exactly sure what Nolan Smith's going to become. And I'm most worried about the comment he made that, yeah, the shoulder just doesn't work sometimes. So
not what you want to hear.
What you want to hear from your edge rusher. And Bryce Huff was a nice addition. I personally would have liked to see what this team could have been with Hassan Reddick in addition to what they were acquiring. But edge rusher would probably be a good play. And you can get one of those guys in the second round, I would assume. You got Adissa Isaac in Penn State. You got a lot of guys who we can definitely get excited about. But probably looking at 2 trench warriors in round 2. And then if there's a situation where maybe they trade back into round 3, that may open the door to get a fan favorite Jeremiah Trotter Jr., the son of a franchise legend. But you also have like the day 3 to worry about too. So might be just good to stay put where they are, just as they did tonight, go with the 50th and 53rd. But I would assume right tackle would be in play, somebody to eventually take over for Lane Johnson, because as talented as he is and as talented as Jordan Mailata are, you got behind them LaRaven Clark and something called Fred Johnson. So we're not excited there.
And the pick is officially in. And yes, the Eagles 22nd overall do select Quinyon Mitchell, cornerback, Toledo. Like I said, Jeffrey, you got to be happy that the Eagles, all the way at 22, were able, without even having to trade up, snag the best cornerback in the NFL draft.
I am definitely not something we saw 2 or 3 weeks ago, but very excited about him. I was one of those guys who was a proponent of let's get somebody from a school that we actually care about, because as great as he was at Toledo, it is Toledo. And I'm one of those guys who like to compare guys based off of the level of competition they were facing. But still 41 tackles and interception, 18 passes defenses in 23. And I think in 2022, he was one of the most dynamic ball hawks that we had seen. 5 interceptions, 19 passes defense during that year. But to be able to get him at 22, a 4.33 guy, 6 feet, 196 pounds, if I'm not mistaken. He's big enough to body anybody that, is playing on the outside, especially in the NFC East. And definitely with a 4.33 40 times, quick enough to keep up with him as well.
Yeah, you were talking about, a lot of the guys on the Eagles, in the Eagles secondary right now, some of them, their coverage is lacking a little bit. And I understand the level of competition concerns, but I think there was a lot of concerns for people. And then he went to the Senior Bowl, and wide receivers hated this dude at the Senior Bowl because he put them on lock the entire week. So, I think that answered a lot of level of competition concerns. Right. And, in my final mock draft, I had the Eagles trading up to 12 to take this exact player. And so you keeping all your draft capital to get him at 22, it's a huge win.
As we mentioned, they were trying to get up to 12, and he was one of the guys in play if they were to take him at 12. So to get him at 22 is definitely a win and something to be celebrated. Then we can see if maybe, I don't know if you were able to move James Bradbury with that contract and what we put on tape last year, but there is a possibility. You always have this situation where coaches always think that they can do a better job with the guy than the last guy did. And James Bradbury could have been misused last year. It's probably a better zone cover guy at this stage of his career than a man up, bump and run type of guy. But and I would actually think that it would probably be a great move to try to move him to safety and try to lock him up with some tight ends and like some bigger guys who don't move as well. But neither here nor there. Darius Slay could be a trade piece at this time because they have Keely Ringo, who stepped up and with some injuries last year, showed that he had some game, and looked like these guys may have found their outside corners for the future with both of those guys. Because Josh Jobe, I'm not feeling. Eli Ricks, I'm not feeling, and some mess back there in that secondary, man.
All right, Mr. Knox, I appreciate you joining us here. You are the editor at Inside the Eagles. Like I said earlier, I encourage everyone to check out your work, especially Eagles fans out there. Let the people know where else they can find you.
Oh, as you see there, GQ_4_EVA, GQ forever. I think that's me on TikTok, Instagram, everything. So still getting used to this IG thing, this social media thing, but you guys can check me out in there, and obviously you can check out my work, as you said it, on Inside the Eagles every day at Inside Eagles, IGGLES on X.
All right, fantastic stuff, my friend. Best of luck to your Eagles the rest of the draft and next season as well.
All right, you guys get some sleep eventually.
All right, thank you.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm gonna be lying in bed awake at night because of Michael Penix. Add another tally to the total. Where are we at, my friend? Where are we at, Cody? Is it time for it's almost time for your Dallas Cowboys 24 overall. We are at number 23, which was originally, correct me if I'm wrong, originally the Browns and then the Texans and then the Vikings and now the Jaguars.
Yep, this pick has been moved around quite a bit.
I think it was Houston, Cleveland, Vikings, Jaguars. I don't know what the combination of Houston and Cleveland, but regardless,
no,
this
trade
has
part
been
of
around.
the Deshaun Watson trade.
Yes.
So it was Cleveland to Houston,
right?
And then we're on it. We got this.
So now it is the Jaguars.
Yeah.
We thought we were they were gonna pick earlier. Where are we going with the Jaguars? Cody, help me out. My brain is turning into mush.
I think this might be Brian Thomas Jr. We've seen them connected to Brandon Ayuk in trade rumors recently. I think that they're a little worried about going into the season with Christian Kirk, Zay Jones, and Gabe Davis as their top 3 wide receivers, which is probably the right call. Not exactly who I would want to surround Trevor Lawrence with, coming into a really crucial year for him. So I think that would make a lot of sense to get Brian Thomas Jr., a real field stretcher in there, someone who has upside in size, speed. He checks the boxes of a wide receiver 1.
Yeah, I certainly agree. You could also add to the trend. I mean, the Jaguars could go a lot of different directions with this pick. So if you take a look at the best players still available, obviously Terry and Arnold, they're corner, still the number 2 corner available. Graham Barton, center for Duke. I mean, Cooper DeJean's not going to go now because Terry and Arnold's probably going to go ahead of him. Jean Newton, the defensive tackle from Illinois. Brian Thomas, as you mentioned, the wide receiver. You have some corners who, I mean, even our boy Kool-Aid might be falling out of the first round now with Terry and Arnold still available this late in the opening round. So, there's some options they could go with.
There's a lot of good players still on the board, man. This draft has not gone I don't think it's gone the way anyone expected. 6 quarterbacks in the top 12 really threw everything kind of for a loop.
Yes, so every single draft, obviously, there is a curveball that gets thrown early on. This was not the curveball that I expected, obviously, was 6 quarterbacks taken in the first 12 picks. But then what happened was that then caused a ton of players who expected to be top 12 picks to then get now pushed further down the board. So, not exactly a situation we've seen in the past with this many quarterbacks. Then usually we see the opposite. Usually we see people think that there's going to be 5 quarterbacks taken and then only 3 do. So 2 fall late first, early second.
Last year we saw that.
Last year we saw that with Will Levis, obviously. This year the complete opposite. And it's not, I don't remember the last time that we've seen anything like this, which is now, it's not just one position that still has a bunch of guys left. There's several positions that still have guys left who we would have expected would have been taken way earlier.
Yeah, and I mean, there's still wild cards. I mentioned, I'm terrified of the Cowboys taking Xavier Worthy. Xavier Worthy's a wild card, man, because obviously set the combine record at the 40, 4.21 seconds, can fly, obviously, just speed, but he also weighs 165 pounds. This is a dude who I outweigh by 40 pounds. That's not an NFL body. And but teams just trip over themselves to draft speed. And he's not a first round prospect, but I would almost guarantee that some team is going to take him in these next 10 picks in the first round.
Yeah. Okay. The pick for the Jaguars is in. Cody, you called it. The 23rd overall pick in the 2024 NFL entry draft. The Jacksonville Jaguars select Brian Thomas, wide receiver, Louisiana State University. Makes a lot of sense. Man. Makes a lot of sense. They lost Calvin Ridley this offseason. Christian Kirk coming off an injury. Like you mentioned, they were in, potentially in talks with acquiring Braden Ayuk. But now they got a number 2 guy to help out Christian Kirk. Makes a lot of sense. And now it gives Trevor Lawrence another weapon because as we've mentioned on the show a couple times, Trevor Lawrence this is kind of a do or die season for Trevor Lawrence because he's been good, but not great. He's been great at times. He's been bad at times. So you get him another rookie wide receiver. You limit the excuses that he can have. It's now or never for Trevor Lawrence with this pick.
No, absolutely. And I mean, there are some degrees where Trevor Lawrence has been dealt a bad hand. Calvin Ridley being suspended for a season due to gambling, not exactly ideal.
Well, he was still technically with the Falcons, I think, when that happened, was he?
Wasn't he traded after the fact though, like to the Jaguars, and then he like spent the suspension year with the Jaguars?
Possibly. You could be correct. Yes.
Regardless, it's not been the easiest road, and I mean, his first year was with Urban Meyer, who in 10 games was the worst head coach in NFL history. Like made his legacy very quickly in the NFL. So I do give Trevor Lawrence a little bit of grace in that regard, but you're right, it is make or break. Like you have to get him in the best position to succeed, and I think what impresses me the most about Brian Thomas Jr. is like he's going to be an immediate downfield threat, an immediate guy who you just target down the field, try to take the top off the defense. But with his size speed combination, I think he has more to his game with more development. And so, like you said, he could be the wide receiver 2 to Christian Kirk. I don't think it's far fetched to think that sooner rather than later he could be wide receiver 1 on this offense.
Sure, absolutely could see that. So now your Dallas Cowboys are on the clock. 5.5 minutes left on the clock for your Dallas Cowboys. You're here. You're at the finish line. You've talked about them a little bit, different ways that they could go. I mean, they have, if they did want to go wide receiver, I mean, you have a ton of options too, not necessarily even Xavier Worthy. Donnie Mitchell still available. Xavier Legette still available. Ladd McConkey still available. You think they go offensive line. So is it Graham Barton? Because that would be an interior guy, right? And they'd be more looking for an offensive tackle, or am I wrong in saying that?
You're wrong in saying that because they also lost Tyler Biadasz, who was their center last year. Their starting center. They don't have a starting center. So Graham Barton would make a ton of sense here. Jackson Powers-Johnson, who doesn't seem like he's probably going to go in the first round the way things have been trending, but I like him as a prospect. So if they took Jackson Powers-Johnson, I would be happy with that. But I think it's trending I still think it's trending towards offensive line. I think that has to be the pick because we've kind of seen a run on these tackles start to go here. And so I think that if the Cowboys were to wait and try to get into the 50s and try to fill that hole there, I think they would be hurting themselves.
And I liked Adam Weinrib's not stat, but something he said earlier, which is funny. Got to be the first time in history that Duke's going to have 2 centers that play the same position but different sports go in 2 different drafts.
That's pretty good.
Barton and Kyle Filipowski for basketball. So 2 centers, different sports, different drafts. Still both first-round draft picks. I don't know. Is Filipowski a first-round draft pick? I don't know.
I'm not an NBA draft guy, Ian. I don't know why you're asking me.
That's a different stream, and I will not be hosting it.
Yeah, I mean, so it would be incredible to have us host that one, considering our, that's probably not our strong suit.
Yeah, considering I know absolutely nothing. I'll just keep repeating that Zach Edey's Canadian is all I'll say until he gets picked. So yeah, Graham Barton, Duke, center. I think that makes a lot of sense. Is that like if you're to set the odds, that's got to be the overwhelming option at this point, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think the other option, I saw this was mocked a lot like last week, not so much this week, but Tyler Guyton out of Oklahoma, the tackle there. I'm down on him a little bit. I think he's more of a project than people really want to admit. Like I think he's toolsy, but I don't think that, I mean, his film last year at Oklahoma was very inconsistent. His technique's not where it needs to be. And if the Cowboys are drafting a tackle, they're drafting him with the intention of starting him at left tackle. That's not exactly the type of player you want to be putting in that spot.
Now, my issue with them taking a center and offensive line in general, and this is actually why I placed a bet on the Cowboys to take a wide receiver with their first pick, is because Jerry Jones wants the exciting pick, the flashy pick, and there is nothing less flashy or exciting than an offensive lineman. Does that concern you?
Oh, Jerry Jones concerns me at all times as a Cowboys fan. Like
I love the story of him having to get physically held back from drafting Johnny Manziel.
I mean,
they had to physically restrain him because he wanted to draft Johnny.
That's who we're dealing with. This is the man who multiple times this offseason, they've looked at the piece of paper that he was holding in front of him thinking, oh, the Jerry Jones secrets. And it's just doodles. It's just scribbles. It's not anything important. He is on the verge of senility in the worst kind of way. It terrifies me. I have like the worst feeling in my gut that this is going to be not just a wide receiver, but Xavier Worthy, like just because in state, like you talk about flashy, the dude who ran the 4.21 who went to Texas, keeping him in Dallas. I don't even hate the fit. I just hate it as the 24th pick in the draft. I think that's just where I'm at with it.
Let's say they do go wide receiver. Which wide receiver would you want them to take of the ones available?
I think AD Mitchell is my draft crush. I love AD Mitchell, Adonai Mitchell. Apparently Adonai in Hebrew means like Messiah. And so a lot of people in the Jewish community do not like calling him that. So, and I think he recognized that. So he goes by AD. Fun fact about him. But his biggest problem is inconsistency. Like he just basically took plays off at Texas. But I think you can alleviate that. Like I'm less concerned about that type of behavior than I am someone who can't play. And he can play. His best moments, he looks like a wide receiver one. You pair that with CeeDee Lamb, he's an upgraded version of what they wanted Michael Gallup to be pre-ACL injury. So I think this would make a lot of sense. Brandon Cooks is the wide receiver 2 right now. I think he's much more suited at this point in his career as a wide receiver 3. So I think Mitch could come in and be a nice compliment to CeeDee Lamb.
Well, breaking news, you're not going to find out yet because the Dallas Cowboys are trading back.
Oh, I get to stay on the stream a little bit longer.
They know we can get Xavier Worthy a little bit later in the draft. So I don't know where they're trading back to. We'll find it out, but we just got word from producer Joanne that the Cowboys are trading back. So I don't know what that means in terms of you hanging out on this show. I know you got other work to do, but I guess it depends on the Lions are picking. So it might be all the way down to 29 for the Cowboys to pick. I'm assuming they swap first round picks, probably got a little bit more from the Lions as well. So now the Detroit Lions are on the clock. The Cowboys back to 29. Cody, are you seeing what else the Cowboys got for that?
I have not seen it yet. I'm not sure the compensation is up yet. I'm just seeing eight reports that the trade happened. So that's the stage of the news breaking procedure that we're at.
I don't know what else you have to do, Cody. So it's up to you. We can just kind of discuss it live. You can hang out if you want. If you want to jump off and then come back on for the Cowboys pick, if you got to get some other work done, it is completely up to you. But yeah, if you want to stick around, be more than happy to have you until the 29th pick.
Trade secret. I've been working this entire time. So
that's impressive. I believe Reed Wallach is going to be joining us here at some point as well for the last final stretch. I need as much support as possible because I am slowly, or maybe quickly, losing my mind. But let's talk the Detroit Lions, who are now on the clock. I mean, how much did they do this just because they're in Detroit? They want to get their fans, fired up a little bit here. The Lions, given their, like I said at the very start of the show, it's funny that the draft is finally in Detroit, and this is like the highest first round pick they've ever had. Obviously,
Right.
I don't know if that's true, but like they could have maybe traded first round picks before, but they were picking 29. So they said, well, let's throw our fans a little bone here. They're all out in droves, 500,000. DGen said, I think he said 650,000. I just see the sky cam shot of this. It's unbelievable the amount of people that are there. Let's give our fans something to get excited about and trade up. So which way do the Lions go with their first pick here? I think you have to go defense, right? And most likely you have to go in the secondary. So maybe that is why they traded up as well, because Terry Arnold is still available. The next, probably the best player left, the best overall player on the board, Terry Arnold, the cornerback from Alabama. Now that I've talked myself into this, and this is how I work, is as I talk, I think. And I think this is just why they traded up. It's Terry Arnold's available. We got to go get him, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I was going to say. And the pick is official. So we have it. And it is Terry Arnold.
Terry Arnold. Okay, perfect. I promise I didn't see that and then pretended like I figured it out on my own. No, 2 minutes of ranting, but I figured it out on my own. Makes a lot of sense. So they did not just do this just to throw the Lions fans a bone, but I'm sure they're happy to do that. And the Lions fans got to be pumped as well. All the way at 24th overall, you get the number 2 cornerback in the draft, which, correct me if I'm wrong, Cody, but that must have been their number 1 need this season because their defense really let them down last season. Their offense is one of the best in the NFL. Their defense was not, and it was really their secondary more than anything else. They could stop the run. They could not stop the pass.
Yeah, I think it was either you had to go secondary or you had to go pass rusher to help out Aiden Hutchinson. They've done a little bit of work there, but I thought someone like Johnny Newton or Jerzon Newton, I call him Johnny because that's way easier to say. And he also goes by Johnny. So I thought someone like him, if one of the edge rushers fell to this spot, I thought that could have been a nice pick for them. But with the way the board fell, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. You nailed it. And I trust you. You weren't even looking at the screen. So like, I know that you were actually working that out, but I don't think they in a million years imagined Terry Arnold being in the 20s, frankly. You know what I mean? So like when you get him in range, you have to go get your guy. And we've seen the Lions, they're aggressive. When they have their guy, they go get him.
Yeah, so there you have it. Makes a lot of sense. You covered a need. You got a great player who you probably didn't expect to fall this deep into the draft. So there you have it. Great stuff for Lions fans, especially the ones that are there. It looks like a music festival. I would not want to be in the middle of that crowd personally, but hey, all the respect in the world to the people who are there.
Would you rather be in the middle or in the very back? What are you seeing if you're in the very back of that crowd?
I'd still probably rather be in the back. Maybe you get some of the vibes without having to be. I'd get claustrophobic in the middle of all that. Well, Cody, you were supposed to leave us at this point, but because the Cowboys traded back, you can stick around. But we are going to bring in who was supposed to replace you. That's Reed Wallach. Reed Wallach has jumped on. What's going on, Reed? How are you doing tonight?
What's up, guys? I thought I'd come man the back end with you, Ian. But Cody, what's up, man? Happy to be here. Pretty interesting night in the NFL draft. Some teams got better. Some teams got worse, I think. Some teams made the worst pick in NFL history, potentially, I would venture to say.
Denver Broncos?
Yeah, Broncos go next.
Team that may have picked a few spots ahead of few spots ahead of them. Denver's pick wasn't great, but Atlanta, Ian, I didn't see the reaction. So if anyone's hopping on late, I wonder if you could rehash some thoughts.
Reed, and by the way, I did a bad job introducing you. You're a college sports expert with Bet-Sided, college football, college basketball. Probably the number one Brooklyn Nets fan in the world. Thank you for hopping on, Reed. And thank you for just diving right back into this Michael Penix pick, which
it's all come on. It is easily the biggest story coming out of this draft.
I haven't stopped talking about it, Reed. Producer Joanne asked us in the chat a few minutes ago how many times I've said Penix during the show, and I think I'm up to probably 150 at this point. It's been a blur since it happened, Reed. I the way, a little behind the curtains here for the people watching, the way it works is producer Joanne puts in our little private chat we have going here who the pick is, and I legitimately thought it was a prank. I had John Bueller on the time, a fellow Falcons fan, and he said before the pick, as long as the Falcons don't go quarterback here, I'm happy. And I laughed because I was like, quarterback? Why don't they go quarterback here? We just paid over $100 million to Kirk Cousins. Like, I would expect a kicker more than I expect a quarterback at 8 overall. And then Joanne put in the chat, Falcons have selected Michael Penix Jr. And it's been a blur since, Reed.
So there were rumors like throughout the past probably like 2 weeks that like the Falcons really like Michael Penix. Like that was like a prominent rumor. I kind of didn't take much of it just because, okay, cool. Like they just signed Kirk Cousins. Like maybe like if he does fall into the second round because it was debated, but it seemed like starting like this week, really the drumbeat was he was going to go round 1. I mean, I understand like you got like if you like your guy, you got to get your guy, but this isn't even like a project pick like down the road. We like this. This is he's going to be what 26, 27 probably when he makes his first start.
Yeah, he's 24 now, isn't he?
Healthy. And if it's an insurance policy against Kirk Cousins, that's one hell of an insurance policy. So yeah, so I don't see the vision here. I just and I thought Atlanta, the way the board broke, also the potential to trade back, continue to stockpile assets to get maybe an impact pass rusher. I thought the board really broke nicely for Atlanta, given the premium on quarterback, offensive line, wide receiver, things that like Atlanta doesn't necessarily need. They need more defensive help, and they kind of just completely torpedoed their first round pick, at least for the short term.
Yeah, I did see the Penix stuff. I did see that they like Penix. I actually do like Penix personally, but I just thought that would be like, even if they traded it late back into the first round and took him there, I would have been fine with it. But number 8 overall is just baffling to say the least. I keep scrolling Twitter to try to see if someone has an explanation for me for why they did that. To me,
yeah, there's got to be like a whenever like what's the Janet's name? Fort, right?
Fontenot?
Yeah, someone with an F. Yeah, like
I was thinking of the
like,
Fortinet Championship, the golf tournament.
That's also what my first thought was, and it caught me up for a second.
Isn't it spelt like Fort though, or something like that? Like it's said with like a little flair on it, right?
Oh, I'm sure it's like it looks like a Cajun name is honestly.
Yeah, okay.
Like. So yeah.
But I'm sure he's gonna have his press conference, and that's gonna be, the entire press conference is gonna be like, what was the thought process here? And then obviously Kirk Cousins doesn't know. That was the whole report. Like he was shocked and a bit stunned about what happened. Like just an absolute disaster. But we could talk about other stuff, but like that's to me like the obvious leading story of what happened here.
Yeah, the Packers pick is in, but yeah, I did. The Falcons GM, which if probably nobody has noticed, but I've only referred to him as the Falcons GM because I've heard his last name pronounced 85 million times, and I still don't know what it is.
I thought it was
Fontenot, but
Fortnat wasn't good. Fortenot wasn't good.
Once again, I've heard it pronounced 85 million times, and it just hasn't clicked in my brain. The Packers have made their selection 25th overall. They have selected Jordan Morgan, offensive tackle from Arizona. Offensive line was the betting favorite for what position the Packers were going to draft. We saw some late steam coming on cornerback. I personally bet on cornerback to be the selection of the position for the first pick. But they did go offensive line. Jordan Love, obviously a potential MVP candidate after how he played in the second half of last season. So they got him some more protection moving forward. Cody, what can you tell me about Jordan Morgan?
Yeah, tore his ACL in 2022, came back. There were a little bit of concerns about what he would look like. You see the knee brace right there in the picture, very front and center, but came back and performed really well. I don't think he's, a world beater by any stretch of the imagination, but I think he's a good player. And I mean, it's tough to fill the shoes of what David Bakhtiari was when David Bakhtiari was healthy, but I mean, it's a passable option and it's going to help Jordan Love. There's no doubt about that.
Reed, any thoughts?
Yeah, I think, bolstering that offensive line. I mean, we've seen kind of one of the subplots of this draft has been the run on offensive linemen. What is this now? 8, 9 we've seen here? I think 8. But I mean, you're seeing a real run here. And I don't think we're done looking at some of the teams picking here at the back. Like I know the Cowboys just traded back to 29. I think they're in the market for an offensive lineman. I definitely think, you're seeing a lot of these teams, again, for the most part, teams are wising up when it looks like the NFL draft. I know it's been very offensive centric this draft, but teams know that offensive line is kind of the backbone of your team. And teams are investing in it early, and it's been kind of, one of those recipes for success. Obviously you got to hit on your quarterback and stuff, but offensive line, like if you don't have a glaring need, go offensive line and keep bolstering that up. So I like this pick for the Packers quite a bit. Jordan Morgan, he was a pretty surefire first rounder from like all the consensus big boards and mock drafts.
Yeah, so there you go. Packers, as expected, at least by the odds makers, go with offensive line. That brings us to pick number 26 in the NFL draft. So we're going to bring on another guest. We're going to go with a 4 box here.
Who's picking 26?
The Buccaneers.
Okay.
Correct? Am I wrong?
Yes. No, that's
my
right.
brain turned to mush because of the Michael Penix Jr. news.
It has, but you were right in this instance.
Yes, it definitely has.
I think it's another O-line possibility.
Yes, and we are going to bring in a Buccaneers expert to talk about this with us. This is Josh Hill, content director with Fansided, the pewter plank, noted Buccaneers fan. Josh, do you just want to laugh at me for the Penix thing first? Do you just want to get that out of the way, or do you want to talk about it last?
Nah, see, that's the Minnesota nice in me. I was born in Minnesota, so that's the nice part of me. Also, I got all of my laughing out over the last hour and a half, so I've got nothing left. I'm just the laughs at the empty tank. So I'm going to save the rest of my laughing for next year. Oh wait, no, for 4 years when we see Michael Penix actually play.
At a ripe age of 32, Michael Penix making his first career start.
Yeah. The oldest rookie quarterback.
Rookie. That's incredible.
Yeah.
Let's go.
All right, let's talk the Buccaneers then. I had a Buccaneers fan on here earlier, my good friend Degen, and I asked him who he thought the Buccaneers were going to take or what position, and he said he had no idea and that he did not look into the Buccaneers draft whatsoever. So Josh, I need you to help me out here. What position you think? Who do you think? Just in general, what are the Buccaneers going to do with 26?
based on how the edge rushers sort of went, I think we're going to go offensive line here. Like, you have to. You've got Baker Mayfield, who you invested over $100 million in. You've got a run game that needs to get going, because Rashad White, he's good, but he was good as a pass-catching running back last year. Like, all those comparisons to Christian McCaffrey, they happened because he couldn't run the ball. And he couldn't run the ball because there was no offensive line in front of him. Ever since they lost Ryan Jensen at center a couple of years ago with those injuries and eventually ended his career, he retired this offseason, they've been missing that sort of center of the line. Like, they have Tristan Wirfs. Everything else should be up for debate. And I think they have to go with one of these offensive linemen. You got with Graham Barton, who's out of Duke. You've got the guy who I want them to take, Jackson Powers Johnson, whom I believe has like the most gnarliest burger ever named after him. Like, that's the guy that you want. That's an offensive lineman. He's got like a burger with like 5 patties and cheese curds on it named after him. That's the guy I want in the trenches. And what a successor to Ryan Jensen, too. He was that kind of like high attitude guy who was annoyingly always getting in people's faces and getting those 15-yard personal foul penalties. But that's, who Tom Brady wanted. That's the guy who helped them win a Super Bowl and why that offensive line was so good. So you've got to find a way to replace him. JPJ looks like that. But I'd take Barton, too. I think he can fly over to center, too.
Well, we do have news. The Buccaneers wasted no time getting that pick in. They are ready to go to bed, much like I am. The Buccaneers pick is in. They have selected Graham Barton, center from Duke. Initial reaction.
I like it. Like I said, they needed that offensive line help. They need to protect Baker. They need to get that run game going. Now, the most interesting part to me is double dip on the offensive line, and I think they might. Like Mason McCormick, he feels like a guy who's a Jason Light dude, smaller school. He likes to go for those types of guys. I could see them going after him. Maybe they feel like he's a day 2 guy, maybe not a day 3 guy, but double dipping on the offensive line. Because you know what they need to do? They need to fortify. I'm missing the entire point here, Ian. They need to fortify the offensive line because the Falcons took an edge rusher, a top edge rusher at number 8, so they have to protect Baker Mayfield. I mean,
Leatu Latu of the Falcons is really going to, they need somebody to help up there.
Alice Turner's going to come flying around there. Like, I don't need that in my life.
You just wait till Raheem Morris whips out the 2-quarterback offense. The Buccaneers aren't going to know what to do with that.
Oh, I've lived the Raheem Morris life. The Youngry Bucks.
Yeah,
I remember that very, very well.
Oh, my God.
Cody, you have any thoughts on this pick? Obviously, you said earlier that you were hoping that the Cowboys were going to take him. Any quick thoughts before we let Josh go?
No, I think it makes a lot of sense. I think Josh hit on the right points there. Like, you invested in Baker Mayfield. Now it's time to protect him. You've lost a little bit on that interior line. And I agree with you, Josh. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Light is who took Alex Kappa a few years ago as well.
Yep.
So he likes those small school guys. And I think Mason McCormick will make a lot of sense. Put Barton in at center, put McCormick in at guard. That'd make a lot of sense.
My only petition to Jason Light is the most perfect prospect is sitting out there at a position of need, too, because they traded Carlton Davis. The secondary was terrible last year anyways. But the Buccaneers, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers not selecting TJ Tampa out of Iowa State. I mean, I might have to – I'll have some strong words with Jason Light if he doesn't make that pick. That's makes it.
There you go. Perfect. Thank you so much for hopping on. It was a quick appearance here. The Buccaneers wasted no time making their pick. Josh, I appreciate you hopping on. Let the people know where they can find your work.
Absolutely. Pewter Plank, J. Dave Hill on Twitter. We can be screaming at Falcons fans. Ian, we can scream at Saints fans together. That's the we're shaking our hands. So we both hate the Saints. We can end on a high note. Friendship makes the dream work.
I love that. If it's the only thing I can agree with Buccaneers fans is that our mutual hate for the Saints is alive and well.
Let's go. I love it. See you guys.
All right, perfect. Thanks a lot, Josh. Have a good night. We're moving right along. The GMs in the NFL are ready to hit the hay because the Arizona Cardinals, who I wasn't even ready to say they're next on the clock, they're on the clock and the pick is official. 27th overall, Darius Robinson, defensive end from Missouri. They add to the defensive line with their second pick in the opening round. This would have been the Texans pick because of the trade last year, if I'm correct. Reed, do you have any thoughts on Darius Robinson, a pass rusher here for the Arizona Cardinals? They got Marvin Harrison earlier. Now they got a pass rusher.
Really liked Darius Robinson. This is one of the guys that really popped for me during college football. And, even reading some of the draft reports as the lead up to tonight, Robinson was a surefire first-round prospect in the eyes of many. And I think this kid's the goods, really explosive, huge also. I think this is a really good pick. I've liked what Arizona has done over the past 2 years, especially, aggressive, moving around the draft, not afraid to make trades, go get their guys. I think Arizona's a team. Ian, I believe you're in the same boat as me. Like, I don't want to put too much expectation, surefire playoff team, but we're talking multi-win improvement with a healthy Kyler Murray. Now you got Marvin Harrison. I think the Arizona, it's definitely an up arrow. This team is ready to take a step forward again, and not necessarily be picking in the top 5 again next year.
Yes, if you were to ask me to place a long shot bet on a team to make the playoffs, the team I would say would be the Arizona Cardinals. They actually had the most draft capital of all teams in this draft. So they picked at 4, just picked at 27, and they pick again early in round 2, 35th overall, and then 66th overall as well. 1, 2, 3, 6 overall picks, 90th or shorter. So they got a lot of different options that they have to boost this roster. And then who knows what's going to happen in the NFC West outside of 49ers. I think we can pencil in the 49ers as the champs there. But then, if the Cardinals finish second to, ahead of the Rams and Seahawks, would you be shocked? I wouldn't.
No,
yeah.
Big leap potential.
All right, so next team on the clock, Buffalo Bills. Obviously an intriguing spot, a team that has had a lot of roster turnover, a team that will not look the same next year as they did this past year. Obviously lost Stephon Diggs to the Houston Texans in a trade this offseason. Cody, do you want to talk about where potentially the Bills will go? And then your Cowboys will potentially finally be picking after them.
Please, for the love of God, let the Buffalo Bills protect Jerry Jones from himself and select Xavier Worthy. That's all I ask in this world.
See, I'll push back, though. I don't know when Buffalo's picking next, but I don't know if Buffalo needs to go wide receiver right here. I wonder, you're seeing here, Brian Thomas fell a little bit. Xavier Worthy teams aren't high on, and I know the pick's going to come in any minute, and maybe it's a wide receiver, but I do wonder if Buffalo looks to go elsewhere and maybe get back into the second round where guys might be cheaper and more flexible. And there's going to be, look, we're at pick 28. So there are going to be potential first round wide receivers in the second round. Your Lad McConkey, Xavier Legette, maybe Xavier Worthy, A.D. Mitchell. So I do wonder if Buffalo goes in a different direction. But I don't know if Xavier Worthy would be the pick, though. I think they'd go more big possession receiver. If they were to go someone, I'd probably look more at the A.D. Mitchell type.
The Bills do have a second round pick. It is 60th overall is their next pick after this one. So, they could wait to see if a wide receiver drops to them, or also they could potentially move up maybe mid-second round and still get one of those guys that were borderline first round, second round guys. So, yeah, I certainly could see where you're coming from with that.
Yeah, more just the flexibility,
Right.
Also moving up, it'll probably cost you so much less to go up and get a wide receiver that's probably gonna be around day 2. Just looking at the board, how this shook out for wide receivers, really talented class, but not, again, we were just talking offensive line. There seems to be more of a premium on this year.
Or what you could do if you're the Buffalo Bills is trade back and try to get one of those receivers, because that is what they have officially done. Maybe not for a receiver, but it is official. The Buffalo Bills are trading back. With who? I don't know yet, but it is official that they are.
The Texans, I know, we're looking to move up. So maybe
it could be the Texans. It could very well be the Texans.
Which is ironic because, Stephon Diggs.
Right. I'm just trying to figure out if it's been announced who they're trading with, because I don't know who to talk about unless we know who's going to be picking 28th overall. But if the Bills, the Bills are trading back, do you think it is to get a receiver, and because there's still a handful of them left, they could move back and still be able to get one of those while being able to increase their draft capital? Because let's be honest, the Bills have a lot of different holes to fill. So if they want a receiver, trade back a few spots, get one of those guys, and then you have some options to go with some more picks later on in the draft.
Yeah, I would say makes sense. The Bills, even though this team, you look at the odds, you look at opinion, This is a team that's looked at as a Super Bowl contender still, despite trading Stephon Diggs and some gaping holes across the roster. But I think that just is a testament to how good Josh Allen is. But so I think I don't know if the Bills are moving back how far, but this could get pretty interesting here.
Moving to 32, it's the Chiefs coming up.
Kansas City Chiefs moving up. The Chiefs who were favored to draft a wide receiver. So maybe the Chiefs have one wide receiver that they definitely want that is still available. Whereas maybe the Bills want a wide receiver as well, but they're not as picky with who they get. That could certainly make a lot of sense. So the Chiefs trading up 28. The two teams that have become rivals over the past handful of years doing a draft night trade. Who would have thought?
How about an offensive lineman?
Yeah,
could go offensive lineman as well. Who's best available left on the board right now? I've kind of lost track.
There's a bunch of offensive linemen.
Tyler Guyton, Patrick Paul. I saw Roger Rosengarten.
Powers Johnson is available. Somi Alea from BYU. This kid Paul from Houston is like 6'8". Hopefully he goes in the first round because I have a long shot bet on that. That'd be really cool. But there's a dearth of offensive linemen. I think the Chiefs, they were linked to a lot. I know wide receiver was trendy, but I think offensive lineman could be the move here.
Yeah, past couple of days I've seen a lot of Sue Mattia, the BYU kid, formerly at Oregon. He's toolsy, man. He's toolsy, and I think the Chiefs are confident in their ability to maximize toolsy guys.
And the Bills, I just saw the report. They traded a bunch of picks going different ways, but the Bills are picking 32 now. So they still kept the first round pick. They just moved back a few spots. And I don't know what rounds these fall in necessarily, but the Bills got the 95th pick also. And then they gave up the 133rd and picks in like the 200s.
So there you go. Getting some more, some higher picks here, or at least the 95th or whatever it is. We'll give them an option to get someone who could be a starter next year on a team, as I mentioned earlier, that certainly has a lot of holes and a lot of roster turnover from last year to this year. Certainly could use some help on the offensive line. Maybe they go receiver at 32, or maybe they go offensive line at 32. But the Chiefs now, offensive line, receiver as well, a couple of positions. Do you want to get Patrick Mahomes another weapon, or do you want to get him some more protection? The board I'm looking at that has the best player available, Cooper DeJean, probably not where the Chiefs are going to go with this pick, but maybe with losing L'Jarius Sneed or trading L'Jarius Sneed, I should say, this offseason. So, I mean, corner could be a little bit of a dark horse option here for the Chiefs as well.
Yeah. DeJean would be not this pick, but just in general, he screams like stud corner.
And the pick is in. The Kansas City Chiefs have selected Xavier Worthy. Cody, you are safe, 29th.
Thank God.
Overall. So Xavier Worthy broke the record for the 40-yard dash on the combine this year. Cody, you were concerned the Cowboys were going to take him. This makes a lot of sense to the Chiefs. If Chiefs love their fast receivers. Is this, I mean, you guys will know better than me, but is he a comp to maybe like a Tyreek Hill in terms of his speed a little bit, Reed?
Speed, yeah. But the difference with him and Tyreek Hill is he is like very tiny. Like he is noticeably small. Weighed in 172 pounds at the combine. So this is a small wide receiver. So obviously durability concerns is up for debate. He did get hurt in the Big 12 championship game with a high ankle sprain. I don't know if that's necessarily about like his frame more than like a bad hit, but he is electric to watch. Him and Mahomes are going to be pretty ridiculous. I definitely could see the Tyreek Hill comps. I don't know if he has the ceiling in terms of Tyreek Hill, but Worthy is a speedster, and that's a very nice new toy for the best quarterback to play with.
Yeah, him and Hollywood Brown on the same offense. My God, wheels galore. But yeah, going to the Tyreek Hill comp, I think one of the most underrated things about Tyreek Hill's game is he's really underrated as a contested catch guy. Xavier Worthy has none of that in his game because of that frame. Like he doesn't play through contact. He goes down on first contact all the time, doesn't really break tackles. Tyreek Hill has some of that, but he can catch through contact. I'm not sure that's there for Worthy, but in terms of big plays, in terms of, we don't know what's going to happen with the Rashee Rice situation. Like, we don't know how long he's going to be suspended. So it makes perfect sense to go wide receiver here. And I think Worthy is a great fit for Mahomes, more so than probably any other quarterback in the NFL.
Xavier Worthy, and I just realized, not that anyone cares about my bets, but one of my bets was Xavier Worthy under 28.5, and of course he goes 29. So add the L's up for me tonight.
No, that's a win. He went 28.
Oh, I thought that was a 29th pick.
No, Cowboys were 29th pick. You got the dub, man. You got it.
There you go. I'll take the W on that one then. So actually, that was perfect that the Chiefs traded into that spot. Great. There we go. I went from upset to happy. There we go. Perfect. Just got in with 20 under 28.5. I got a shout out because this is very true. I haven't seen a ton of them tonight, but Payking says these Goodell hugs are so cringe and weird and fake. It's been one of my most strongly held opinions of the NFL draft for years is stop trying to be cool, Goodell. And if I was a player, I would not hug him. He's a man you're going to hate for the next 15 years of your career. As my cat wants to get some camera time now.
You know, what's being looked over in the trade that just happened, like the Bills helped the Chiefs get their new weapon. Like I understand, like cool, like we'll get like some draft capital back and maybe this 3rd round pick we use like is like a nice impactful like pass rusher or something. But like I feel like you gotta like just hang up the phone if the Chiefs call you, right? Like you just gotta be like, no, like doesn't work for us actually, even if like it makes the most sense.
Because you know exactly what's going to happen, given the luck of the Chiefs and the luck of the Bills, is that the game-winning play in the playoffs next time they meet will be made by Xavier Worthy.
Like, I feel like you're the Bills, just like be like, nah, it's fine. Like we'll just take this pick. Like no, like the draft capital and like what Jimmy Johnson trade chart says can only get you so far, right?
Yeah. 100%. Cody, your Cowboys are finally on the clock. Are they going to actually make a pick here?
I hope so. There's some like we just talked about. There's a lot of talented offensive linemen on the board, so I'd like to see the Cowboys get one of those to, replenish the 2 massive holes that are on the offensive line currently.
I think my final bet for the first round was for the Cowboys to take a receiver. I thought that would be potentially Xavier Worthy. So with him off the board, I'm not as confident with that long shot pick. But I guess it is still possible. There are still. Did I see on the broadcast a few minutes ago? And I might be seeing things because I could be hallucinating at this point. Did I see Michael Bublé singing the song on stage? Or no? Is Michael Bublé on stage or some other singer like Michael Bublé?
I have no idea. I've just been keeping up on Twitter. I haven't been looking at the broadcast, trying to stay locked in with you, Ian.
In front of me.
The pick is in. The Dallas Cowboys are selecting Oklahoma offensive tackle Tyler Guyton. Cody,
We'll take it. It's like I said, Guyton's not my favorite prospect in this draft, but there is upside there. He's toolsy. I think he has a lot of development to go technically. I think his footwork's a little sloppy right now, but I do think that long-term, Cowboys have done a great job developing offensive linemen. Tyler Smith, when he came into the league out of Tulsa, was super raw, and he's been one of the better guards in the NFL over the past few years. So I think getting Guyton in the building, I think it's a lot of things about the draft are about fit and about getting guys in the right places, especially if they're toolsy. And I think this is a good spot for a toolsy offensive lineman specifically.
So it looks like, if this strategy did work over the Cowboys, now you don't actually know exactly what their strategy was, but they seem to pass on Graham Barton in terms of an interior offensive lineman, trade down and then take a tackle instead. Now, maybe they're hoping Graham Barton was going to fall to them and go with him if he was still available. But that is potentially looking like what kind of their thought process was with this.
Yeah, and the top 3 interior offensive linemen are still on the board. You've got Graham Barton, you got Jackson Powers Johnson, and you got Zach Frazier out of West Virginia. Cowboys are on the clock again at 56. I think that with the way this draft has gone thus far, I think that there's a very real possibility that one of those guys is there or one of those guys is in range for them to trade up. They did gain an extra 3rd round pick trading back with the Lions. They got number 73. So that's a little more ammo if they do need to trade up from 56 to get a guy. So I don't hate the strategy at all.
Cody, the Cowboys were supposed to pick earlier. They traded back, so you stuck around. Head out if you want. You can stick it through. There's 3 picks left. It's 100% up to you. I would not.
We'll stick around, man. We've been in it too long to not stick around.
I agree. I'm glad you said that. But let's bring in our next guest, covering the Ravens for Ebony Bird for Fansided, Mike Luciano. Luch, what's going on?
Well, I'm just hoping after what happened earlier, maybe they end up going with, I don't know, Spencer Rattler here. I don't know. Everything's on the board now. I'm not even trying to be funny. I've never been more confused by a pick in my life. Like, not even trying to just get reactions. I still don't know what happened. I was off center for like 5 picks after that. I barely even registered anything.
Mike, I'm still not registering anything. My brain's mush. I haven't had a clear thought since then, because even no matter what else is going around me and what else I'm reading, just the name Penix Jr. Is repeating in my head. So it is what it is. But Mike, let's talk about the Ravens before their pick is official here. What direction do you think they go? What do you want them to go? What are your overall thoughts here about the Ravens?
Well, I think they kind of got screwed by Cody's Cowboys, because this looked like an offensive tackle spot. Now, they have said up and down for however long that they are extremely confident in their new offensive line, because they lost 3 of their 5 starters last year. Right now, that would include Andrew Voorhees, who was a top 75 pick last year, and then he blew out his leg and went in the 7th round. Ben Cleveland, who's been there forever. He's about as average as you can get. And then Daniel Falele, who's 380 pounds. You can't get much more bigger and physical than him, but 4th round pick in 2 years, and he's only started 1 game, so that's kind of a risk right there. With the tackles going, maybe they'll reach on a tackle, but if they don't, I'm thinking it'll either be a wide receiver or a cornerback. I know they just extended Rashad Bateman, but that's only until for a couple more years. That's nothing crazy. And I can't imagine they're going to pay him a ton of money after how he's played so far. Cornerback could be something, because they lost Geno Stone. They lost Ronald Darby. A lot of the top cornerbacks are still there. And Eric DeCosta, of course, is just a best player available guy. And how many times have the Ravens made a pick and you're like, I don't know when that guy's going to get snaps, and then he does and he's good. So
DeGene, I think, is like a slam dunk here. If you guys could get him and just fortify that defense even more. Mike, when you were talking, offensive line made sense, but DeGene, I think, is like really good. So
he's special, man.
Yeah,
special.
We'll see. And like he screams Ravens pick
special,
with the way
they have Humphrey, they have Kyle Hamilton, they have Marcus Williams, and a couple other needs are more pressing. So would you want to get another secondary guy on top of that? And Brandon Stevens isn't amazing, but he played okay. Like, it's not a dire need right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the dire need, in my opinion, is the offensive line, but I think Guyton was going to be one of their guys. Him and Jordan Morgan got linked to the Ravens a lot. Now they're both gone, so who knows?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, but they don't really need an interior guy. Like, Barton's probably not someone on the table for them, right?
Well, the guards right now are Voorhees and Cleveland. I mean, Tyler Linderbaum at center, he's as good as it gets center-wise. You don't need a straight-up center. Maybe they go out of the box and go Jackson Powers Johnson and convert him to guard if they want to get kind of mad scientist-y, but they could really go in a couple different directions. I wanted a receiver just because I'm not the biggest Rashad Bateman fan in the world, but they seem to believe in him, so would they take wide receiver 3 at number 30? Who knows?
As a dynasty fantasy owner of Rashad Bateman, I can't confirm I'm not a big fan of him either. Not been a great investment on my part.
Yeah, I think they should consider a backup quarterback. I think that'd be a great pick. Steal of the draft. It's the new hottest position.
Our new 2 quarterback system. We'll send Penix just on jet sweeps and then do option plays.
The official pick is actually, I didn't have time enough to say this, but this was actually a guy who I had kind of penciled in for the Ravens early. I thought maybe they go DeGene, but no, the Ravens have selected Clemson cornerback Nate Wiggins.
There we go. It's a corner. I'm happy with this pick. I know we're just talking about corners of luxury, but I also had Wiggins as like a top 20 player in this class, actually higher than DeGene.
Oh, interesting.
Because I just think, Nate Wiggins is a guy who legitimately timed has 4.2 speed.
Yeah.
4.28. Now he's really skinny as far as bigger outside corners go. And I hated the Emmanuel Forbes pick last year for the Commanders for the same reason, because he was really tiny, but Nate Wiggins is A, faster, B, longer. He's like 6'2". I mean, look at those arms right there in that pick going up against Keon Coleman. You can just see how he's really long and gangly. And that's the cheat code. If you look at all the top corners who get picked high, a lot of them have long arm length. Quinion Mitchell actually did not. I was a little iffy on that. A lot of the top guys are these big, bony, gangly guys. Plus, he's a top shelf athlete. In terms of what the Ravens want to do defensively, it's not Mike McDonald. He's with Seattle now, but I'd imagine Zach Orr,
who's the new defensive coordinator, is probably just going to run something very similar to what Mike Macdonald ran last year. Just try to copy the playbook as best he could. And they put their corners out in an island a lot. They do a lot of 3 safeties, but they ask a lot of their corners. So a lot of man, and they're going to trust Nate Wiggins. But I think if there was a tackle on the board, they would have gone tackle. But this is a top 20 player at number 30. And a team like Baltimore, who drafts pretty well in the first round, you go back even the last 10 years, it's really hard to find a big miss in the first round for them. Like Bateman might be it. And even then, that's not super egregious. You got to feel okay with Nate Wiggins.
Now, Mike, I know we got to let you go here, but really quick, can you just give us your general breakdown of now with Nate Wiggins going to the Ravens in this pick? What's going to be the Ravens' strategy, you think, the rest of the draft?
Well, the rest of the draft, they're going to be a BPA team. I know that they've really wanted to invest in the defensive line, and they've done that over the years, too. How many times have they had a guy and they'll sit him for 2 years, like Travis Jones with UConn or Justin Matabike, who just got paid? They're willing to let a guy just sit year one because they're saying, well, we're good right now. We're probably outside of Kansas City, the best team in the AFC. And you make a case roster-wise 1 to 53, they're better than Kansas City. They're not drafting a 22-year-old kid who 5 years ago was renting a tux for prom and in history class. They're not saying, hey, take us to a Super Bowl. They're saying just come in and be a good player who fits in our scheme. So they can do that. I know that they might want to trade back and stockpile, as is the Baltimore way, but really anything's up for grabs here because I wouldn't be surprised either if there's like one tackle that's falling, maybe Patrick Paul or Karana Mega DJ from Yale or Roger Rosengarten from Washington. If they just said, you know what, let's just take the risk. Let's move up. I think they move up for a tackle. Anything else, it's just wait and see who comes to him and take a really good athlete because there's going to be a couple more Nate Wiggins who drop a little bit.
All right, great stuff, Mike. I know you got some work here to do because you do a lot of great stuff over on Ebony Bird. So I encourage everyone to check out your work, including, of course, Ravens fans out there. I'm sure you'll do a lot of great stuff over there, breaking down this Nate Wiggins pick and everything else the Ravens do this draft. Let the people know where else they can find your work, Mike.
You can find me at by Mike Luciano. That's where all my writing is. That's where my Twitch is. If you want to go check me out there. Check out Ebony Bird for all the Baltimore Ravens stuff. I'm happy I don't have to write about any more quarterback controversies. It's nice to just talk about a guy who's set in stone in Lamar Jackson and not talk about a left-handed 24-year-old backup with 3 knee injuries who is going to be 28 when his rookie contract expires. I'm happy I don't have to do that. I feel bad for the poor sap who has to, though. That would really stink.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it, Mike? All right,
Yeah,
that's enough. That's enough for Mike. No, we don't need to talk about that anymore.
Prayer for that guy, man.
Just strays everywhere. Just
I got like 30 more minutes of material. You sure you're kicking me off?
No, I'm good. I'm good. Thanks,
All
Mike. I want to talk about this pick a little bit more. I want to get your thoughts on it, Reed. But really quick here, because we have 2 picks left in the draft. We got one more that I got to read. DraftKings Sportsbook, my friends. If you haven't already, you got to sign up for an account here at DraftKings Sportsbook. Here it is. Sorry, I lost my spot. New customers place a $5 bet on any sport, instantly claim $200 in bonus bets when you sign up using our code STB. You will receive 1 no-sweat single-game parlay every single day. The best part is that you will get both rewards even if your first bet loses. Using our code STB not only gets you these bonuses, but also directly helps support our podcast. If you've been considering signing up for DraftKings, and you certainly should, make sure to use the code STB to maximize your first bets. This offer is only available to new customers who are 21 plus and physically present in legal gambling states. Also, you have a QR code you can scan there. Please remember to always gamble responsibly. Check the episode description for the full terms of the offer to see if you qualify. Reed, my brain's mush. I don't think I heard your thoughts on Nate Wiggins, but if you did, and I just went unconscious there for 30 seconds, remind me. But yeah, thoughts on that pick for the Ravens?
No, I thought Mike did a great job breaking it down. I said to Gene, Wiggins a little bit smaller, like Mike kind of laid out. But I mean, listen, you're on 4.240, pretty special. And Clemson has had a knack for producing impact, like day one contributors on the defensive side of the ball, especially. So I'm not surprised by the pick. Again, I was kind of more to Gene, but you know, I don't have like any ill will towards Wiggins. I think he's a really talented player. And again, I think the Ravens fortifying their defense. Listen to Mike break down the offensive line. Maybe they should have went that way, but also I think, there's a pretty good chance, given how the cornerback situation panned out. This was their cornerback at least 3, maybe 2. I think Quinyon Mitchell was at the top of a team like the Ravens board. I'm just hypothesizing here, but I like the pick.
2 picks left in the NFL draft. Then we can shut things down. We got the San Francisco 49ers on the clock now. Then we got the Buffalo Bills to wrap things up after they traded and swapped picks with the Kansas City Chiefs. The 49ers, in terms of the betting odds ending in the draft, and once again, correct me if I'm wrong, Reed, because my brain is turned into mush. Offensive line, I believe, is the overwhelming betting favorite for the 49ers to go in terms of a position here, at least pre-draft.
Yeah, there was some buzz. I don't know about the odds, but there was some buzz in the mock drafts that they would go wide receiver, like maybe an AD Mitchell type. I didn't really buy that, but let me see here.
Especially with the news that Ayuk might be on his way out.
Yeah, that was like kind of the buzz around like some of the prominent mock drafts. Defensive line also potential thought here as well. They're always looking to replenish pass rusher. So there could be maybe different avenues here, but offensive line, I agree, is probably the most likely move here. Honestly, a trade down wouldn't surprise me either. Someone really wanting to get in there.
I wonder if someone like Johnny Newton makes a lot of sense here. They just they lost Kinlaw this offseason. Kinlaw was kind of a bust for them, so I wonder if like they replenish the interior there a little bit.
Don't hate that.
The pick is in. We'll just give it a second here. A lot of good players still on the board. Reed, I don't know if you're on yet, but you're talking about how the slew of quarterbacks going in the top 12 has kind of pushed a lot of players that we would have expected to go early into this part of the draft. And one of them is who the 49ers just selected. We were just talking about him a little bit earlier, 31st overall. Cooper DeJean, Iowa, cornerback. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, the 49ers, who were their corners last year? I know safeties, what's it with the crazy last name? He was hurt. Yeah, I mean, I could see it saying, listen, I think DeJean is just like a standout football player. So I think like best player available type for a team like the Niners makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, they're starting cornerbacks right now, just looking at their depth chart, are Charvarius Ward, fine player, Isaac Yiadom, who is not a good player, Diamador Lenore in the slot. Safeties, you got Hufanga, the kid from USC a couple years ago. Oh, wait. Joanne is correcting us. It may not be Cooper
really
DeJean.
Wow, false report.
That's a really sick pick.
And I saw, it wasn't, the Draft Network itself said there's a new DB in San Francisco and that they dressed. So I don't know how that got messed up. This is not on Joanne. This is all across Twitter. I'm seeing it. Everyone's saying it was Cooper DeJean, but not Cooper DeJean. They did go wide receiver. Don't know how that got messed up on Twitter, but wide receiver San Francisco 49ers are going with Florida wide receiver Ricky Parcell. Cody, you're laughing.
No, that's just a sick pick, Cody.
Oh, no, I'm laughing because I'm just thinking about his tattoo. Did y'all see his tattoo that he like posted with like the roulette wheel and the cards that spelled humble and like bet on me? It's like a full sleeve that's like a roulette wheel. He clearly has no idea.
I love him already.
Works.
Yeah,
he has no idea.
He was not. This is definitely a surprise, I would say, just given how like the draft has been covered. But this kid is really fast, really talented, really explosive. I think he's going to fit this 49ers kind of quick passing scheme really, really well. I don't have like his RAS scores up or his 3-cone, but I imagine he ranked in like the 90th percent, like quick twitch. I imagine Purcell did really, really well here. Did not think he was a candidate for first round, but like it's one of those where whoever got him, I'd be like, oh, sweet. And like, he's a luxury item, and that's what the Niners get to do. So.
Yeah, I'm looking at his mock draftable right now, Reed. 89th percentile 20-yard shuttle, 93rd percentile 3-cone, 88th percentile broad jump, 97th percentile vertical jump, 82nd percentile 40-yard dash.
Yeah.
So
there's also been a
just
trade
explosive.
There's a trade coming up here.
Ooh, Buffalo trading down again.
Yeah. Carolina trading up.
Oh.
They also are picking 33. So I don't know if they swapped from 33 to 32. I believe it's for Xavier Legette because there was rumors that they told Legette we want to like they said Xavier Legette was in like an interview and was like, yeah, they told me like I might not be there when we pick at 33. So I don't know if that's like him like completely misreading the room, but we'll see.
Did you see Dave Canales' quote on that when they asked him about it in the pre-draft press conference? It cracked me up. He goes, "Yeah, I told."
Did he like completely deny it?
No, he said, "Yeah, I told him that, and 50 other guys."
Oh, okay. that might make more sense then. But either way. So we'll see. But maybe, and Panthers need a lot of things. So
this would be unfortunate for Bills fans who have been waiting all draft to have a pick. You trade down from
Bills guy.
What's that?
Good thing you didn't bring on a Bills guy.
Yeah, they would not have to come on anymore. He would have stayed up for no reason. But hey, even if the Bills don't pick till round 2, at least they're probably not going to take a backup quarterback. So the Panthers, an NFC South opponent of mine, will be selecting with the final pick today. What time does the draft start tomorrow?
7 Eastern.
Yeah, probably 7.
Is it just round 2 tomorrow? I forget how they divvied up now. It's round 2 and 3.
2 and 3.
You coming back on for like a 6-hour stream tomorrow?
Sure.
No, it will move faster. I believe they go to 5 minutes for second and third round.
I believe you're correct. All right. So Panthers, probably wide receiver, right? Has to be wide receiver. What other position would they go with here? I mean, Bryce Young did not have a good start to his career. He needs some kind of help. I guess they could potentially go offensive line to give him some protection, but you got to think it's someone on the offensive line, most likely receiver.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is going to be offensive line, just given how the Panthers are pegged. If I had to guess, like, why did they move into the first round? It's because they want that 5th-year option. I will say, just thinking about it out loud, I don't know if anything's been proven on this, but like wide receivers, the way they're starting to be paid, if you really believe in one, it might actually be benefit. Like it used to be like you want to get the quarterback with the 5th-year option, but it seems like wide receivers potentially are turning into like you want that 5th year to keep them under wraps, under cheap.
Well, the pick is in. The Carolina Panthers are going with a receiver. South Carolina receiver Xavier Legette, which I believe is who you called a couple minutes ago there, Reed. So finishing off with a dub for Reed. A fellow South Carolina Gamecock with producer Joanne. So she's got to be happy with that as well. Cody, I'll start with you. Thoughts on Xavier Legette here to the Panthers to wrap up day 1 of the draft?
I mean, he's immediately the best wide receiver on the Carolina Panthers. I don't think it's really particularly close. That pass catching core was absolutely god awful. Like, I think you and I could have walked on there and maybe caught, 10 passes in the season. Like, it was a tough scene. So, like, I think the best thing to say is, like, if the Panthers took a good player, they got better and it didn't matter position because they're just so talent deficient in so many places.
Yeah, I agree. I like the pick a lot.
I will say I almost pulled a Canadian, but I caught myself. I almost said Xavier Legette staying in South Carolina to play for the Panthers, but nope, different state. Caught myself.
Oh my God. As a North Carolinian, I'm offended.
I caught myself. I didn't say it. I caught myself. I Googled it while you were talking, Cody, and I was like, no, I don't. Charlotte, North Carolina.
Do the Panthers represent though? Because they are just the Carolina Panthers. Do they stand for South Carolina? Like, are people from South Carolina, and Joanne could tell us in the chat, do people from South Carolina, do they rep the Carolina Panthers? Like, is that their team?
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, Charlotte's like right on the South Carolina border. Like, it's like a hop and a skip. And if I'm not mistaken, the Panther logo is meant to it's the shape of it is meant to like resemble North Carolina and South Carolina, like the whole Carolina. It's like the shape of that.
Interesting. How about that for a little tidbit? Joanne in the chat also says yes. So there you go. That is ending on a fun little tidbit here with the first round of the NFL draft. So we are done. We're clocking in here at 3 hours and 50. Actually, I mean, we started a little early. So for myself, basically 4 hours. Cody, you've been along with me for 2/3 of this, 3/4 of this. So I guess we can wrap things up. I'll give you guys both a chance, but general thoughts on, and I'm banning you guys from bringing up Michael Penix, but general thoughts on the first round of the draft and what you're looking forward to the rest of the draft or anything else you want to talk about. Cody, I'll let you go first.
Yeah, I mean, This first round really shocked me. I mean, like we said, like starting off with 6 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks, like that really set a tone for things I wasn't expecting. Like Cooper DeJean still being on the board going into the second round, shocked by that. Wondering if that's the Bills pick. You know, they lost Tre'Davious White this offseason. I wonder like if that's where they're looking and trying to trade back to 33. Could see him very easily being the first pick. Look at someone like our guy Kool-Aid McKinstry still on the board. A.D. Mitchell, my draft crush, still on the board. Like there's a lot of talent still left. And I think like we didn't see as many trades as I think were initially projected, particularly early in the draft. But I wonder if at the beginning of day 2, we see a lot of movement, teams trying to get up and get guys that fell a little bit that they weren't expecting to.
Reed?
Yeah. Again, pretty interesting draft. I think, for the most part, I didn't think anything went so crazy. I know a few picks went off the rails, but I do think for the most part, like you're talking like first round grades, guys that like I'm not surprised. I think obviously the Penix and Knicks thing maybe pushed some guys down, like we were just saying. But overall, I think a pretty solid draft. I think some teams really address some needs that are going to, be felt not just this year, but going forward. Like I think, it happened right before I got on, but Quinyon Mitchell going to the Eagles, I think is like an outstanding pick, like a really, really strong pick, especially at 22. I mean, it feels like the Eagles are always knocking out picks. And then obviously, you have teams coming up the pipe where, we were mentioning Arizona had a pretty good draft. Chicago, I mean, any draft day winners column has to start with the Bears. I think the Giants did pretty well. I think that this was pretty strong top half of the draft. And, a lot of the teams, not all of them, but a lot of the teams at the top did well. So, it was an interesting draft. Some teams made mistakes, but, overall, I think this was pretty strong. And also big winner before. I think Minnesota really knocked it out of the park. I think whatever you think about J.J. McCarthy, to get a quarterback that you thought you would, or many thought you'd have to move into the top 5 to get and give up, push a lot in to get him at only 10, really not mortgage much. Keep your pick, and then you move up and you get arguably what was thought of as the number 1 pass rusher in Dallas Turner from Alabama. That's pretty good. That is pretty good for the Vikings in a competitive division. So I think the Vikings, we'll see if JJ pans out, but I think that was a really good draft for them.
Yeah, and Reed, you and I are higher. We've talked about it on the college football show. Like we're higher on JJ than a lot of people. Like we think the kid's the good. So I think that makes it even more favorable, at least in our eyes.
And he lands in a system that has a really strong offensive mind, and Kevin O'Connell has Justin Jefferson, has, a roster that has invested in its offensive line the past few years as well. So I think, like if you put JJ McCarthy in New England, it might have been a little shaky, but you put him in Minnesota, where you might be able to have some help around him like he did at Michigan, might actually accelerate his development a little bit more. So really good landing spot for him.
Mm-hmm.
The Falcons pick might have been so bad that everyone else's first round was like good because of that. Because like that then caused a ripple effect where like a ton of good players that were like top 12 guys were then available like late in their first round. So their pick was so historically bad that by default, then basically of every other team had a great first round.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's hyperbole to say it's one of the worst draft picks ever.
No,
and you're not even saying that just to like get me going. Like
no. I
truly don't understand it.
It was like between the signing Kirk Cousins and then using a top 10 pick. Because again, like if you took him at like the Jordan Love situation with the Packers, where they took him at like 23 or whatever, like that's all right, like cool, like successor. Spent the top 10 pick on him.
Mm-hmm. And Jordan Love was 3 years younger when they drafted him.
Yeah, that's tough.
Here are apparently some details sent to me from Hunter. Some details on Atlanta's courtship of Michael Penix per source. This must be from a tweet. After Penix's pro day, Atlanta sent a contingent of 8 coaches in front office to Seattle for a meeting. Included GM Terry Fontenot, probably not how you pronounce his name, assistant GM Kyle Smith, Raheem Morris, Zach Robinson, and QB coach TJ Yates. Falcons had conviction on Penix from wire to wire. Penix led the nation in passing yards per game the past 2 seasons, and Atlanta values his arm talent, tangibles, and him being winner. So Atlanta, and I mean, this is my whole thing about why I was betting on them to take a receiver, because they have said, to their credit, they truly do not care about the position. They will take the best player available. And true to their word, I guess if you value Penix over JJ McCarthy, but true to their word, they felt Penix was the best player available for them. And even though they just gave over $100 million to a quarterback, they took a quarterback. I mean, I think there's a certain limit to taking the best player available. You would think, the best player available that at least you can play. I don't see the sense of taking the best player available that was now just going to sit on the bench and be 30 years old before he takes a snap. I think there's a limit to that, but I mean, obviously in their mind, there isn't. There is what they're saying is literally word for word what they mean, and that they will draft the best player available. So
yeah,
I don't know. I have nothing else.
You might want to reevaluate the evaluation process though if he's BPA at 8.
Like, if next year, if they feel like a punter is the best player available and they pick 5th overall, they might take a punter if they think he's the best player available at 5th overall.
That's taking it too much to an extreme, though.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I don't know, man. That's like real crazy.
To me, taking the best player available is like taking Rome Odunze or taking Brock Bowers. Then, that makes at least those guys you can play. Like, you can't play this guy.
Because if Michael Penix is playing next year, that means something went horribly wrong with your investment of a huge part of your salary cap. Right. Like, him playing isn't good. You don't want him to play.
No.
Right.
And I mean, at 24 years old, you want someone who's like at least marginally pro ready. Like, it shouldn't be a guy who's going into the Jordan Love situation and sitting. Like, he's 24 years old. Like, every part of it does not compute.
Either your investment in Kirk Cousins, either he got hurt, or he was so outperformed by Michael Penix that you're an idiot for paying that much for a quarterback if he's not good enough to beat a rookie in training camp. So it's just, I mean, listen, if Mike Penix was, 20 years old, sure. Like, I guess it makes a little bit of sense. I'm calling him Mike. Now on. I'm going to start calling him Penix too. He's Mike Penix now to me.
By the way,
I said this earlier, I actually like him a lot as a quarterback. I was actually kind of high on him, but it's just 8 overall is just mind-blowing.
Yeah, and I mean, it sucks because Bo Nix would have been like the laughing stock of this draft if if the Falcons just kind of kept to the the status quo, and then all right, maybe they would have, I don't know, the Broncos, all that PR stuff came out that they liked Nix. He was QB3 on their board, which is not true, but maybe they would have went Penix, but I don't know, man. The Broncos are also screwed. Talk about a team that is going nowhere real fast. At least the Falcons, this pick will hurt in when Cousins' contract's up and Penix is 27 taking his first snap. The Knicks one, and that team is just screwed.
And it is the story of the draft. The draft has now gone to their after show, and all they're talking about, I can't hear what they're saying, but all they're talking about now is the Falcons. I'm going to pause this and rewind it to see if I can make any kind of sense of this because it's unbelievable. But we've gone on so long. We're now over the 4-hour mark. So I got nothing else to say. You guys have both given your final thoughts. Follow Cody Williams at the Sizzle20. Find his stuff on Fansided. Reed Wallach at Reed Wallach. You're able to just manage to just grab at Reed Wallach. I'm just realizing. Here's an available Twitter username. Good for you. I could not just get Ian McMillan. That would have been great. Where else can people find your work, Cody?
Just fansided.com. You'll catch me on Me and You, obviously Green on the Greens every Tuesday, 4 p.m. Eastern. Every now and then me and Reed will get together. These are my two co-hosts right here. So I'm feeling good, feeling in my comfort zone. But on the Stacking the Box College Football Edition, I'm everywhere.
And
like Ian said, follow me on Twitter at Reed Wallach. I got a podcast, The Early Read, college football with Cody's shady right around the corner. Once the NFL draft's over, college football starts in earnest. The notebook has been cracked, so I'm going to get into that. So make sure you follow me on Twitter at Reed Wallach. Help out on the Stacking the Box channel, my podcast, The Early Read, and you can find all my written stuff over at Betsided. Thanks for having me on, Ian.
Thanks for coming on, Reed. Thanks, guys, for enjoying this with me. It's been a night. Thank you to producer Joanne and everyone else working behind the scenes. It was a big team effort. I hope everyone enjoyed watching this. If you still are, the YouTube channel that you're watching this on, I know it's streaming on several different YouTube channels. So subscribe to all of them. Follow us all on Twitter. Best of luck to everyone's teams the rest of the draft, and we'll see you next time.